All right, everybody.
Hey, we made it back.
We are back. Okay, so we are live now again in the new post. We're going to rest in the night till 2 a.m. here. That was, so you just checked out finishing off the half our time with April Rose Gabrielli's song Do You.
Good song. Good jam.
Yes, very good song. She's got a hell of a voice on her. Man.
Yeah.
I will say we are very lucky and excited to have this next show on. They are friends of ours.
Probably like one of the best shows, if not the best show on the channel that ever existed.
The second best show of all time.
Are you sure? I don't know. Because they're way better than us. So who else?
All right. So the third best show. No, they are a fantastic show. It's funny science fiction. They're here. We are going to put them on in just a few seconds. What I do want to do before we get there is please go out and donate. You can find the link on the scenesnobs.com. It's in the banner for the charity, or it's in the comments. I'm going to put it up again in a few minutes in the comments so you can find it anywhere. So please, let's help the
donate, share. Let's just keep on rocking those numbers. Let's keep pumping up those numbers.
We are
5801 with another jump. We appreciate it.
Why you got to step on me?
Because that's how I'm doing. Because you step on me, so now I'm stepping on you.
Step on you. You
all the time with your big voice. No. Hey, let's get on to the good show.
Okay, yeah, let's get on to the good show.
These are my favorite people.
Before we do...
more of my favorite people. Pretty much all the favorite people.
Before we do... Stop! Before we do, I'm going to play another video from one of our friends who are helping.
Hello, everyone. I am the Reverend Godfather, main host and frontman for the internet's most hated mafia-themed geek podcast, the Long Coat Mafia Podcast. I'm not just here to promote my show. I'm here to ask all of you to... please donate to this campaign as much as you can. Every dollar does count. If you wish to check out my podcast, you're able to do so by going to Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, or Spotify. Or you can check us out on YouTube by searching for The Long Coat Mafia Podcast. Our main website is thelongcoatmafia.podbean.com. Check us out and donate today.
All right.
Wait, did he have to donate to his podcast?
No.
Or did he just donate to
the MILBY'S, you maniac?
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention.
Get on to the next show.
All right. So we are going to start the next show. Enjoy, everybody. This is a funny science fiction podcast.
Hello and welcome to Funny Science Fiction, the live edition. Hey. Welcome to the Funny Science Fiction Podcast.
Hello, everyone.
Hey. So,
nice to be here.
Yeah. So we're really excited to have you guys. We're going to introduce you guys in just a moment. These two young gentlemen here who have been nice enough to sacrifice their time and donate a little bit of their time tonight to geek out with us and talk about some Star Wars, because we're all nerds and frankly Star Wars is cool. So but before we get to that, typically we open the show with some sort of self-deprecating humor about how bad we are as hosts and our inability to podcast, but we're going to forego that tonight because I want to talk about the MILBY'S for a moment before we get into the show. So this whole thing about helping the MILBY'S with the GoFundMe account is especially near and dear to my heart because it's not just because of my buddy Jason and being his family and being a member of the Scene Snobs family. No, Kathleen, you are at the right time.
Well, they were talking about how good the show was and how much they love the people, and I'm like, wait,
yeah, I know. Really? Well, they got to pump us up, make us sound good. So, but anyway. The thing that's why this is so important to me is because in 2019, my wife and I and my children spent 97 days in the hospital with my youngest child. During that time, my wife was out of work. I was out of work. We would have been financially destitute had not one of our friends been kind enough to set up a GoFundMe account. I understand where the MILBY family is mentally, emotionally when it comes to this and worrying and the stress and the worry and everything else that comes along with having to be in the hospital for an extended length of time. But you guys have an opportunity with this GoFundMe to take that stress away And $5,801 have been raised so far towards that $10,000 goal. So during this hour, please, even if you only donate $1, just $1, it's going to add up. If it's $5, it's $10, it's going to add up. Because frankly, some of the people that donated to us, I mean, yeah, you there's the shock and the awe of the big numbers, the 300s, the 500s, the thousands that have been donated, and I've seen donated today. But there's the appreciation for the $1, $5, $10, and $20 donations. Those all mean something. It means that somebody cared and somebody wanted to help you take care of your family. And so prayers go out to the MILBY'S family. Robbie's going to be in the hospital, I believe, for another 4 to 5 weeks, even though he's been transferred home from North Carolina to Ohio. This is a very serious situation. Let's help them out. So that's the end of my rant. Let's have some fun, and we'll throw out the number every now and then tonight as we go, so that people understand how important it is that we help out the MILBY'S. So Kathleen, would you like to officially welcome our really super cool guest?
I mean, obviously, I am super serious tonight, but let's welcome our guests.
It is quite evident how serious you are right now.
Yeah, totally.
Absolutely.
I got this.
Like a heart attack. Yeah.
All right. Well, we want to welcome to our show Richard Kent from the Fellowship of the Fandoms podcast and Ben Riley from the Hardy Healer from TikTok. Wow.
Hi. It's a little confusing.
It is.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for having us.
Wrote it badly.
Reading is not our speciality. So,
I'm not good with the words and stuff.
Words are hard, especially on a Friday night at 9 o'clock.
They are.
Yeah.
They are.
Right, it's too hot in here. Oh.
Yeah, well, I just want to add real quick, guys, if I may.
Totally.
First of all, thank you for having me, and I just want to stress, even though we cannot stress it enough. I'm sorry. The GoFundMe, it's a tough situation to be in. You know, I was in one a couple of years ago. I've had like 5 heart surgeries. And it's not easy, you know, and it's kind of it's sad and frustrating to get to the point where you need to ask everybody else for help.
Yeah.
So to anyone else out there watching, just even if it's $1, it does add up, like Tim said. So, and yeah, stay tuned. We're going to have some fun tonight.
Absolutely.
Definitely. All right. And before we get into our show, we have to say thank you to our show sponsors, River City Teas and Level Up Lightsabers. Let's watch a quick video for each.
With over 700 designs to choose from, River City Tees has something for everyone. Need some new nerd merch? River City Tees has you covered. Need funny or sarcastic designs? River City Tees has you covered. Are you looking for a new logo or custom design? Whether you need 1 or 100, River City Tees has you covered. With multiple colors and options for each and every design. With things to choose from like shirts, hoodies, phone cases, coffee mugs, and so much more. Be sure to follow River City Tees on Facebook and Instagram. If you do, you'll get the latest on designs and information about upcoming sales. River City Tees. Let's make a shirt together. Oh, sorry, I was dancing.
The opposite order this time. It confused me.
It did confuse me a little bit, but I didn't tell Mick what order they should go in. And I was thinking about that. This is going to be fun to,
I don't care.
And by the way, that is also my favorite thing. I've been watching this for a lot today. Mick just randomly popping in and making comment and then taking himself right back out.
Dare I say they are the Statler and Waldorf of the show tonight.
Well,
you get used to that.
For us to try.
Casey's having way too much fun. They have lost a little bit.
They are just our little cranky peanut gallery, and I love it.
I do have to. Oh, sorry. I do have to say, while the sponsors were going,
I almost tripped over my chair. You can't see it how I'm angled right now, but there is literally a couch right here and a couch right behind me. So I am in this tiny little corner, and I almost tripped over my chair grabbing my level up lightsaber. This is...
Ooh,
I got the
nice
saber
wrap.
staff. It's so nice. Adding these little rubber O-rings and the little cloth band for some extra fun.
Oh,
Beautiful.
You're looking good.
I love the saber staff so much. I have spent so much money on so many lightsabers that have one of them actually exploded on me. I'm not going to name the brand.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, one of them literally exploded on me.
Ooh.
But I think I've thrown this across the yard onto the concrete, and there's not a scratch on it.
Well, I think the fact that Master Allen has developed them for the simple fact that he's a martial artist. He wants something that he can smacky and give it a little schwack, and that it's not going to, well, as you said, explode. That's a problem.
We'd rather not have our lightsabers explode.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right. Well, cool. Yeah, and guys, I'll put something in the comments here in just a moment for you guys to go check out Level Up Lightsabers. Wonderful company. The one of the co-founders, Master Allen. If you look him up on TikTok, look for Level Up Light 1. That's our friendly neighborhood Master Allen. Super cool guy, and that's how we all got to know each other, because we're all affiliated with Master Allen.
Such a great dude.
And I'm guessing you're also going to be putting the information for River City Teas in the comments too. Not that it's cool as a Level Up Lightsabers.
Well, actually, maybe I might. We'll see.
The owner for Level Up Lightsabers is pretty cool too, though. So
Yeah, he's way cooler than the guy from River City Teas. That guy's a jerk. So, anyway, I can say that because it's me. Anyway, so hey, Peanut Gallery, you don't have to agree so quickly and so quietly. All right,
They were waiting for that.
They were.
And also, Casey, apparently my husband loves you. He barely says that to me, but whatever.
Oh, I love John too. Hi, John.
All right, so for tonight's festivities, we're going to talk about Star Wars. Now, this is
What a shock.
I know, right? It's one of my absolute personal favorite topics. I love Star Wars. It's been the yin to my yang since I was a wee lad. But for tonight, we're going to talk about it from a bit of a different perspective. Now, usually when we're talking about Star Wars, we talk about, there's a lot of people right now that only want to talk about the sequel trilogies, and the sequel trilogies are bad. Rey's not this, Rey's not that. And those discussions I'd rather go play in traffic than sit through another one of those.
May I make one comment?
Absolutely.
Rey Skywalker.
It's canon.
That's
Get
it.
used to it.
That's it.
Exactly.
Done.
The last
A lot of
time Tim
people out
mentioned
there
that on a
is-
show, we
are
lost
trying
a
right
follower.
Done. Anyway, continuing on.
No. Hey, it's a very fair point. And I bring that up often when somebody starts talking about it. I'm like, it's canon. Moving on. And
And we lose
That's all you need to know.
followers.
that's all we need to know. All right. So, but we're going to talk about Star Wars from a bit of a different perspective tonight. We're going to talk about everything before the sequel trilogy. And it's not that I have a problem with the sequel trilogy. I love the sequel trilogy. I think they're amazing movies. However, we're going to talk about things that divided this Star Wars fandom before Disney was on the scene. And it's kind of an interesting article. So, just for the sake of transparency, John, you flirted with Casey enough. Let it go. Flirt with your wife now, but not till like 10 o'clock.
Hey, this is a little messed up. Kathleen, what happened to the onesie there, huh?
It's too hot.
Well, you are, I understand. So that makes sense. Valid.
Even with the air conditioner vent literally under my desk. It's still here. It's just.
All right.
This is the Kathleen and Casey show.
I tell you, this is one of my favorite things, having them just pop in.
But for viewership, I did shut my camera off. You're sorry. Or you're welcome. I'm not sure which one.
But I fully planned to wear I have an entire movie accurate Jedi robes and everything, and I was gonna wear it. But I'm in Florida and it's 9 o'clock at night and still 80 degrees and 50% humidity at minimum. So
yeah,
I'm in
the Caribbean
very
right
light
now.
t-shirt.
So.
Dying.
Ooh.
It's hot. It's a little hot.
I asked John if we could turn the air conditioner on before the show, just because I'm in a tiny little box with no ventilation.
Oh,
And I'm
those are
really
fun.
glad I did, because I also
That's what she said. That's what she said. That's what she said.
I also had to shut the window because our neighbors have a stupid husky that's out there howling.
Huskies are wonderful, okay?
They
They're
are. They are.
wonderful,
It just
but-
also reminded me that I need to
but they're also-
change the batteries in my bark deterrent.
but they're also very vocal. So,
Yeah.
All
I
right,
am
so-
that neighbor.
just for transparency, the article that we're using as a basis for our conversation tonight is written by one of my favorite nerd spaces, a website called Screen Rant. So screenrant.com. They've got some wonderful stuff on there. And so we're going to use that as our guide tonight. And so there's 10 points in this, and we'll see how many of them we get through. But the first one, number 10 on the Star Wars folk lost their mind about it, was the Ewoks. Where do you guys land on the Ewoks? What's your thoughts? Because some people thought that they were cute teddy bears, and some of them thought that they were highly unnecessary.
You know, if I may, real quick.
Yeah.
I was a kid when I first saw the original trilogy. You know, so to me, they were just there. There wasn't any like, oh, they just came up with the Ewoks. I was born and the original trilogy was out. Ewoks were a thing, and so I just loved them. To me, they were super cute teddy bears, and super funny ones too. And
Right?
Well, I'm sorry, badass. I was gonna say.
We'll allow it.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry.
No, we're good. We're good.
Yeah, they were just so cool and so awesome. Good fighters. Good, well, not people, but creatures. So yeah, I was on board with them and still am to this
They're
day.
obviously pretty resourceful. I mean, the dress for Leia came from somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, they never explain that.
Was it that they have seamstresses, or was it that they killed somebody her size?
They killed somebody exactly her size. I think the Scene Snobs
We're not
have
even going to
officially
talk
lost
about
their
Yub
mind.
Nub. An absolute bop. Just
Oh, it
Yub
is.
Nub.
I think my
I'm
favorite
waiting for
meme of that
John
is
to comment about the Ewoks.
Yeah.
I know he's got it.
it's coming. You can almost do a countdown. You can hear the Wilhelm scream forming in the other room.
Yep.
Yeah.
I know it's gonna happen.
It's
Now,
coming.
I have a thing with Ewoks is when I was a kid, they were adorable teddy bears. They were just cute. I full on suspension of disbelief that, oh, absolutely, this little teddy bear thing with a rock can kill a fully armored soldier.
Mhm.
Totally makes sense in Star Wars.
Sure.
When I grew up, I got a little with it of this makes no sense. This is kind of bad.
Get a little jaded.
Bad writing, whatever. Until Battlefront
Battlefront
Ewok
2.
Hunt. Oh my gods.
Yeah.
I have never been more terrified of something so cute in my entire life. I'm sitting there just like, where are they?
Yeah. You
Did
want to
we-
play something that makes your blood pressure go up? That's what you play. And I think you have to play it to Creedence Clearwater Revival's Run Through the Jungle at the same time.
I played like horrifying games like Alien Isolation and whatnot where I was scared. I was more scared in Ewok Hunt than these actually terrifying games.
They put a spin on them, all right.
Ooh. Yeah. It hasn't been put up on the screen yet, but John did comment about the Ewoks.
Oh boy.
He says the Ewoks were tiny, cuddly Viet Cong. He's not wrong.
Yeah.
That's accurate.
He's not wrong.
I mean,
So-
wasn't it that George Lucas kind of wrote almost the entirety of Star Wars based off of Vietnam? Like that the rebels were... I might be completely misremembering that.
I'm not sure, so I don't want to say yes or no.
I think he did take inspiration from it.
But I mean, there was definitely guerrilla warfare aspects attributed to these little cuddly creatures of death. And I still have a problem with the fact, even because so in '84 when this came out, I was 8 years old, and I had a problem with the fact that they could throw a rock at a stormtrooper's head and kill him, and I thought then that was the worst armor known to man.
I think
and-
it is.
It still apparently still is. It's just it's like here's some recycled pop bottles. Go out and fight the teddy bears. But yeah, okay. So,
according to Next Shark, the rebels in Star Wars were inspired by the Viet Cong.
well, there you go.
It is an article from September 2019.
Interesting.
That was quick.
Well, she does this quite often. She's quick with the fingers there.
Okay.
Nope, nothing.
She said that's what she
There it
said.
is.
there it
Thank
is.
you.
I was gonna say something, but I'm like, they're gonna pop up any second now.
Yeah.
I was waiting. I was going to, but I didn't want to interrupt Mick, so I was counting in my head. 1 Mississippi. 2 Mississippi.
How long is it going to take him to push the button?
All right, cool. So I think it's a pretty generally split down the middle when it comes to Ewoks, whether they were good or they were,
They
I
are
think
poor little.
I can do without them
Care
either way.
Bears.
I don't think that they really add enough to the story to keep them. I mean, except for the fact that we were on Endor and that was their planet moon, but
They're
still,
adorable.
yeah. But
I can get behind that. They don't add enough to the story, but I don't think they harm it in any way.
Yeah.
I agree. I agree. I don't. It's one of those things that for me, as far as Ewoks are concerned, I've always been kind of neutral. Always kind of meh. They don't hurt it. They don't harm it. They're not helping it. They're it's the Porg mentality of the sequels.
Also adorable.
Also adorable.
But not cannibalistic.
You know who else is adorable?
Me, but otherwise, yeah.
Jar Jar Binks.
Hey, it's okay.
Oh, that's our next. Yeah.
That's
coming up. Don't you worry about
it.
soft
He's on there.
topic. That is a very soft topic that we can go about later.
Unless we're talking Darth Jar Jar, I don't agree. Anyway, let's see. All right, so the next topic. One of the things that severely divided people was Chewie not getting a medal at the end of New Hope. Where do you guys stand on that?
100% he should have gotten it.
He should have gotten it. Yeah.
No, he's the co-pilot. He was still doing things. Like,
I mean, they made him walk up to the podium, so to speak.
yeah, he walked all the way there.
And Luke get their medals.
Right.
You don't do that. And I know
And-
George Lucas said that Wookiees don't care enough about medals or anything or something like that, but
And give him
You know,
something
that's
he
not the
does care
point.
about.
yes, or do it for
Right.
you guys and the people watching at least.
Yeah, give him a Stormtrooper helmet. He can take it home, shows,
Give him a big juicy steak. I'd take that over a medal any day.
Yeah.
give him a Porg. So,
It works too.
I'm just imagining, like, when they turn around and Chewie gives it like triumphant call, he's actually just cursing at them, just being like, "Where's my medal?"
I can see that.
Everyone
I
turns
don't-
around. He looks at Han. He's just like, "Dude, what happened?"
pretty much.
A real quick diversion from the topic. Everyone's in agreement that Han is the rescue dog, right? Like,
Totally.
George Lucas
Wookiees
said
like
that Han and Chewie are a man and his dog, but we all agree that Han is the dog, correct?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because of Chewie's lifespan. What's the meme say that Han's basically Chewie's third dog?
Exactly.
I
So-
love the meme where, like, Ben Kenobi walks up and Chewie's like, "All right, I got this rescue human. We'll see how it deals with you. I'll say someone's coming over, and then we could see how it works."
Nice.
Yes. And make sure he doesn't bite anybody.
I love that
I'm
one
on board
so
with
much.
that. Yeah.
Well, let's be honest. As much as I love Han Solo, I love Harrison Ford. I have admitted to my man crush there.
You
For
called him by the wrong name.
yes, Harrison Hottie Pants. But I have admitted to that crush for a long, long time. My son's middle name is Harrison, so that runs deep and true. But I also have to admit to the fact that he is Chewie's third dog, and he is a rescue human. You're absolutely right.
But
So-
as somebody who has rescued dogs, you understand how important that is. And you're not at all undervaluing Han Solo by saying he's Chewie's rescue dog. You're actually showing how much he's loved because he's the rescue dog.
His
No, but
family.
you also think that most rescue dogs have some issues coming in with, when you get them. There's some behavioral issues. There's some other issues that have to kind of be phased out. And when you look at him that way, I present to you Han Solo, rescue human.
Yes.
I have a little Jack Russell Terrier that she was rescued off the street a year and a half ago. So she's still a little we refer to it as her goblinness, where she will suddenly just go. It's like, okay, relax. So I can totally imagine Han Solo just going up to someone and just be like, like going.
Also with Jack Russell, and she might do that for the rest of her life. They're kind of weirdos.
I can deal with that. She's adorable, even when she is a goblin.
There you go. I do have to say, though, that I did appreciate that in the sequel trilogy that Chewie finally got a medal. That was one of the nice things that was kind of retconned and taken care of.
It also kind of felt like a participation trophy at that point.
Yeah, it was like, what, 40 years too late?
Yeah, they were just like
40 years and a rescue has been too late.
We got a medal to spare. We'll give it to you.
Right?
I mean, he helped take down not one, but 2 Death Stars, and then technically a third. How many amazing things has Chewbacca done that now he gets the medal that Han Solo got by doing one good thing?
And is he only getting the medal now because his rescue human is dead?
Yeah, pretty much.
They did him dirty.
So basically, they gave him his human's collar.
I actually would have been more okay with that if they said that it was like Han's medal.
Right.
That actually would have meant a little bit more to me than here's a participation trophy.
Yeah, if it was more of the sorry for your loss than the you helped us.
Right. Here's something in memorial. Let's, I'd be okay with that. All right. So we're all on the same page. Chewie got screwed. Justice for Chewie. All right. So the next point is about the topic of parsecs. I didn't know this was a problem. I didn't know that people got their panties in a bunch about whether or not it was over or under 12 parsecs. Did we really care? Do people really care about that?
I learned it was a problem. Yeah, I learned it was a problem when Solo came out, the movie.
Yes.
I didn't know anything before that.
Yeah.
It didn't bother me then. It doesn't bother me now.
Yeah. I watched the movie Solo. I didn't care. I was like, okay, whatever. I guess, I don't know. Maybe I'm not looking at it the right way. Maybe I'm, maybe somebody else has a different view of it than I do. But I think it's one of those things you just kind of go, okay, moving on.
That's kind of how I felt about it. I think people have more of a stink about it where it's like, oh, he was saying it in time, but it's actually distance. And I'm a huge science buff, so like astronomy, cosmology, things like that. So when I was a kid, this just shows how much of a nerd I am. I knew parsecs were a measure of distance when I first saw A New Hope. And I'm like, okay, it's space. Distance is actually important.
Right.
Because you have to plan, like, at what point the planets will line up in the best possible way, things like that. So I'm like, yeah, that works for me. And I was, I don't know, 7, between 7 and 10, and went, yeah, that works.
See, and saying that it's a shortcut and that you took distance off of your shortcut, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't know when people thought it was measuring time instead of distance.
Well, here's...
or if you just assume because somebody's saying it was a shortcut that you think that you're taking time off.
See, and for those, I'll speak for those who, hopefully there's more people like me who didn't realize that parsecs were actually a real thing and thought that they were a Star Wars thing up until about 2 years ago. I'll be dead honest with you. I was like, hey, it's a parsec. It's a Star Wars thing. It's like the Force. It doesn't really exist, but it sounds good in the story. That's what I thought. So when I heard about people getting all kinds of twisted about parsecs, I was like, really? We're letting science fiction influence us that much that we're getting that twisted about it? And then I was like, I did a Google search for it, and I'm like, oh, whale. About that.
And the actual definition from Britannica is that it's a unit for expressing distances to stars and galaxies. Mm-hmm. So he's using it correctly. He's saying he did it in a shorter distance. But I don't know.
I think people might be having a problem with it where, at least maybe in the beginning, it's like, it's like saying you did a 5K in 4K.
Right. Which I
Like,
can
yeah,
understand.
maybe?
But
Yeah, I can understand that.
Okay.
Like,
But
I
I also
wasn't around
understand,
when
like,
the
going
argument first
through-
started.
right. I also understand, like, when you get a route on Google Maps being like, sure, this one might take more time, but it's less miles. Or this one's more miles, but less time. You routes are weird like that.
I won't presume to understand my GPS any day whatsoever. You know, I'll go to my McDonald's and they'll say 5 miles, then they'll say 7 miles. I don't know. I'll get there in 15 minutes, though. I don't, you know, miles confuse me. So imagine how I feel about parsecs.
I think that Richard and I have the same feeling.
Miles
about
are
that.
legitimately confusing too, because
It's we need to just move to the metric system.
we
Try to
do.
bring this into real world, but America needs to change metric because it's one like
It's 110.
You want-
It's
yeah, that's it. It's just 1 to 10. You want to go 1 meter? Okay, that's 100 centimeters, right? Did I get that right? Yeah.
You're asking the wrong dude for that one.
I don't know.
Same here.
We grew up with the
Yeah,
American
metric,
culture of
right?
a mile is 5.
I'll just not do whatever I don't understand. I'll just not.
So, because here's the thing, I grew up in America, and America, we don't
America.
talk exactly. We don't talk about them their metrics. Yeah. So I get kind of lost when we start talking about the metric system. I do think the switch needs to happen. I'm just gonna be the one complaining about it at the store, trying to figure out, everything.
What
So,
a leader is versus
Not the only one, Tim. Not the only one.
See, and if they had done it 40 years ago, nobody would be complaining about it.
They
Right.
actually did. They did it, I believe, in the 60s. They did it for one town. So in one town, all the distances are in kilometers. And that's it. It's just at one town. I think I'm probably getting it wrong, but I think it's in like Oklahoma or something.
Sounds like an
Where
Oklahoma.
it's like their
Yeah,
highway
figures.
is like 20 kilometers long, and it's like where everyone gets confused. I don't know.
It's confusing, all right.
you got like 50 people in the town, so it gets confusing when you go down the 2 streets and then you're back into miles. So, okay,
But
so
it still makes more sense than remembering that a mile is 5,280 feet.
You just lost me again.
And it's stupid is the only reason I remember it is because it's 5 tomato.
No, I think it's like
Oh.
5298.
A mile is 5,280 feet.
Is it?
Or something ridiculous like that.
Metric is tough.
hold on,
It's not important.
he's not the only person who can type fast.
Oh boy.
5,280 feet.
You're right. I am wrong.
It happens
Dune
once in a
sucks,
while.
Nick Manhattan. You're not wrong, Dune.
Oh, we're still. Oh man, we gotta.
Well, no, see, the problem is, Mick's in control of the board back there, so he's going to throw this up every now and then.
It's okay.
I told him it was
totally
fine.
with it.
Dune does suck, so he's allowed to throw this up on the
I
screen.
made it to the 30-minute mark, and I haven't gone anywhere since then.
All right, so I think we're all pretty much okay with the parsecs, no parsecs, distance to time ratio. Nobody really cares.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll just leave it at that. Nobody cares. All right, so what about the next one was Hayden Christensen as Anakin's Force Ghost, with him being replaced in Return of the Jedi as.
I appreciated it.
I thought it was cool. I would have preferred it if he was in his actual Jedi robes, not the white and brown, but like the black and brown.
Mhm.
That would have made a bit more sense to me because that's all I saw him in, and suddenly he's in like the Obi-Wan robes.
Which I think they did just for the visual aspect of it.
Yeah, maybe it was easier just swapping the faces.
Probably that makes more sense because the article has like a picture, and the longer I'm looking at it, the more it looks like they just took from like
His head off.
neck up. And just,
Pretty much, yeah.
To me, I gotta say, it meant a lot because when I was growing up, those were the films that were coming out, and Sebastian Shaw, he doesn't get a lot of screen time, so I do think it's a sad thing as far as the actor is concerned. He was Anakin for a lot of years, then he just wasn't. So, I can empathize as far as that goes, but I prefer them replacing him with Hayden Christensen.
Okay.
I actually do too.
So, and I understand why people like the switch. It doesn't matter to me, but I guess I'm more in the pro Sebastian Shaw camp for this. And I think the only reason why I feel that way, and it's basically what Jason is saying right there. Everyone was the age they died except for him, so it was awkward. And that's why I agree. Because even though they put him back to his young Anakin, where, right before he went to the dark side, when he died, he had come back to the light. Yeah. So I didn't quite understand why they jumped all the way back to the Hayden Christensen version instead of having him and his aged self, like you see, with in that scene where Ben Kenobi, So I'm wondering, at some point, are they going to take Alec Guinness out and put, Ewan McGregor in there?
That would be a bit odd.
See, but I wouldn't think that they would do that because he stayed in the light side his whole life. And yes, he came back to the light side before he died. But it is kind of that tribute to who he truly was, going back to having him be young.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you're hitting the nail on the head for me.
I actually have a thing with that, which George Lucas and Dave Filoni talked on this. Anakin never felt that he switched sides. So pretty much throughout the entirety of it, whether he was Anakin or Vader, he was the same person. It wasn't until Luke showed up at the end of Return of the Jedi and switched him that he realized, I messed up. So that's So honestly, I don't think Anakin was truly a Jedi until he threw Palpatine down the vent.
Okay.
That's my opinion. So though they're probably not going to switch back to the original version of it with Sebastian Shaw, but I would like it if they did. Or at least make the robes look better on Anakin, make it look
We
more
have the ability to do better CGI at this point.
Yeah.
Right. No, I get that, and I think Ben, I think I agree with you. I think that's a fair assessment of things. I don't think that he really had even realized where he was at or what he had done until he redeemed himself there at the end. So
I mean, anyone who watched the Clone Wars realizes that Anakin was not a great person. Like, he did amazing things, but Anakin also did some really messed up stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I gotta say, he was obviously always flawed, and that's what I love about him. But throughout the original trilogy, on that first two movies, you can see the conflict within him. He feels guilty.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I feel so. I think he always knew he was on the wrong side. I just think he felt he was too far gone.
And I feel like too, we're gonna get more of that explanation with the Obi-Wan show. Like,
cannot wait.
I feel like we're gonna get
excited.
more of that transition between 3 and 4
mm-hmm.
From his turn to being full Vader. Like, there's a lot of emotional aspect into that.
And to your point there, Kathleen, that's one of the reasons why I loved the Clone Wars series so much, the animated series, is because there was so much.
Me so happy.
Yeah, there was so much more being explained about Anakin. Even though, sure, they brought in Ahsoka, and originally, I think at first she was more of a prop than anything, but then that helped also develop Anakin's character and help us understand who and what he was that interaction.
Wait, quick, serious question. Now, what the argument? I'm sorry, I kind of looked away for a second. I missed it. So the Anakin thing isn't like he was fully bad. Is that what the argument is?
He never really understood what he did.
Right.
Yeah.
Some people feel that he. Well,
no. So to be fair, he did horrible things. I did say that he did horrible things.
No, I get what you guys are saying. How do you measure what Anakin did, whether it's bad or good? Because he does return to the Force side with the Jedi. I'm just saying
I'll just repeat this quote.
But
Take it
also,
up.
if you
The
look
goodness
at,
within a man cannot be measured by what he does in one moment in time.
That's very fair. That is a very good argument. But guess what, kids?
Yeah, he did kill kids. You know that it.
but
But
also,
he actually-
if you look at the comment that John put up, that Anakin didn't leave the Jedi abandoned Anakin.
Yeah, you know what Jedi didn't abandon him?
They were right there.
I am all for the argument of Anakin redeems himself, but this tells you right here that's an evil
And
mother.
remember, he killed the
I
same
said
people
he was
kids
bad.
too. Like he killed he loved killing kids.
You know, but
Lots of kids. He even tried to kill his own.
Yeah.
yeah, but what man can truly say that he wouldn't kill the people that killed his mom and tortured their mom?
Oh yeah.
You know, I don't see the sand people argument is that strong as far as relatability goes.
You know, that Anakin was not a good person.
No.
He did great things, but he was
He
not
was-
a good person.
There was a lot of
I don't think that means he was a bad person, though.
No, you could be in between, but
Good
No,
people
there's-
do bad things sometimes, and
Yeah.
bad people do good things. He was a fictional.
There was a that's a whole, I think that topic right there is a whole nother episode where you could deep dive the mental instabilities of
Right,
Anakin
I will get out my
Skywalker.
developmental psychology textbook, and we can dive into Anakin's health issues.
But his mental health was all over the board
Yeah.
throughout the
just from being taken by Qui-Gon, we can do a 4-hour episode of the trauma that instilled in Anakin from that very moment.
Yeah,
right.
Not to
Even
mention
just
the
being on-
rest of it. Just
Right.
that one thing.
Oh my God.
and his whole time of being
The
with the
youngling
Jedi, being
pig.
told he's not good enough, he's not going to do well, he's never going to. He's constantly berated into being a terrible human being.
Not only that, but in the things
agree.
that he is good at, he's constantly just like, you're too young. You still have much to learn. And it's like, okay, but I see the little icon of the kids in the corner there.
Yeah, that's throwing me. That's throwing
didn't
me.
realize
I can't
that
keep a
for a
straight face
second.
now.
All right. Anyway, enough on that.
All right, so that could be a whole another topic, a whole nother thing that we could dive into. But let's go ahead and move on, just because we're going to be running out of time here before we get to too much longer. I'm going to skip ahead a couple.
It's
I'm
a
gonna
whole
say-
other show, Mick. It's gonna happen.
That's
We
right.
should put up a trigger warning of just kids.
So let's skip ahead, and we're going to abandon that topic just for a minute, so Mick can hold off on the sad-looking child photo. But let's jump to point number 5, which is the viewing order. So there's I don't
We're skipping over the other one.
We're not talking about the aim.
I
We're
wasn't
not
going
talking
to
about
talk.
Stormtroopers aim.
I wasn't going to talk
I-
about the stormtroopers.
I
aim.
do have
think-
one more quick point about Anakin to
Yeah,
the
fire away.
dark side. He probably would not have killed those kids if they did not refer to him as Master Skywalker, because that was a sore spot.
Yeah.
They would have been totally fine if they just said Anakin.
And they, never mind. I'm going to shut up.
All right,
Anyway,
we'll go to the next one.
all right, so let's talk about the viewing order. So I didn't realize that there was a different way to watch Star Wars, or that there's a way that you should watch Star Wars or could watch Star Wars other than numerical order. 1 through 9.
Wrong.
Yeah, chronological as far as story goes.
So
I think you can't go wrong there.
But I
But-
mean, both are valid. Both chronologically by release date and chronologically by story are accurate. And
Yeah, because they're self-contained stories for the most part.
right.
Especially based on the trilogy. Uh-oh.
One argument about that in order, though, you should probably watch 4, 5, 6 first so you don't see all the child murder.
I mean, you'll still see it though.
I was thinking how nice it was to have a producer in the back and hitting all the buttons for me. So that and then I thought maybe not Mick. No. Not
Yeah.
Mick.
or maybe Mick because it's still
Or maybe
entertaining.
Mick because it's still fun. Love you, buddy. But
Ooh.
yeah, so there's a couple. Okay, so let's see.
The
Well,
one
that's
that,
interesting.
Jason just posted
That
there.
hurts my brain, Jason.
Yeah,
Why are we watching 3 twice?
I'll
I
need to
don't
take
know.
5.
That might have been
to
a
process
that might have been a
that.
glitch, but
Well, just because 3 is fantastic, but
Oh, well, there we go.
Yeah.
other than
there we go.
the children
4
murder.
and 5. 2, 3, 6.
What?
That's actually the order in which I was told to watch it by my cousin, who is a huge Star Wars fan. It's you get the first 2 big chunks of Star Wars,
Now I get it.
and then you learn who Vader really is, and then you see the backstory as to how it
Oh.
happened, and then the conclusion to the story. It's an interesting watch.
I mean,
If you
the
don't
throw-
know what I would not say to watch
sorry.
that the first time,
Right.
because it's
Interesting.
really confusing.
But I mean,
But-
you can just throw episode number 1 after 5, though.
Yeah, but everyone kicks that
Or-
out because though it is necessary to like overall story, it's not
It's
necessary for this
terrible.
viewing order.
Or we take Rogue One and just pretend. I mean, not Rogue One, but Phantom Menace, and pretend it didn't happen. So,
Is that bad to you?
you know what? It's honestly my least favorite Star Wars movie.
Yeah.
Agreed.
I would be so much more on board with Phantom Menace. Like I said earlier, if Jar Jar Binks was Darth Jar Jar, everything that there's so many rumors out there
Made
about
way more sense than Palpatine.
It
Yeah.
all leads up. It all
Somehow
connects.
Palpatine returned.
oh Jesus.
Somehow.
But if you're watching the end of Phantom Menace, to me it makes more sense for him to be this hidden secret person, that the danger thing, that's getting into the Jedi Order and around the Jedi Order, instead of Palpatine being the Phantom Menace of the Senate. And I just think that there's just so much more of a story there. And like I said, there's so many rumors and things about what episode 2 was supposed to be, and what it could have been. And I have no way to verify whether those are true. Ahmed Best, who played Jar Jar, has never really said one way or another. I don't think he can legally. But
When Disney's involved,
It's
who knows
also
what you can do legally.
yeah.
It's also the way that the community treated him after Phantom Menace and after the prequels. I would not blame him for
Definitely.
never speaking to another Star Wars fan.
And that being said, I'm a massive Star Wars fan. Ahmed Best, if somehow you're watching this, I'd love to talk to you.
I
I've
love
come-
Jar Jar. I would totally.
Here's the thing. I've actually
I do
come
too.
around, even though it's my least favorite movie, I have come around to respect Ahmed Best's performance in that and what he was trying to accomplish with the role he was given.
And that's
Oh,
the
yeah.
thing is with the content they were given, they did what they could with horrendous,
With what George wrote.
horrendous screenwriting.
They made gold.
I mean, it was the same thing with Hayden, where everyone was like, "Oh, he's a bad actor" and everything. I've seen tons of his other movies.
He's brilliant.
At no point have I been like, "Oh, there's Anakin Skywalker in the middle of Jumper" or something like
exactly. Thank
that.
you.
Like, no, he's a totally different person.
And that's
He
one of the
plays
reasons why I'm
Anakin
excited
that
for
way
him to come
because of
back.
George.
I'm excited for him to come back as in the
On-
Obi-Wan series.
You have no idea how happy that made me.
Oh,
when they're
I
just
cried.
like, he's back. I'm like,
Yeah, I cried. I teared up the moment
yeah.
I read that.
I think it means a lot to, and I hate to use the word, and please forgive me for even saying this to true Star Wars fans, but people who really just appreciate the series as a whole, and who aren't looking to tear it apart for this, it's not my story, how I didn't want to see it, and all that kind of stuff. I didn't like the protagonist. I didn't like the way she was written. I didn't like the way he was written. All this kind of stuff. But people who love the story for the story, who love the series for being the series, I think it means a lot to those of us who are fans in that respect, to see these people come back and have a chance to redeem themselves. And that's what I love about Ahmed Best's story, is that he's able to come back into Star Wars and be a Jedi. I can't remember the name of the show or the Jedi that he is right now. My brain just went, but he was on a children's show for Disney, and he got to be a Jedi. So if you could look that up, Kathleen, that would be fantastic. I can already see that you're doing it, so I just
Yes, you already did.
So I thought I'd make it a formal request, so it sounded like I was planning it.
Oh, yeah.
Keller
Like you
and
were
Beck.
calling the shots.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Keller and Beck. That's right. So, the simple fact that he was able to come back and redeem himself, and do a returning role, and I'm hoping that Hayden Christensen gets the same opportunity through Obi-Wan, and that we get to see him with quality writing and a quality, screenwriting opportunity to be the actor that I've seen in other movies.
Not just to be a hormonal teenage boy complaining about the fact that he doesn't like sand.
Yeah, with some really crappy wannabe Shakespearean love writing in episode 2.
Which, I mean, I don't disagree with him. Sand is terrible, and it does get everywhere.
Yeah. I mean, he wasn't wrong.
Nobody need to know that.
Exactly. It was
Especially
uncalled
not
for.
when you're flirting. Like, over the pandemic, me and my wife watched all of Star Wars, from Episode 1 through the Clone Wars, Revenge of the Sith, everything to the end. Every time we're having like a cute moment, we always jab at each other and just be like, "Do you feel the agony that I feel?"
Yes.
Just oh my god.
If you can't flirt with your spouse that way, then that's just that.
It's so funny.
You're not the one.
Right?
We always make fun of each other with like just jabbing each other with these horrible romantic quotes from Anakin.
If you're not flirting with Star Wars, you are not doing it right.
Which is so funny because when you watch the Clone Wars, Anakin is smooth.
Mm-hmm.
Like when I can't remember
He's a player.
the name of the planet. The Zygerians. When he's talking to the Queen and is suave and is like, but then you can tell that's an act because the moment he gets with Padme, he's the most awkward thing in the universe, and I love it.
Right? I half expect him to walk up to Padme and be like, "Hi, you're cute." So
you're pretty nice.
Yeah, you're pretty nice for a senator.
So,
imagine Anakin with like Kermit voice.
Oh my god!
Sorry, my brain just went there.
No, honestly,
to the original topic, though.
I know somebody who can make
we
that
should probably
happen,
talk
and I
about
would
that.
so love to hear that now.
Yeah,
there was an original topic.
Oh
my
god!
Well, in theory, there was an original topic
now.
Oh boy!
Wow, Mick.
I remember
anyway,
seeing all the like fan theories of Snoke being that kid from the Jedi Temple, and I'm just like, really?
I didn't know that was.
I had actually
there.
I had not heard that.
Yeah, there's a whole thing where people like
Okay,
take the
then
kid's face and then
we're
Snoke's
having
face.
them back, and we're continuing this another night. Like that needs to happen.
That's if you guys are willing to endure this another night.
Absolutely.
I mean,
They weren't using Star Wars. They don't.
I like how he's like,
anything else
well,
to do.
let me think about it.
Hang out with cool people and talk Star Wars. I'm
I have
really
to check my
gonna-
calendar,
yes,
though.
please.
You know, I'm a pretty busy man. I'm in.
Oh,
But
what was
I would
gonna
say with viewing order, first time Star Wars watcher, you have somehow avoided watching Star Wars. Watch them in the chronological according to release date.
Absolutely.
Go with how they were originally portrayed.
Yeah.
Watch them through 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
After that, it's up to you.
Okay.
I still wish I would have seen it. I mean, I do remember it from episode 1, 2, 3, then 4, 5, 6. Because I think I did. My father did play me the original trilogy, but I have no memory of them whatsoever. But I do remember watching the prequel trilogy in theaters.
Yeah, and I remember watching the prequel trilogy in theaters too. After growing up with 4, 5, 6, because my parents loved them. I mean, my mom will say that she didn't. She watched them because my dad did and my brothers did, but she still quotes them, so I know she loves them.
Yeah.
But 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3. I haven't actually seen 9 yet.
We'll talk about that the next time we're on.
That's a hot topic.
But I do have one. Oh,
no, I just wanted to say we're kind of getting on time.
Yeah,
I did want to ask real quick if you guys go around and just like say what your favorite scene from Star Wars is. I'll start.
Should have seen that coming.
You know who didn't see it coming?
Yeah. Oh my god.
Oh,
Okay, so in that,
Should have seen that
can you
coming too.
show that picture again, Mick. The second one, the zoom up on its face. I can see the Snoke thing now.
yeah,
I mean, the eyes and like the forehead. It's kind of like, what are we going to do?
I can kind of see it now.
he shouldn't have said master. That's what got him. He said master.
probably
Sore
so.
topic. But
All right, so just
Favorite
real quick,
scene.
because we're only about 5 minutes left in our little shtick here. Just real quick, we don't have time to go into discussion about it, but I do want to know, what is your favorite Star Wars movie?
Revenge of the Sith.
Excellent, good choice.
I would definitely agree for the memes, but for more what it means to me is Return of the Jedi, which
Okay.
with Mick's like favorite scene, hands down throughout all of Star Wars, it's Luke throwing down his lightsaber in front of the Emperor and saying no.
Yeah,
Like that hits hard.
Mhm.
Literally just thinking about it, I got a chill down my back thinking about it. So,
Mhm.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I get that. Okay,
I would-
Kathleen, what's yours?
It's a close
Episode
tie.
9?
Close tie between Revenge of the Sith and Rogue One
I'll
Both
allow
good
it.
choices.
for totally different reasons. But
those
It's
are my
a
three favorites.
close tie.
So we need to do like 5 more episodes so we can get into every single thing that we just
Dude,
had
I'm always down for a deep dive on Star Wars. Absolutely.
And we
Just
just keep
we can even go
we
into
can
the
just
pop
keep
culture
talking
aspects
after
of
that.
it more.
exactly. No, we'll definitely have you guys back, and we'll definitely talk about some more Star Wars. Very much enjoyed this. So just for because I feel like I got left out, and I want to share mine.
Yeah.
We all know what it is.
What is it, Kathleen?
You'll hope.
Nope. Empire Strikes Back.
Amazing.
You did that on purpose.
I did.
No, but Empire Strikes Back always has been. It's my all-time favorite movie. It's not just my favorite Star Wars movie. It's my all-time favorite movie. If I'm going to sit down and watch a Star Wars movie, it's going to be Empire Strikes Back every single time.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And to me, I just want to say real quick, the reason for why Revenge of the Sith is my favorite film, Star Wars film, it's not because of the memes. It's because of that
Are you sure?
exchange between Obi-Wan and Anakin when he's burning in Mustafar.
Yeah.
That's just heartbreaking to me.
God.
And the whole emotional turmoil during the whole film, that's what does it for me.
Mm-hmm.
No, that dude gets messed with even more so in that movie.
It-
All right, cool. All right, so real quick, where can people find out more about you and what you're doing? Let's start with Ben. Ben, how about you?
I am on TikTok at Hearty_healer. That's about it right now, and I'm working on a whole bunch of other stuff in the background. So
Cool.
you find me on TikTok.
Excellent. He's got a cool TikTok channel. You guys will like it. Make sure you go to TikTok, Hearty_healer. All right, Richard, how about you?
Well, I'm at Rayleigh_ on almost everywhere, or Rayleigh _ing when people just take the name from me. But I do TikTok content on basically every fandom out there. I host the Fellowship of Fandoms podcast, where we delve deeper into all your favorite fandoms. And I just started Twitch streaming video games. So you can find me, where to find me, Rayleigh _. And
All right, cool.
thank you for
I'm
having me
actually
here.
going to go look you up right now.
I
Yeah.
appreciate that.
So, and just a quick plug for our most recent release of the podcast. A new episode came out today.
So one of your credits is playing Gotham City's own Clown Prince of Crime, who I happen to love. In case
Yes, I see the picture behind your head.
Yeah, that's with voice
Wow.
actor Richard Epcar. He does the voice of Joker on DC's Injustice games and a whole bunch of other things. So he's a whole bunch of other DC properties. He's also Raiden from Mortal Kombat. A whole lot of things. I mean, the man has like 600 plus things on
somewhere
his
between
IMDb.
600 and a million.
Yeah, somewhere in there. But you can find us on YouTube as Funny Science Fiction, and of course your favorite audio podcast destination as well. So you can listen to it, or you can watch it, and you get to watch us geek out a little bit more as he does his impressions, and you can replay the Joker laugh a couple different times. It's fun. So
That's huge.
Replay the Joker laugh and me giggling about it maniacally afterward because
Exactly.
Joker.
Yeah.
all right, but we also go live every Monday night on Facebook and YouTube at 7 p.m. Eastern. You can come join us. We have some awesome, fun conversations, and we have new episodes, pre-recorded episodes every Friday morning for your listening and viewing pleasure. So thanks a lot, guys. We've had a lot of fun, and thank you, Richard and Ben, for coming on. And we're definitely going to have you guys back. This has been an awesome hour.
Thank you for having me.
Love you guys. Bye.
On behalf of the rest of the hosts of Funny Science Fiction, we'd like to thank you for listening to this episode. If you'd like to be a guest on one of our future episodes, please contact us by means of our Facebook group, Funny Science Fiction. You can find us on Twitter or Instagram using the handle @FunnySci-Fi, or you can go to DraytonAllen.com and click the Contact Me link at the bottom of the page. Thanks again. Hope you enjoyed the episode.
Whoa! What's going on, everybody? So we're running a little bit behind, but we're still on it. We still have Perfect 10 coming up real quick, and they're going to talk about the worst movies list, their top 10 worst movies list.
Yep. Thank you again, Funny Sci-Fi. Remember to keep sharing and donating for the MILBY'S. And now, without further ado, it's Perfect 10.
No, it's not yet. That's why I wasn't
there
yet.
I thought we were doing a thing.
I don't know. We weren't doing a thing.
We weren't doing a thing?
You were doing a thing.
Well, fuck it. We'll do it live.
We'll bring them on in just a second. But we do have some spots. I got to get to another recording real quick, and then right after, we're going to get right to
Good morning, good evening. How you guys doing? It's the real Pyro Johnson. I'm on set of my new music video for my album that's coming out next month. I'm just here to ask everyone out there that's watching to donate to Nicole and Robbie's medical bills. Coming from Compton, California, it's hard to get the support. So I'm just asking you guys out there to support them as we all will support every single one of you. I just want you guys to just show love, and I'm looking forward to hopefully meeting every single one of you that watch this. That would be the dream. Also, shout out to Jason Taylor. You're amazing. Let's just make this happen, guys. Come on, let's donate. Let's do it. All right, love you all like play cousins.
Hey, well, here goes the Perfect 10.
Whoa! Just there we go. I was gonna say, holy Toledo, that was a little close. I was gonna say it's a good thing I shaved.
Busy at work.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the evolution of any and all top 10 list shows. This is the Perfect 10. My co-host, Equality, Mr. The Man. In fact, I was actually looking forward to that nice long name that may have been up this evening. Mr. Clint Alexander. I am George Grayshaw, and together we will bring you every Sunday night back on track, 9 to 10 p.m. Yeah, Jason.
We already got a spot for you.
Yeah.
Already, Jason.
Oh, yeah. It's definitely coming. We have evolved the Perfect 10. And tonight, wow, we may have made friends. We may be making some enemies. This is our movies we turn around and we've seen and have deemed as the worst movies on our top 10. So this will be the Perfect 10 for movies, worst movies we have seen. And I have a very weird feeling Mick and the Madman are really itching on that button and may pop in every once in a while just to argue.
Oh, ready to fight.
It's weird. Yeah, I was gonna say it's kind of weird because I don't have the mute controls. It's kind of like, man, this is. Oh.
George, can't do nothing.
Oh. Oh man, it's already starting. Yes, Doug, I did turn around and I did get your list. Doug from Dueling Aces has also submitted a 10 list too. And definitely for you folks out there who are watching, this is a full-blown interactive show. Yes. We definitely would love to turn around and hear what your worst movies are that you guys have seen. You know,
if you agree, disagree.
Yep. That's what we're here for. That's right. That is what we are here for. And it's like I said, if all of a sudden we're muted, that's Mick and the Madman. They're just like, nope, these guys are out to lunch. So let's kick this bad boy off with number 10. Clint, what do you got, man?
All right, number 10. So usually when I do any type perfect 10 list, I try to put a movie on there that has like a lot of interesting background. Now, I haven't seen this movie, but a lot of people that I talked to said that this movie sucks. He's one of the greatest actors of all time. It budget was 24 million, 5 at the box office. It starred Bill Cosby, and when the star of a movie,
It's Ghost Dad. It's Ghost Dad. It's got to be Ghost Dad.
It's Leonard Part 6.
Oh,
when a man himself publicly tell you, don't watch this movie because it's a waste of money. But the one thing I liked about it is that he won 3 Razzies for worst actor, picture, and screenplay. He said he wanted to be made out of 24 karat gold and Italian marble and had Fox pay for all 3 of them. Like, if I'm gonna lose, I gotta come out them pockets.
That is crazy. Jason Ghost? Really?
I never seen that one.
Ghost? Oh, wow.
I probably shouldn't see that one.
That's very...
Cosby said he got the inspiration for the movie
after watching
Ghost
Rambo.
Dad.
He said
yeah, that movie sucked too. Yeah.
Okay, he said Ghost Dad.
Ghost Dad sucked.
Okay, yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, I was going to say, wow, there's other ones now all of a sudden. Boy, yeah, that should have made my list.
Hey, I got a question for you, though. You said Leonard Part 6 and Ghost Dad sucked. How many women do you think were drugged on the set of those movies?
Hey, we didn't have to pull no punches.
If you didn't say a perfect 10, then you have no idea.
To answer that question, they said that this was at the midst of the Cosby, so they said you couldn't tell Cosby nothing at that time. So I don't know.
Suds jumped on. Suds says the Ghostbusters remake with the women. Kaufman says Dumb and Dumber.
Second one?
Doesn't matter. I was going to say, the second one? Ugh. The first one was tough enough to get through. Mine is G.I. Joe Retaliation.
Is that the one with The Rock?
Yeah. Bingo. Exactly.
You could have put Doom up there for the Rock movie too, wasn't it? Doom or Doom?
Yeah, the Doom. Yeah, the video game attempt. Yeah, but G.I. Joe Retaliation. It's like, I'm sorry, you killed off Duke, who is the premise of all G.I. Joe, and you went with making The Rock the lead. No, no, sorry. Have a nice day. Adios. No, too much Rock. No, I could not believe. I was in shock in the first 5 minutes of this movie. I said, wow, really? So we have to deal with him the whole movie, and there's no Duke giving the orders or anything? Yeah. No, sorry. Bye. You're out. See ya.
Yeah, that was a bad movie too, though.
Just annihilating.
Number 9.
What is happening? Dumb and Dumber is a classic. Jason, that was not on my list. That was on Doug Kaufman's list. Not on my list. It did not make mine.
It didn't make mine either.
Wow, Sud said Tooth Fairy with The Rock. That one was close to hitting this list. I didn't even want to give it an acknowledgement like The Pacifier.
That's because that was a Disney movie, so that was geared more towards.
Yeah.
Like kids, so.
Right.
Number 9. Oh, my fault.
Yeah, go. Yep.
Okay, number 9, I kind of cheated on this one. I've just put movies. I just listed a bunch of movies that had athletes in them. Like Kazam. No. Any Shaq movie after Blue Chip sucked. Sucked that he was in. And then Simon Says. I've seen all these movies, unfortunately. Simon Says with Dennis Rodman.
Okay.
And then apparently I was watching the 30 for 30. I guess Brian Bosworth was an actor after his playing career was over. So I looked it up. They said he did 15 low budget films, including a Christian drama.
You could not name me one of them.
Stone Cold.
Stone Cold.
I see. Hey, we know who would.
Stone Cold.
We
Oh,
know.
I know.
We know who's going to drop in and give us.
Austin 316. That's
That's awesome.
And by the way, you guys are just wrong. Athletes in films. Space Jam: A New Legacy.
Oh no, some of them were good. Yeah.
Whoa!
I didn't see the new Space Jam Legacy. Don't.
No. I'm sorry. Yeah. Oh wow, he muted me. Wow, he knew I was about to bash it. Bryce even said, when Bryce turns around and says LeBron James should stick to playing basketball because his acting career should never get started.
I didn't see the new one yet.
Save yourself the 90 minutes. Save yourself.
Alrighty. Yo, number 9, sir.
Doug's got Howard the Duck at 9. That's a very old school one.
It might be BC.
It's BC. It's totally BC.
Yeah.
Forgive me, for folks who don't know, BC means before Clint. Clint is a 90s baby, so anything before the 90s, yeah, if you hear the reference,
It's BC if I never seen or heard of it.
Yep. And if it's BG, then that means it's definitely before the 70s. So we've got it covered on both ends. My number 9, this is not going to make any popularity contest. I'm not winning any of these.
Oh, LeBron like he was reading coupons for SNL.
Wow. That is so true. Pop culture addict. That is.
Wow.
Wow. That. Well played. Well played.
When I watch the movie, I'm gonna be looking. That's what I'm looking for.
Well played. Well played. Yes.
I'm looking on
well
cards. That's
played.
bad.
Let me borrow that. That was well played. My number 9 is Hitch with Will Smith. Will Smith should have just said no.
You ain't like Hitch?
No, I'm burning a chick flick here. This one, yep. Yeah,
Let's be honest though. If you were the dude, was you really watching Hitch for the movie, or was you just watching it for Eva Mendes?
I think that was kind of the thing. I think that's why they put Eva Mendes in it, is so that the guys would watch the movie. Because it was just, I mean, no. Oh, geez, really? Oh, God. Oh.
It do look like he reading off something.
It is. It is. It totally is.
Yeah, see pop culture that sad face. Like, Hitch was a good movie. Yeah, it's one of the rare Kevin James good movies.
I was gonna say Kevin, and I think that's it just irks it. It's like I'm just not a big Kevin James fan.
Get him out of here. Get him out of here, coach. Get him out of here.
God. Oh man. Oh.
Man, you know, for a good start.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Independence Day 2 sucked. Yeah.
I have not seen it, and I think I'm saving myself.
Don't waste your time to watching that one.
Yeah, I think I've saved myself the headache. So, yeah.
If we get LeBron James,
that's what we're using every time we're kind of astonished by what you're saying.
If you look, bring that picture back up. Look at LeBron's eyes and Bugs Bunny's eyes. They mirror each other.
Oh, yeah. But I figure every time you say something that's like, wow, I can't believe he said that, I'll put this up. And then when we're on Funny Science Fiction, it'll just be this.
I love it.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
It feels good that you got that, I think, before me.
It's great. Oh, my God. Suds, you're just blocked now. You're blocked as our show count. Get out of here. Oh, man.
Oh God.
Oh. Let's get on to number 8.
Number 8. This movie was so bad it kind of left the future of a series in doubt after they made it.
Uh-oh.
Grossed it good. It's the lowest grossing movie in the series at only $158 million. That's Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift.
Huh.
Bow Wow. No Paul Walker, no Vin Diesel, no Michelle Rodriguez. Your lead was Bow Wow. And Lucas Black, who is now on NCIS New Orleans, which, yeah. Movie's up.
I'll give you Bow Wow out of that a little bit because it was rough. His character was rough. I did like the storyline twist to this movie, though, because there was no Vin Diesel. It was like, can it actually survive without Vin Diesel, Paul Walker? And I thought, for how they needed to turn around and set that up, I thought it actually did pretty good. Now, to what they did with those characters going into Fast 9, somebody needed to be smacked. Somebody totally needed to be smacked. I'm sorry.
The good thing from this movie was we got Han. He was in Tokyo Drift.
Yeah,
This is the first time we got introduced to Han in the Fast and the Furious series.
No, Han's in the first one.
This is where we knew more about him, though. Like,
but
he
yeah.
was just like a recurring what's the name in the first one, really. This one we finally found more about Han, who he is.
Fast 9 is great. George needs to go to a timeout.
Dang, Lord.
I'm not disagreeing about Fast 9. I think Fast 9
Haven't done made a move of Vin Diesel.
Don't talk about Groot that way.
Pop culture is really hitting them on right now. No, I'm sorry, but I think Fast 9 is John Cena's best acting performance to date. If you really want to know the truth about Fast 9. I mean, that's my opinion. Which, by the way, all these lists are just our own opinions and are in no way any reflection back on Mick or the Madman or the Scene Snobs.
Yes.
Or the Three Geeks, by the way. Which I mean,
some of them reflect.
We don't really care if people hate us for it.
It's fine.
We're okay with it.
But no. Number 8, Doug has The Thing with Two Heads. I cannot say I've seen that one.
John Cena should play Ernest. He has the face. Ernest takes steroids. It would be great.
Oh, wow. Jason, that's cold-shouldered. Cold-shouldered. But you know what? That's funny.
That's the thing.
Yeah, there you go. Suds in with Superman 3 with Richard Pryor. That one everybody ramps on pretty bad. My number 8 though is what's worse than one Jean-Claude Van Damme, but John trying to play John, making it double impact. Oh man.
I have not seen that one, so I can't speak on that one.
I was going to say, for as much as Jason Taylor likes Jean-Claude Van Damme,
that is one of the greatest Jean-Claude Van Damme movies of all time.
Here we go.
And it's the only one that I will allow because I must crush Jason and his love of JCVD at any chance. I must disagree with you on this one. Unfortunately, George, we disagree.
Oh, yep. There's Jason. Okay, seriously, you need to go. What's better than one Van Damme? All the Van Dammes. No. Oh my God! I told you I'm not making any friends tonight with this list.
Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Pop culture agrees.
A
Hey.
racist millionaire shaves his head from dying, so it's attached to a
It's a
black man.
70s flick. Okay, so it must be BG as well as BC.
Oh wow, that
Yeah.
doesn't sound like it sucks.
Yeah, no kidding. All right. Well, let's slide into 7.
All right, number 7. It sucks putting this one on the list because being a 90s baby, this show came out in 2005, so it was a show that I love. They tried to make a movie about it, and the movie sucked. Despite that, it's the 4th highest grossing Nick film of all time. And that's The Last Airbender, which came out in 2010. Now, this movie, basically, bad graphics, bad acting, bad plot holes. They whitewashed it. The characters are supposed to be Asian, but they didn't go outside the Asian race, so they just hire white people to play Asian people. Which, like, yeah, they planned a trilogy for this movie, but because this movie sucks so bad, they canceled the trilogy. Even though they are remaking Avatar, then instead of making it an animation movie, I think on Netflix. And they also won 5 Golden Raspberry Awards out of 9 nominations. So,
Damn.
yeah, that movie sucked.
Yeah.
And that hurts me as a 90s baby. That's one of my favorite shows. That was in an hour with Daddy Phantom and all that. That was a good show.
And don't you hate when they do that?
Yeah.
You make a movie of your
Try to make a
favorite.
movie out of something good and then it sucks.
Yeah, totally destroy it. Suds brings up the Masters of the Universe. Oh, dear. It was bad all the way around. 100%. Jason brings up The Last Night, M. Night Shyamalan. I was going to say, does anything that Shyamalan does, is any of it any good? I mean,
I think Shyamalan was in that.
I am not a horror movie person. I will be the first person to tell you they put me to sleep. It's like if I need something to just make me pass out and go to sleep, turn on a horror movie. I'll be out in 5 minutes.
I love horror movies, man.
I just can't.
I love them. Even if the black person the most of them died first, I still love them.
Jesus.
It's a trend. It's not a stereotype. It's true.
Well, I was gonna say, let me take.
It can't be last.
Oh my God, Mick is finding them all. Holy cow! I did see Halloween H2O, and LL Cool J makes it through.
You seen the bad one.
Boston makes it through in the next one. He kicks his ass.
That's 2. Okay, that's 2 of them. But historically,
all right, this just turned into the perfect 10 black characters who survived horror movies. This is where.
I mean, if I remember correctly, did Brandy survive in both of the?
Brandy survived, and I still know you did last summer.
I still know you did last summer in both of them. She
Wow.
survived. She almost died in the first one, but she survived.
Listen, we can go over it's
Gotta play
like
hero.
perfect 10 black characters that survived in horror movies, or perfect 100 because they have killed so many black characters in horror movies. I'm not defending this.
Madman's like, what?
Madman heard that and he's like, I'm out.
Casey just went, whoa, wait a minute, and backed up out of the room. That was awesome. Casey, that was timing right there, man.
We died first in the horror movie.
Oh, man.
It's okay, though.
Right? Oh.
The camera guy from Scream 2 survived. He ran away.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
All right. Doug's number 7 was Barbarella. Okay. For me, my number 7, and this one's going to be an unpopular or maybe popular, don't know. Star Trek Generations. I'm sorry to say, I did not need a film that had and was forced to connect William Shatner, Captain Kirk, to Captain Picard. I did not need it. I did not ask for it.
You done fucked up now.
Oh,
I
God.
did not want it. I could have basically the proper way for Generations, and what my thought on how Generations, when you actually think of that word,
Worst of all time is not the worst of all time.
The new Star Trek, when they did the reboot and they had the Spock to Spock, that is a Generations, and I think that should have been the appropriate title for that.
Before I unleash the hound,
sure.
I want to just say, George, your comments during this time have single-handedly shut down the GoFundMe to the point where everybody is just sort of given up, and we still have 3 hours left.
No, it's not anywhere near what's happened. Don't mind him; he's being outrageous.
Yeah, I was going to say we're up to 5 people watching. Are you kidding?
We're cruising along. Are you kidding?
Or more than we've ever had.
Although the whole Generations thing is a bit problematic, considering
There it is.
it did bring in, one of the greatest casts with other great members of a classic cast. So all I'm saying is, if you got to talk about Star Trek, be wary, because there's nothing weak about any Star Trek movie for all time.
Let George's head right now.
Listen, all of the other Star Trek movies I have no issues with. I did not need a connection.
Fair. No, I get it. You didn't need one. Other people did. Some of us loved it, and I got Malcolm McDowell in it, and the Klingon sisters again. So Lursa and B'Etor.
So you don't think
it's awesome?
But you don't think like in a sci-fi movie that is a great connection? I will tell you, I know great connections in sci-fi movies. That lightsaber connecting with his head.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, I was going to say, Jason says worst of all time. It's not the worst of all time. Sud says he hates to say it, but Star Wars with Jar Jar. Yeah.
Everybody always compared them all the time. I assume that you probably eventually would have went that route in making a movie that links them both.
JJ Trek, bring it. Hey, like I said, the JJ Treks are better. Let's kick it to the 6-pack.
Number 6.
What you got?
Highest grossing female superhero movie until it got passed by Wonder Woman.
Uh-oh.
I mean, how do you mess up Halle Berry in the cat suit?
Yes.
How you mess up Halle Berry in the cat suit fighting Sharon Stone? How you mess that up? They messed it up bad.
Yeah, I think I completely just ignored the plot every time I watched this because
just watch Halle Berry with the cat suit on. That's all it was. Like,
I don't have a problem with that.
The movie.
I don't have a problem.
Halle Berry.
Yeah, that's. I mean, hey.
These movies gross though. This movie grows 82 minutes, probably because it was Halle Berry in the cat suit.
Mm-hmm. In leather, yes. Hey, it's just it's a man's personal preference. A woman in leather, I'm there. Okay, no problem.
Going to be there.
No problem. I have no problem at all. Halle Berry in an X-Men suit. Yeah, I'm there. No problem. No problem at all. I'm good. I'm sorry. Was there a story? Oh, I must have missed the story. Sorry.
But yeah, I had to put Catwoman on there.
That was Doug's number 6 too.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, Doug's got Catwoman down as number 6 as well.
Oh.
Sud says Supergirl from the 80s was worse.
Who?
Supergirl from the 80s was worse.
That's definitely BC.
Yeah. It was I I mean, I guess they were trying to, just link up as far as Superman and Supergirl. My number 6 is Star Wars: The Last Jedi. Specifically, I guess more of the piece that I don't know why it got written this way or whose bright idea this was, but it just pretty much ruined the whole Star Wars aspect for me when Princess Leia gets blown up off the bridge and then is like totally unharmed and flies back to the ship. I just said, I'm out. Really?
Away.
Yeah. I told Kelly, I said, I'm surprised that, if Kelly and Bryce were with me, I would have walked out. I'm like, no, that is not what it's for. That is not what this is for. So, I said, that's the worst one for me.
She uses the Force.
She uses the Force. If she used the Force, the ships that were going to blow her up, she would have turned around and moved them or something and made them crash into each other. Sud says Life of Pi. Mick, Casey, enlightenment on the Life of Pi?
He said he didn't get it.
Sud says he just didn't.
Yeah, there's a guy in a boat with a tiger. It was pretty awesome.
Won awards.
Award winning. Yeah.
Seriously?
Oh, guy in a boat with a tiger?
A guy in a boat with a tiger?
Jesus! That movie grossed $600 million.
Yep. It's pretty rad.
God.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Great acting.
The guy is in a boat with a tiger.
What more do you need?
By himself? Yeah. And that's it?
Yeah.
It don't matter. He's in a boat with a tiger.
They're in a cargo ship. In the movie, they're in a cargo ship. The cargo ship gets like blown up or something, or it gets like capsized or wrecked or something. And he's on a lifeboat, and he it's his only source because everybody else is dead, and there's nothing else. But a tiger from the circus being transported is in the boat, and so like he just has to like kind of be on the boat with this tiger, and they kind of they bond. It's a movie.
I was gonna say, and there's no other food, I'm assuming, on this boat, and Tiger Man. Okay, that's interesting.
Tiger with a boat.
Sud says there was no tiger. Oh, wait a minute. I was gonna say CGI. Duh.
Looking it up.
No, sorry, just getting some personal family news. Okay. All right, but everything. My brother's just messaging me. Apparently, something's just happening, and everything's okay. Okay.
We'll fill in, dude. We'll fill in if you need to take a break.
No, my brother just turned around. He says he happened to talk to my dad earlier on. So everything apparently is good at the moment.
Oh wow. You all right, man?
Yeah, no, we're good. We're good. He says everything looks normal, so we're okay. So that's why the Last Jedi is on my list at 6.
Number 5.
Wait a minute. The tiger wasn't real. It was in his mind? Hang on. Mick, get back in here. Hang on. So he was imagining the tiger, or was the tiger like really there? You're saying?
I haven't seen it since it came out. From what I remember, the tiger they finally reached land, and the tiger ran away into the woods, not the woods, like the jungle or wherever they were, and that was how it ended. And from what I remember, and it's all told through his older version of himself telling the story.
Huh.
Okay. And so I don't know. Maybe I missed something, or I'm forgetting something.
Well, it's not that uncommon that Suds could be having a bottle of wine, a glass of wine with watching the show. So it's all good.
Well, it's kind of left open from his point of view and him telling the story. From what I'm reading here, it's real to, like, when he tells the story, he's telling the story real. But when they talk to other characters in the book, I guess they say that it was imaginary. Like, how could anybody survive that?
Okay. Yeah, I was going to question it myself, because it's like, if there's tiger, young man on a boat, somebody's hungry, guess who's kind of surviving? I'm going to lay money down on the tiger.
Nah.
I'll take the tiger for $100.
I think the whole point was, like, the tiger and the boy realized, like, they kind of need each other to survive. Like, the tiger's not going to paddle the boat. You know what I mean? And so, like, they kind of, like, stayed away from each other, but, like, the kid had the paddle, and, like, he was, like, knocking the tiger back when he come near him and stuff like that.
Huh. All right.
I liked it. I just, I don't love it, but I liked it. It's worth watching, I think.
Okay.
So that movie grossed $600 million. Won a bunch of awards.
That's impressive. All right, let's get to the Power 5.
Okay, now number 5 might get me in trouble.
Oh, yeah.
You sound a little bit too excited about that.
I'm just waiting for Mick to get on. It's coming.
Well,
he put LeBron up in the corner above you. He's already anticipating.
Well, God, one of my another guy that I love from the movies he do. Some he just whiff on. Yeah, that's most of these Happy Madison movies Adam Sandler did. Jack and Jill, the one particularly. Like, I put Grown Ups 2. I didn't like Grown Ups 2. First one was okay. He shouldn't have made Paul Mall Cop 2. He should have left that one alone. Most Adam Sandler Happy Madison movies. Then what do you have one called The Ridiculous Six or something, I think? That one was horrible too.
Well, Happy Gilmore is like pretty much.
I said some.
Yeah.
Oh.
Happy Gilmore is like man card classic right there.
Uncle Jim was a good one, but that wasn't Happy Madison though.
True. Very true.
Did you freeze?
Doug says Squirm.
I don't know about the Squirm.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that one either.
Let's BC.
Well, Doug's got a couple on here that I definitely have not heard of, so I do not know.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah, Adam Sandler kind of had a run. I mean, he had these movies. He made a Joe Dirt 2, which he shouldn't have made. Then he made a movie. Then we had a movie called Pixels or something he made with Courtney Cox. He did a movie with Drew Barrymore.
Now, the Pixels movie was very interesting. I'm not going to say that one was a bad one. That was a very interesting take on. I mean, again, I think Kevin James is in that one too. Now that I think about it,
his thing is Kevin James and David Spade.
Yeah,
most of his movies.
Yeah. Squirm is Deadly Worms. It's a 70s again. Yep. You hit it on the head there, Clint.
Anything he did with Drew Barrymore was great.
Wasn't it Blended or something? I think he did with Drew Barrymore. No, I'm talking about not that one. He did
Blended, 50 First Dates, and Wedding Singer.
Oh, that's probably my favorite combo movie with them two. Wedding Singer.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my number 5 though.
Mine is Transformers: The Last Night.
Optimus Prime. Say that every time I hear Transformers.
The storyline is just bad. The way that they forced the Nemesis Prime.
Great, Jason. Yeah. A lot of people don't like.
Shut your mouth, Jason. Drew Barrymore is a national treasure, and I want her to be my best friend.
And she's one of my Facebook friends. So,
I'm finding her now. I want to be I don't want to date her. I don't want to hit on her or anything. I want to be best friends with Drew Barrymore. She looks like she would be a great friend to have.
Yeah.
That's all I got.
And she's also 48 years old because her birthday is same year as mine.
I bet you don't know that, Joe.
We old
Hey,
together.
Jane. How you doing, Gene?
And the other problem I had with the Transformers.
George, you ain't gonna say hi to Gene?
Hey, Gene. Sorry, I was reading back on my paperwork. Gene, you are never late. You are always on time. You are meant. You're like, what's that line from Lord of the Rings? A wizard is always meant to arrive when he arrives. Gene, when you arrive, you are always meant to arrive at that time. You are never late. You are always on time. It is good to see.
You're proud of that one, don't you?
Yeah. Yes. I
know. In your face.
No, getting back on that one, the other dumb, ridiculous part as well is Grimlock acting like a dog versus being one of the most powerful Transformers that they even had. It was just bad all the way around. So for that reason, that Last Night is on my list at 5. All right, let's get into the final 4, shall we?
Number 4. Glitter. Enough said. Mariah Carey, I'm sorry. Let's put it like this. She distanced herself from the movie. Everybody in the movie said it was bad. She said she felt she got sabotaged. It don't help that the soundtrack came out on 9/11. The movie dropped 10 days later. Later, the Brat said it was a flop. Terrence Howard said the experience with Mariah Carey was worth it. But he basically essentially said that the movie flopped. And the reason it got pushed back to September 21st is because she had a mental, physical breakdown, which pushed everything back. So she kind of hurt her own self in a way with promotion of the movie. But yeah, the movie sucked though. Yeah, and she also won a Razzie for Worst Actress in that movie.
Ooh. Yeah.
She said the movie got so bad. She said it took her a couple years for her to get her career back together. She said anybody around her, she said, refer to that movie as the G word. Don't even say the name. Can't even say the name of the movie.
I get it.
That's how bad that movie was. She went 20 years without singing a song off the soundtrack. I've seen a picture, and this I know it's an omen. They have a picture of the Twin Tower burning down. Behind, with the billboard in front of it was advertised for glitter.
Oh, that's cold.
Not an omen, then I don't know what it is.
That's cold. That is cold. Doug says Attack of the Killer Tomato Head. Again,
BC.
Never had interest to see it, so I know I have heard of
all
it.
these BC movies, man.
But I have heard of it.
Saving me, I guess, from watching some of these movies.
Right. My number 4 is Batman and Robin. This is
one Arnold Schwarzenegger and George Clooney.
You got it.
I don't know how you got 2 of the best actors ever, and they make movies.
Well, it's because WWE was writing the movie.
That's it.
Yeah, because that's exactly what it was. You put Arnold in this whole big old suit that he could barely walk around in. And I'm sorry, George Clooney is no Batman.
No, but it did give us bat nipples.
Yeah.
It
made every woman happy. It made every woman happy that's seen it.
Touche, man. Touche. Definitely. Yes, we did.
96 had a bad year worth of movies.
Yeah, that one was brutal.
That was a bad year worth of movies.
Let's kick in the final trio. What we got at 3?
Number 3. Once I ain't gotta say the name of the movie. You made a third movie and you took the movie out of Cleveland and put it in Minnesota.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get out of here with that. Should be ashamed of yourself, Major League. Should be ashamed of yourself.
Sud says Batman with Val Kilmer was worse. Not really. No, George Clooney crapped the bed.
Was awful.
That's why
was awful as Batman.
That's why they never bothered after that, Suds. It was just that bad. Clooney killed it. Clooney totally killed it. Yeah, Major League with
Back to the Minors, yeah.
No, Back to the Minors is just brutal. Good pick. Good pick.
That was going up there top 3 instantly. My top 3 was easy.
Yeah. Yeah. Jason agrees.
Yeah.
It's Ooh, he saw it in the theater.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Ooh, yeah. No.
I bet everybody riding for their money back when they finished watching that movie.
No
As soon as
kidding.
they found it wasn't in Cleveland no more, they're like, "Oh, we out of here. We want our money."
Yeah.
back.
I was gonna say, how many people did run back to the box? I'm sorry, there's something wrong with your movie. What? It sucks. Yeah. But don't worry, I've got one of those, and it's my number 1. My number 3, Mortal Kombat Annihilation. Horrible CGI.
Bad movie.
The animality should have
Also
been
in '96.
strictly to the video game. It was just bad. Even more bad martial arts. It was just, I mean, the storyline, the acting was.
Let's be honest, it's lazy. The movie came off as lazy.
Yeah, the first one was so much better, and then
They rested on their morals with
changed.
the first one and made lazy with the second one.
Yeah, and
I agree with Major about
changed
Major
all
League.
the characters.
Major League 2 is not is kind of nowhere good as Major League 1, 2, yeah.
Yeah, and outside of Katana and Liu Kang, you changed out everybody else. I'm like, nope, sorry, it just doesn't work that way. You can't sit there and make the sequel and have those characters, and you're literally going to change out everybody. It does not work. And
Never heard of that.
I don't. Suds, you shouldn't be swearing on Facebook.
Well, okay then.
Yeah. So yeah, it's god awful, absolutely awful. Doug's got Caligula.
Caligula.
Never heard of it.
I never heard of it either.
Mr. Madman, ever hear of that one?
I most certainly have. It was a fantastic movie with Malcolm McDowell and Helen Mirren, I believe, as well. It was about the Roman Emperor Caligula. And basically, it's just a disgusting, weird, awkward, almost softcore, hardcore pornography from like 78. Really uncomfortable for everyone. Weird group scenes. At one point, he like sacrifices people while they're doing it. It's just, no one needs it. It's fine. Let's move along.
See, this is
the ugly real quick.
I like this though, because having Casey is like having Zolt. You got the stats man right there. He's ready to go.
He dropped him fast.
I'm liking this. This is nice. I could get used to this. I could get used to this all day.
It has a lot of naked people. I don't think you want to see Helen Mirren naked. Like, how old is Helen Mirren? Like,
yeah.
So it's the porno.
Let me tell you what. In 1970, whenever it was, you definitely wanted to see Helen Mirren naked.
It came in 1970.
Super hot. Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay. That changes a lot of stuff now.
I'm sure there was a lot of cocaine and opioids.
Yeah, a lot of drugs.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Bad decisions.
Right. All right. Double deucing.
Number 2. This one pains me because it's another good actor who's up here for a bad movie. I love mafia movies. I love anything mafia. I love mobsters. I love Godfather. I love American Gangster. Anything mafia.
But
Gotti with John Travolta, Kelly Preston, and Stacey Keach. This movie sucked. You ain't seen Gotti before? Don't watch it.
I did not.
Don't watch it. Don't
I
watch
did
it.
not see it.
John
It was-
Travolta won Worst Actor. He won a Razzie for Worst Actor in this movie.
Damn.
Now, if you know anything about John Gotti, the Teflon Don, the guy that beat all these murder cases, this was the same dude that told his wife. He said, if I beat this case, I gotta go and beat the one in Brooklyn. If I beat that one, I'll be home in 3 months. If not, I'll be home in 30 years. Go fuck yourself. He said that to his wife. Wife. They made John Gotti look like a nice human being in this movie. That's not John Gotti at all. John Gotti, this the same guy that put his headquarters across the street from the police station.
Actually, that's a smart idea if you think about it. It's like hiding in plain sight.
That's what his goal was.
There are very few movies. Yeah.
Oh, it's cool with Travolta.
Look at Battlefield Earth, right? Wasn't it Battlefield Earth?
This wasn't one of them, unfortunately. This was
the L. Ron Hubbard Battlefield Earth, terrible.
Yeah, that one should have been on my. I was like, there's a lot that can make these lists. Don't get us wrong. Doug's got Reefer Madness at number 2.
Never heard that one.
It's a BC.
Of course, it's always been BC.
Doug's actually turned around and actually rewrote a whole script of that and wants to film it, and actually did.
So I said that was his next one.
So Doug actually did turn around and do it, and it's like it.
Our brother said we don't speak of Battlefield.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's like for reasons, of course. But yeah, Doug's version was just 100% better. My number 2, and this one's not going to make me any more friends either. I don't think.
Lord.
Yeah, this is brutal. But again, it's Martin Short, Steve Martin, Chevy Chase, the Three Amigos. Oh, I couldn't. I mean, I tried. I could not believe I had to sit there for so long going, God, can this movie hurry up and get over?
Like Three Amigos?
No, did not like the Three Amigos at all. Jason's like, get him out of here.
It was a good movie, man.
I
hated playing
not.
automobiles too, didn't you?
What's that?
No.
No, what'd you say?
I said you probably hated the movie with what's the name of it with John Candy?
Uncle Buck or Planes, Trains, Automobiles?
Yes.
Great Outdoors? Oh
Yeah.
no, those are
that one.
Those are great. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
No, we're good. We're good there. It just happens to be that one. We can't be friends. How dare you besmirch the Amigos? See, I knew.
Right.
I hope I make it up to everybody with my number 1. Trust me.
Well, my number 1.
Let's get on to our big dogs.
Yeah, let's run it out of here. My number 1.
We're about to get kicked out of here pretty fast.
You're about to get us kicked out of here pretty fast.
Yeah, I know.
My number 1 is my number 1 because the movie sucked, but the preview, the first one is one of my top 10 favorite movies of all time. That's Speed 2. I mean, you almost lost both your co-stars. One almost died in a motorcycle accident. Sandra Bullock almost drowned. One of the crew members had to get reconstructive face surgery when the cable snapped and sliced her face. You had to convince Sandra Bullock to come back to do the movie by paying her $13 million. And then Keanu Reeves went on to do The Devil Advocate, with gross $153 million, while your movie grossed $164, which was less than half what the original Speed made in the box office.
Yeah, that's agreed.
I'm mad at that movie. I've had to put it number 1.
Suds went with Wagons West with John Candy. Doug went Plan 9 from Outer Space. Again, haven't seen that one, so not sure. Madman, thoughts on that one?
classically known as one of the worst movies of all time. It's easy to call that one of the worst movies of all time, but I think we all know that Dances with Wolves is the worst movie of all time.
Not true.
Not true.
Wow. Oh man, he keeps going back to that. Oh, number one. My number one. Walked into Blockbuster Video, grabbed the VHS rental. Yeah, all the old school folks know what I'm talking about. The Cable Guy with Jim Carrey and Matthew Broderick. Popped it in, watched it for 10 minutes, stopped it, rewound it, drove back to the Blockbuster, and the girl said, "Is there something wrong with the tape?" I said, "Yes, the movie sucks." And I gave it back to her. And she said, "Wow, I didn't even finish watching the damn movie. It was that bad just after the 10 minutes. I couldn't take it." I was like, "Nope, no way. I could not do it. I could not do it."
Dang.
Oh, yep, here it comes. Hey, Gene says that was awful. Jason loves it. Pop Culture says he's out.
Dang, George.
Oh, by far the best Jim Carrey movie? No.
All right, gentlemen. I have to kick you out.
After
That's
that one?
See, that's the way he feels about Cable Guy. That's what happened here.
That's how I feel.
That's not.
That's how I feel.
Yo, you've been on that night all show, bro.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
I want to thank y'all so
Well,
much.
it's a good thing that on Sunday night at 9 p.m., Clint and I will be doing the.
I'm gonna have to bring them Sunday just to what's the name just if you mess up again.
This is the perfect 10 with Nick, Casey, and Clint.
Oh. No, we are doing the best of our favorite war/military movies.
I'm looking forward to that one.
That is what is on tap for this Sunday in our usual slot from 9 to 10 p.m. And that will be our perfect 10 list for this upcoming Sunday.
That's radical. Right. Thank you guys so much. We really appreciate it. We'll make sure to keep pushing y'all socials out there. Keep getting people to follow. We have some big news on the Milby front, y'all.
I was going to say, do we have a new tally?
We are going to come up with the tally. We got to do something real quick, but we're kicking you out first.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it, guys. You guys are fantastic. Make sure to check out Perfect 10, everybody. Thank y'all.
Thank y'all for having us.
Thank you, guys.
Thank y'all. This was fantastic. Thanks for putting up with some good ribbon. It was fun.
Oh, not a problem. Anytime.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have some pretty great news right now.
Fantastic news.
And I'm going to pull it up for you guys to see. We had a goal. We'd like to exceed that goal. We have 3 hours left, so please keep donating. Help anything.
Keep sharing. Keep sending it out there.
Yeah, so please keep donating. It's so important. Let me pull it up for you.
Absolutely. We have finally reached just another level. Thanks to everyone's wonderful.
You wanna go?
Yeah, you go.
$6,001. We've surpassed the 6,000 mark, which is what we're trying to get to. So let's keep it going.
Let's keep on going.
So we're very excited. Thank you for everybody who donated so far. The Real Boys are coming up next. Stick with us. It's going to be a really fun show. So we'll get started with that in just a few seconds. We're going to put up another message real quick.
Hello, everyone. This is Derek Spears, aka Unlisted Artist. I'm sending out this message in support of a campaign online to help out a family who's really in need right now. I hope that if you have something to give, you can. There's going to be a link attached to this message. Also part of the Scene Snobs Marathon to help out this family. Not everyone can give, but if you can, I encourage you. Charity feels good.
What? Wait, we're only 3?
Oh.
The hell?
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just glad it's not just me.
That would have been great if it was just you. I would have been, I should ask Mick to keep me back just to make it all awkward and stuff. And I just come in like, there we go. El Jefe coming in with the clutch game. How you guys doing?
Oh, wonderful. How are you doing? I'm glad that we finally have a movie podcast on here who knows what the hell they're talking about. Saying that you weren't watching. Haven't you guys been watching?
I've been on and off all day.
Okay. The last podcast said that Cable Guy was like the worst movie of all time.
No, worst Jim Carrey movie, I believe. I was there for that.
It's the best Jim Carrey movie by a lot.
I'm iffy on it. Just because there's certain movies, like he's like Will Ferrell for me. There's certain movies I can watch of his that I'm like, okay, I can get this, and then there's other ones I'm like, no, I can't. And it was at that point in his career where it was like just too much Jim Carrey. So I haven't returned to it, but I think I will.
I think it's worth a rewatch, especially if you only got 10 minutes into the movie and then took it back to the video store. Ridiculous. Anyway, that's not what we're talking about. We're
talking Mick Manhattan, the El Jefe's favorite movie, number 1 of all time.
Number 1 of all time, Back to the Future.
It's also my ex-girlfriend's favorite movie, so I was a little awkward watching this movie. Brought back a lot of weird feelings for me, so yeah.
It's one of my wife's favorite movies, so we usually have fun watching it. She left me today while we were watching it, though.
she just left you. She's like, "Yeah, I'm done with you." And just left. no more fun time.
This
like,
movie, no, this movie makes X's now.
Yeah, apparently. Yeah, that's what happens when you watch Back to the Future and you let your son mess with your relationship.
I do have to say, though,
I don't mean to interrupt, But you called me El Jefe, and I just learned for the first time that doesn't mean cow.
You thought I was calling you a cow?
I'm obviously El Heifer. I was like, isn't it mean cow? And he's like, no, it means like the captain, and I'm like,
the boss, the big man.
Yeah, the boss.
I thought it meant cow.
You're the big boss man. Come on, no one call you a cow. Oh my god.
I'm like, is this a Canadian thing? I mean,
this motherfucker.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry, Mick. No, I love you.
I'm like, did I just go 10 hours to be called a cow? I was like, I mean, you didn't have to go 10 hours to do that, but
I went 4. You went 4. I called you El Jefe in my house.
Bingo. Oh, you did, and I thought you called me a cow then too, and I was like, is that like this? I'm like, is that a sign of respect? Like,
it's a Canadian sign of respect calling you a cow. The cow is a very sacred animal here in Canada.
Yeah, right next to the geese. It's crazy.
Oh, God.
Jesus Christ. All right, that's my bad.
My apologies. Okay. I know Americans don't usually speak 2 languages, so I'm here speaking 3. It's a little confusing.
I can barely speak English, Phil.
It's true. I stumble through French, and Spanish is like El Jefe, tequila, and so that's all I got. I can get drunk.
All right, so we all watched Back to the Future.
Yeah,
I'm very surprised. A lot of movies from this time period don't hold up for me. But this one, like, as long as you turn your brain off, because if you think about this movie for even like a minute, the holes are just all over the place. Like it's full of holes, but it's so good and it's so like fun, and it moves at such a pace that it doesn't really matter that it's full, because it doesn't take itself.
It doesn't
seriously.
give you enough time. Even there are movies that are like entertaining to no end, but they don't move fast enough that you'll catch those holes and you're like, and you'll start. But this one moves so quick that you actually have to stop like enjoying the movie to see the holes they present. That's the 88 miles an hour. 88 miles an hour, man.
Yeah, and there was definitely. I mean, I was watching this movie and I was enjoying myself, and then like something would happen and I would think about it, and I'm like, I have to stop thinking about this movie, because if I don't, I'm gonna end up sounding like I normally do on the show, where
this is supposed to be an uplifting episode, because it's for charity.
But again, when you turn your brain off and just watch this movie, but I do have to say though, if I went back to when my mother was the same age that I am now,
about 30 years, it's like what? It's 85 to 55.
85 to 55, yeah.
So it's 30 years.
She looked like Leia Thompson does in this movie.
Fair is fair.
That would be a tough one to like resist. Like, I know this is my mom, but Jesus, look at her.
Yeah, but if it meant your survival and all,
yeah. Well,
you get into the grandfather paradox, and that's just something you don't want to deal with.
like the Futurama thing, where Fry is his own grandfather.
That just blows my mind. And I love how every single movie since that, like since Back to the Future, anytime it's time travel, it's like, oh, it's like Back to the Future. And the only one is finally like the Avengers, a superhero movie, goes, it's not like Back to the Future.
Yeah, and it's so weird too, because it's not like this is the first time travel thing. No. I mean, H.G. Wells was writing about it in like the 30s.
Yeah, like the early 20th century, if that is the before the Second World War.
Yeah. And I mean, you don't hear anything about it in this one, but Doc Brown does talk about how H.G. Wells was he's a Jules Verne guy. So he's on the wrong side of old science fiction.
Yeah, he likes the more like mysterious depths, right? That's Jules Verne, the 2,000 Leagues Under the
Jules
Sea.
Verne is like 2,000 Leagues Under the Sea, and
Are we confusing Justin?
No, that's Journey to the Center of the Earth, right?
Journey to the
Some guy?
Center of the Earth. Yeah.
I don't read a lot of books, but I catch on names. Yeah.
My
Okay.
brother likes Finding Waldo. Those books. He's like, "Where's Waldo?" Those are the books he's having with my nephew, and I'm like, "No, we're gonna go read the book of hockey. It's all ABCs, but it's all hockey stuff, so it's great."
It's got
You know,
pictures
I
in there.
do
and everything.
recommend H.G. Wells.
Oh, I love
for-
H.G. Wells.
for reading to kids.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Really, the Time Machine is a kid's book with the Morlocks.
I mean,
Yeah, I'm on Dr.
Yeah.
Seuss still, and
yeah,
The
Frank goes
Morlocks
potty.
Morlocks not they don't just he doesn't describe them in like super rich detail. So
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
I don't think they're
because I'm thinking of the movie with Ralph Fiennes. I think
yeah. No,
That
in the
movie
book it's
freaky.
just like, oh, they're gray people who live in underground because they can't see light or something. Anyway, we're talking about Back to the Future.
we were talking future forward because this movie does jump into the future as it jumps into the past, so it's fair. No, this movie was just a great time. It's like you said, like turn off your brain, enjoy this movie, and the plot devices that are used are just nice, like mini speed bumps as you journey through this movie.
Yeah. So we open up. The movie opens with Michael J. Fox, who the amount of times that I've seen this movie, and maybe Mick can jump in and give us insight on this, but what is
He was ready.
Yeah, he was. He was like, I'm gonna be ready.
Exactly what is Marty McFly? Like, because
He's a human being.
Helpful, very helpful. No, but like you see him playing guitar, but like he's
a
also
high
huge
schooler.
nerd. Like, is he just so much of a nerd that he's cool, or does he just think he's cool, or
what group does he fit in?
Yeah,
I don't think he's a nerd, but I think like his group
He's a
is
musician nerd.
Yeah, like he's that. Like I don't think he's somebody who gets picked on like his dad does in the movie.
Yeah,
because
the
like, kinda
ladies
like that
do
slacker.
love him.
Oh, like
he's a
goth
musician.
kid
That's
before he was
why.
goth.
Yeah, I mean from what I understood, he had the hottest girl in school. So
Yeah, so it doesn't matter if he's a geek or a nerd or anything. He's landed the hottest chick. His social status is solid. If she breaks up with him, he's fucked.
Yeah,
he's down to the dumps. Like he's toxic waste.
Yeah, it's so weird because he's like friends with this old man, like weirdo scientist that everybody's like afraid of.
Again, you're thinking. This movie does have the 80s was not a place to think. It was just enjoy cocaine and enjoyment.
I'm talking about.
I got a great idea for a movie. You're really gonna love this. Kid goes back, wants to nail his wife, winds up hanging out with some old guy. Should be a rapist. Didn't work out that way. Kids are gonna love it.
And your kids are gonna love
it. Your kids are gonna love it.
Disney's
Now,
in the 80s were crazy.
Mm-hmm.
There's a theory about how Doc and Marty met. If somebody was going to tell it, I'll shut up.
No, I mean the only thing I can think of was that
cocaine and hookers.
He went back and like
normal high school
because he did meet Doc Brown in the 50s. Because did that affect his relationship with Doc Brown in 1985? Because he met him in 1955. So maybe he knew Doc Brown in 1985 because he met Doc Brown in 1955 because he knew Doc Brown in 1985.
Whoa! Like, stop, Mike. You're just going back and forth saying the same thing. So you think Marty, the grandfather of paradox, but in this case in friendship, because Marty met Doc in the 50s, that influenced Doc to find him in the 80s.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's my theory.
Well, that's a better theory.
What's the theory online, Mick?
The theory online is that it was just one of those things where like Marty was kind of it was a kid at the time and was, you know, hanging out at this inventor's garage. I forget exactly how I met, but like he did something. He thought Doc was like the crazy old man. That's what everybody always told him. So like Marty, being who he is, like more of an adventurous type, went to go like see, and you know, wound up like becoming friends with Doc, and Doc gave him like a part-time job working in his lab, and that's how like they became friends through it, like sort of being his assistant. But I like Mike's theory more.
I like mine. I like mine more too.
Yeah, yours is more fun. It goes more. It feels
fun.
more like in a time movie situation. Like
I heard. I have to double check this, but like Jason mentions paradox. I had heard that actually Back to the Future like created the word paradox. Not saying that just the word
in this context.
Mm-hmm.
I was watching it with, I don't know how much they set up, because I know 2 and 3 were filmed at the same time, but I don't know how much of the trilogy was
planned,
like set up, because I was watching it with the trivia track on, and it said something about a man riding a bicycle, dressed just like Doc Brown is. It's in the background, but it's dressed like he is in Back to the Future 2.
In one,
when they're in 1985, there's a guy who rides past, like just in the background, but he looks like Doc Brown does when he's riding the bicycle in 1985 in Back to the Future 2.
Oh, that would be messed up.
And I'm like, I would have never noticed that. Like, there was a bunch of stuff that I mean, I'm sure people who have noticed.
They've done the Easter egg hunt and that stuff.
Yeah, like it said something about, because the movie starts there at the Twin Pines Mall.
Yeah, the twin, and then when Marty comes back, it's the Single Pine Mall or something.
Yeah, it's
because in the thing it's called Twin Pines Farm.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then he runs over the one.
He runs over the one in the DeLorean. Yeah.
And
I would have never noticed that.
Yeah, no, that's one of the few trivia facts that I actually noticed that like I knew about before watching it a second time or 15th time. I don't know how many times.
one of my favorite from part 2, the Hawaiian shirt that Doc is wearing has cowboys and trains on it.
Oh, nice.
And of course, you know, we don't know what happens in the third one, but he goes back in time in that shirt, and that's his mask when he's robbing the train.
Oh.
So it's all faded, but you can make out the trains and the horses. It's pretty cool.
That's cool as hell. A lot of people don't like 3, but when we rewatched, when the Blu-ray trilogy came out, we bought it and we watched all 3 of them, and I'm like, it might be nostalgia because Back to the Future 3, I think, was the first movie I saw in the movie theater, but I really like that one.
It was
like,
fun.
I think that one's really good.
In the series, like in the trilogy, it's not the best one. It's not the best. The first one is the best. The second one is okay, and the third one it's more fun. It's more entertainment than based in reality, and that's usually what happens with these type of trilogies. Like the first one is obviously this cult classic that just goes exploding so well. They try and copy the formula for the second one. Don't do anything better. Don't build on anything, and then they go to the third one, which is just a poor imitation, a shell usually of itself, but it's still fun because they put in enough popcorn moments in it. You're like, oh, I enjoy this.
Yeah, I thought 3 was a lot of fun. 2 is the only one in the series that drags. Like there are
it's
parts
dark
of
too.
2 that it's a little bit slower paced than I want out of my wacky time traveling comedy movie.
Yeah,
I mean, if you would call these would you call these comedies?
Yeah. Well, there are, in Chris Harvey fashion, there are callbacks. So yes, it is comedy. There's callbacks. It's a comedy.
Justin.
Yes, sir.
You just watched this movie. How many times have you seen this thing?
This is my first time watching the first one.
What?
Wow.
Yes, sir.
Whoa.
Wow. What did you? So okay. So that's actually kind of cool. I don't think I've ever met somebody who never saw Back to the Future. What did you think about it?
It was predictable but enjoyable. It was like one of those movies where I wanted to be right about how it was going to play out.
Okay. I think that's part of why it's so like comforting. It's a very comforting movie. Like I could put this on if I'm feeling like anxious. I could put this on and be like, Back to the Future. Like
Like you know you're gonna have a good time with it.
Yeah, you know you're gonna have a good time. You know what happens. You know that town. When I saw, like, even though I haven't watched them since, like I said, when the Blu-rays came out, which was like 5 years ago, I haven't seen it. But as soon as they show that town in 1985, in 1955, in 2015, it always looks the same. It's always recognizable as that town, and it's so like. It really stuck out to me how recognizable that town was, and how just this is a big comfortable movie, and I can't get over how comfortable I was watching this movie.
Can you say comfortable one more time, please?
Comfortable.
I'll tell you what, I've had to have seen this movie, no exaggeration, 300 times. In some form or fashion, maybe not all the way through, but in some form or fashion.
At least 25% of the movie was watched 300 times.
Yes,
when it's
at least
when it's on TV or if somebody else is watching it.
Yeah, but also the town is so memorable because I think every single sitcom that does an outside episode makes the town look like Back to the Future. Because I'm remembering Scarlet Witch and Vision, WandaVision, when they have that big fight, it kind of felt like the Back to the Future lightning situation. Like the town kind of looked like that. It was all the same. Like town centers are all the same. Yeah, you know, in like they're using the same set. They're just so cheap. They're like, we're just going to use the same set from Back to the Future. Let's go.
But there is something about that particular town, like
because it's the
diner
original one.
The diner on the corner and the big like pond in the middle of the, you know, with the bushes around it. It's just like
you feel at home.
Yeah, it feels like.
Did you grow up with a town center like that, Mike? Is that why does it feel like home?
Probably because of how many times I've seen these movies.
It's like, I'm not going to dignify that with a response, Philip.
Yeah,
Stop.
I'm not on the I've seen this movie 300 times. Like there are movies like I'm that way with Beetlejuice. I think I've seen at least 25% of Beetlejuice 300 times. And probably Ghostbusters.
Gotta say, Jason, it's up there. It's not my favorite trilogy, but it is up there. It is up there. It's in the top 5 for sure. Top 5
for sure. Like as far as a solid trilogy goes, I think that this is my favorite trilogy, just because any other trilogies that I can think of, I can probably pick apart. Usually the second one, but this one, I'm happy watching any of these 3 movies. Indiana Jones. Have you watched Temple of Doom lately?
No.
It's
and there's a reason.
It's so slow.
And Indiana Jones isn't a trilogy.
Shut up. We don't count the 4th one. It never existed. It's an alternate timeline.
Yeah, plus all the trilogies I'm thinking of got movies added to it. And
this is the only kind of trilogy that will never, ever have one until the original director dies, I think, or screenwriter or whatever.
Hey, can we talk about a little bit how he broke down the 4th wall, saying the name of the movie in the movie?
Wait, I completely missed that. When did he say that?
When
he looks directly at the camera and points and goes, to the future, and then looks off like he's losing his mind.
Next Saturday night, we're taking you back to the future.
And he kind of like zones out, like he just lost his train of thought. I'm like, that's awesome.
I didn't even notice that, but he does point right at the camera and say it.
It's beautiful.
Oh, I remember it now, and I'm like, why didn't I catch that before? Like, it just seemed normal.
Yeah, Christopher. I also love Temple of Doom, but again, I think it's nostalgia. But but it's slow. If you watch it again now, it drags in the middle there. But yeah, nothing. Again, Back to the Future 2, it can get slow at parts, but they're not. It's not the entire middle of that movie. That movie is still a very solid.
Yes, just like this movie is a solid movie from start to end. And it's an enjoyable movie. Like there's silliness, there's things you would do like if you knew so spoiler alert to anybody who has not seen Back to the Future.
If you haven't seen Back to the Future, stop listening right now.
Yeah.
Like we don't
donate first.
Donate. Yeah.
Donate first, then go watch.
Yeah, donate, but stop watching because you're not one of us.
You're not one of us. Not one of us.
One of us.
Yes. Casey, you rock. But yeah, you have completely lost my train of thought.
Back to the Future?
Yes.
We're talking about Back to the Future. Phil.
Yeah, thank you. I was talking about the Libyans. Damn it. You're making if you knew your best friend, like, because it seems like Doc's your best friend. If you knew your best friend was going to be shot, would you have warned them?
I had that too.
No.
Yeah.
No. Casey's like,
No.
Justin's like, fuck them. They
No,
die.
you don't mess with the timeline. 100%.
I don't know that my best friend would warn me.
Comes over and shoots you.
He's
the one who's shooting you.
Here's the thing: you can't tell me that you're gonna mess up the timeline when everything else that happens in this movie happens.
Okay, that's true. If I've already messed it up so much that it's just
you nearly disappeared from the time-space continuum. I'm telling. At that point, I'm like, fuck it. There's not. What's the worst thing that can happen?
Yeah, absolutely.
Donald Trump becomes president. Oh shit! It already happened.
Yeah.
Who went back in time?
I think that. And that's what happened. That's Back to the Future 2 is basically what happened. But
they're mimicking Trump in that.
Yeah.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
Hilariously.
So before The Simpsons ever did it, Back to Future predicted Trump as president. Holy fuck.
They did.
Another question I had for the older guys, so everyone else here. At the end, Marvin Berry calls John Berry, right? Is he talking about
Chuck Berry?
Yeah, he's talking about Chuck
Berry.
Berry.
John.
No,
That's what I thought he was talking about.
Yeah, it's Chuck.
And that song about the silver bells with string, same guy, right?
Are you kidding? Chuck Berry wrote Johnny Be Good, and that was his song.
The My Ding-a-Ling song, right? No one else has heard this?
No.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, I can't play it on here. That would be pretty bad. But called My Ding-a-Ling. He's talking about two bells hung by string. It's a toy his grandma gave him. It's a good song. But I'm pretty sure
I'll take your word for it, country boy. I'll take your word for it.
Okay, well, I had fun with the song.
As long as you had fun with it.
I was told, since we're talking about this, the this scene here at the dance, I was told that was actually good Lord, it's late. Michael J. Fox singing that song. Is this a fact?
No, it was not him singing.
Okay, I didn't think so because it looked crazy. I wish they would have
way too good for Michael J. Fox.
Yeah,
no offense to the Fox.
I wish they would have re-recorded a voice for him that fit, because when he's singing, it looks so ridiculous. I couldn't get over watching what he was doing and trying to picture that voice coming out of him. I'm like, no.
Yeah, you have this deep Barry White voice coming out, and you have this this short little white guy. You're like, that doesn't mix.
Yeah. The other thing that I was thinking of was by this time in the movie, it's late in the movie. I'm already thinking of stuff that doesn't make any sense in this movie. They go, oh, something about Marty, and he's talking about kids, and then Leah Thompson's like, Marty, that's a nice name. but they still wait until their third kid to name him Marty. Like, it feels like they would have named their first kid Marty. Like maybe Dave would have been Marty, and Marty would have been Dave in the new 1985.
Here's how it goes in my head. They had the boy, Dave, their first son. She was like, I really think we should call him Marty. And George is like, listen, you liked this guy.
Yeah, actually.
Have that. Yeah. Let's not do that. Then they had the girl, and then they had the third boy, and George already by that point was like, what
was a pushover.
He's like, yeah. I was like, and she's still like, I want to think about Marty. And they named him Marty. So
okay, that's acceptable. That's an acceptable answer.
That seems, as a guy, okay, George can be quiet now. Shush, you've lost your credibility, okay, George.
George, you just ruin everything. How dare you?
He's just trying to get back at me.
Oh boy, George. Come on, chameleon.
Okay, so do we have to go through this movie scene by scene?
No, we pick what our favorite parts are in this movie.
Okay, because we've gone through. Yeah, we just went directly to the end.
We did, because that's how I like to go. I like to finish fast.
Earlier to bed, yeah. Sense.
Early to bed. Come on, it's late. It's past
Says
my
the guy
bedtime.
who's been on the marathon twice today.
Yeah. This is my second go around. Okay, I'm a little tired. I also did my own live show earlier as well. Okay, I'm not nonstop here. Okay, Mike.
I know. I was watching.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. I enjoyed it. Anyways, enough about my stuff. We're talking here about Back to the Future for a special for the Help the MILBY'S. Donate in the show notes. That's what she said. Yes, that's right. Help the MILBY'S is what she said.
That is what she said. I'm not going to go into a tirade like I did on the Real Boys on Monday, but until we get
we should have we should stop the episode, honestly, just give you the full screen, let you go for a tirade for like 5 minutes, tire you out, tucker you out, give you your bottle, wrap you up, put you to bed, and while the rest of the crew does the movie.
We'll just do the movie. I'll take my bottle and I'll take a nap while you guys are talking about the movie. Then all you have to do is look at my beautiful face for another half an hour.
Oh God. Justin, what was your?
Ooh. There's another scene that kind of threw me for a loop a little bit. It was when he comes back to the 80s, and he runs that DeLorean straight into the movie theater. The hood's dented up. There's crap all over it, and it won't start. Fast forward another 5 minutes. DeLorean's clean. The hood's fixed up. How in the hell did they get that fixed up between not running at the theater and driving it back into, back on the road?
John DeLorean gave him more than one.
That's fair. That's true. When you build time machines, you got to build a second one in case the first one gets okay.
There's a lot of stuff. Let me channel Dylan here.
Movie.
He needed it to make the movie happen. The movie needed tension, and then the movie needed to keep going. So the car, it did do that a couple of times. Like, there were so many convenient cars not being able to start, guns jamming, cars starting at exactly the right time that they needed to. The whole thing is very convenient movie stuff. Like, the Libyans not being able to shoot at Marty, their van stops. The DeLorean doesn't work. He doesn't bring, and then like it crashes into the barn, and then it starts again, but then it stops at the road conveniently right next to some sign that he can hide it behind. Everything that happens with the car for any reason happens because the movie needs to keep going.
I didn't even catch any of those big stuff. Like, that just seemed like part of the movie. I was cool with it.
He was like, "Oh, that's fine," and then like going back, you're like, "Mike was right. What the fuck?"
Whole different reality for me now.
Mike was right. May as well be the name of this podcast.
No, God, no, no. I'm vetoing that. If that's the only power I have, one veto for the rest of this show, I'm vetoing it not being named after Mike or any of Mike ideas.
Yeah. So T-shirt idea.
The other, I definitely have a Mike was right shirt in the works. It's right next to my shirt that has a foot coming down on a nail that's sticking up from a step, and I'm in the background like. But anyway,
I can't wait for these shirts. I can't wait till we start merchandising the Real Boys.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
The other thing that I thought was weird was when they were putting the plutonium into the gas tank.
Okay.
Fuel, whatever, to do the fuel. They're like being very careful with it, and they have these radiation suits on. And he's like holding it very delicately, and he's like, "All right, now we can take these suits off. That the car is lead lined or whatever." And then he just has the plutonium just in a case, and he just opens it up with his foot to put the used one in there. And he's like, why aren't we being careful with this part of the plutonium? Why is it only when it's out of this case, even though we can see the tops of those containers?
And he doesn't even like gently nudge it open. He kicks it open. He robs that case.
Yeah, and he kicks it closed again. And that same case also gets run into by Marty's skateboard at the beginning of the thing. So the plutonium apparently is only dangerous when it's out.
Yeah, don't you know?
The case?
It's movie logic.
Yeah.
Anything dangerous, if it's in a case, is safe. It only becomes dangerous when it's out of the safe. Like I was watching The Walking Dead today, season 10 or 11. I don't know.
Why?
Look, I'm bored. I just needed something in the background. Okay, it's a background show. Okay. Like the first season's the only good season of it. Well, the first 3 are pretty good. Anyways,
the first 3 are pretty good. Yes.
Anyways, at one point, this girl picks up old dynamite that's obviously sweating and that, and she's just like walking around like, "Oh, isn't this cool?" And they're like, "Don't, be careful, put it down." So she puts it down, but like the whole place is shaking because it's like starting to fall apart, and conveniently, like. It's gonna blow up. Like dynamite doesn't work like that. I don't think.
Yeah,
I hope.
No, I don't think that's how.
Oh, sorry, I hit the wrong button.
Works.
It's all right.
But the thing,
I have one for when you're done. I have one for you.
Go ahead, shoot.
So go ahead. I was just gonna say how stupid it was that they only were worried about the plutonium when it was going into the car.
Well, I'll give you this one too. When the skateboard hits the plutonium. The plutonium's under his bed in his house / laboratory, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then, why does Marty have to go pick up the camera?
Doc
went back,
yeah,
and got the stuff because he said I can't go back, and he told him in the morning he's like, bring the camera, and meet me here at whatever time. You went back for the plutonium, but you couldn't remember the camera.
Listen, he may have been pressed for time. He did have Libyans after him.
Yeah, but that does seem like, that was a very important part of, and
now you have no reason for Marty to come
in
by
this movie if he wouldn't have had that camera.
True.
So yeah, then Doc Brown gets shot up by the Libyans.
Marty jumps in it, jumps to the past.
Yeah, and then he goes to the past.
Can I just say the Libyans part is one of my favorites, and I used to have it on here to play randomly. Is when they're coming, he's like, "Oh my God, they found me! I don't know how, but they found me." And he goes, "Who?" And he goes, "Who do you think? The Libyans." What do you mean? Who do you think? Do you think the 17-year-old kid is like, "Oh, obviously it's the Libyans"?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the Libyan terrorists, that are taking over the world. Like I had no idea it was the freaking Libyans. I'm like, why is the Libyans? Like, what did the Libyans do? What's going on?
He sold them some pinball machine parts.
Yeah, he does mention that before, but at the same time, it's like Marty's asking who, and he gets like snide with him, like
really asshole. Like, how do you not know?
Well, he knows
They're supposed
he's
to know
about
all
to
my
die,
enemies.
So I'm gonna be very snippy when I know that somebody's coming up to kill me too.
You're always snippy, though.
Fuck you, Phil.
Wait, are you saying someone's always out to get you?
That's another thing too. You know time travel works. You just tested it.
Mm-hmm.
Why is the Libyan showing up and you're scared? Your first reaction, let me go grab my gun. Get in your time machine and get the hell out of there.
And the other thing, thank you for reminding me of this, but this is the first time that they're testing this time machine. But Doc Brown is insistent that they stand directly in front of this car. Like, he doesn't know that this is going to work. He doesn't know that this car is going to disappear.
You see Marty kind of like, we're gonna move, right? Like, Doc, what the fuck? Like, and he's ready to bolt. Like, he's like jumping.
And they shouldn't have been anywhere near the course of that car because he had no idea that this thing was going to work. This is the first time he's testing this. You don't stand in front of a DeLorean going 88 miles an hour, even if you're 99% sure that this thing is going to work.
And what purpose?
Happens, you're exploded.
What purpose does it serve? Because if it still disappears when you're standing on the side of it, it disappeared. You're not proving it disappeared by standing in front of it and it doesn't hit you.
Yeah.
You can be safely away and prove the same theory.
I mean, I guess Doc Brown is a
Crazy?
movie director because he really wanted that really good shot. Even though they...
I'm sorry, he got indignant as hell when Marty steps away. He looks at him like...
Where the fuck you going?
Like, you would think that because we see a bunch of footage from what Marty was filming, but we never see that shot. Like, I want to see that shot. If your movie is like, we have to get this shot where the thing is coming towards you, I want to see it because I'll bet you that looks cool as shit.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I agree.
It's awesome.
Okay, so we're back in 1955. We've
question for you though, guys.
We haven't even made it past the first 10 minutes of the movie, and there's like 10 minutes of the show left.
Yeah, well, I mean, we already talked about the ending as well.
Yeah, we talked about the ending. We love it. We all we have left is to really give our reels and then sign off.
Yeah,
like,
this show has
show.
gone from a movie review thing to just a loose conversation about
movies.
The movies.
I would 100% just say, let's do. If I didn't have another show.
Mm-hmm.
I would 100% say, let's just sit and talk. Let's just go over, dissect the trilogy.
Oh, man.
And convince Justin that he has to watch the other two.
Yeah.
All right.
I could talk about
Justin's just like,
let's do a special. We'll do a 12-hour. The next charity thing we have to do is just going to be us talking about the Back to the Future trilogy for 12 hours.
Done everything Robert Zemeckis for 12 hours.
George is here till 2 a.m.
If we're talking Back to the Future, yeah, who wouldn't be here for 12 hours? Like, come on.
I will say this about that ending, though. That whole sequence from the time he pulls up to the clock tower until he goes back in time. I have seen this movie God knows how many times, and I still, when I watch it, still feel that like, ooh, is he going to make it?
Yeah.
You know,
it builds the tension so well. It builds the tension so well.
Yeah, that last from the time that they get to the dance, that thing is full of moments, like very tense moments. You know, you see his brother and sister disappearing out of the picture. You know, you don't know. It's a little bit. The only part of that was like whatever was George McFly just knocked out Biff with one punch.
Yeah.
Like, that was a huge moment, but he's still acting like weird and shy to this other guy who's trying to take his girl away. Like, that didn't fit.
Yeah, no,
because
at the same time,
the punch to Biff, he knocks him out with one. He is the coolest guy in school. He feels like $1 million. If this other wiener tries to jump in and dance with his lady,
because he knows
this is that guy.
No, he won't, because he threw that one punch and he knows how fucking lucky he is because he is a wimp. So if you try, and Marty looks like he can handle himself.
Well, remember the guy who played by Corey Gaines, who says, "Beat it, McFly, I'm cutting in," was the same guy who was kicking him in the hall. So that's a tormentor. So like in his mind, he's already psychologically like, this is a bully, this is a tormentor. Yes, I just had luck with the biggest tormentor in town. But even like when he did it, he was like breathing hard, like, I can't believe I just did this.
Yeah.
So I can see where he might be a little like nervous at first, because his first reaction is always to like be scared.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
I
just always thought that, because that's a huge adrenaline spike to him.
And then you lose that
torturing
adrenaline.
him since he was probably a child, and he just knocked him out with that one punch. And that's awesome. And Crispin Glover is such a good actor.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can see it in his face when he, like Mick just said, you can see it in his face that like he's surprised, and then he's like, holy shit, I did it. And it's all read from his facial expressions.
Yeah.
And then even later when you see George McFly, kind of swinging his jacket over his shoulder, being all smooth in the stairwell, Crispin Glover really brings that new George to life.
Yeah.
100%.
And the nerd George he brought to life as well. He was like, you could tell he was really scared. Like when they were kicking him down the hall, he's like irritated, but he can't do anything about it. And that's, again, mostly shown in just his face.
Mm-hmm. Even him trying to pull that whole, you're my density.
Yeah.
I mean, destiny. Like, it's.
Yeah, you can't even like speak right. But what's more believable? Like the fact that, it took him a few seconds before he went and stood up for himself and got his girl back, or the fact that, Biff didn't wake up the next day and beat the piss out of him.
not just you like the minute Biff wakes up, he's like, I'm gonna kill that fucking little guy.
Right.
Yeah.
But we know what he does. He goes back and beats up Marty from.
Yeah, Marty takes the blows. And so he's not pissed anymore. He's like, okay, I beat up this other guy. Yeah, the falling out of the tree is great. Oh my god.
Jeez. Yeah, that whole thing is, but like Biff is
timid,
defeated. Yeah. And everybody in the school, like everybody at the dance is like, George, you beat up, so now everybody sort of knows that this big, huge guy is not indestructible. So I think he does have a lot of people, because he's been bullying that whole school.
Yeah. Right.
So he's got a lot of people. So I believe that, his gang of 5 or whatever that's still hanging out with him aren't going to be enough to,
no one's scared of him anymore.
Everyone. Yeah.
Yeah. Because when you're, if you're tormenting someone for like let's say 20 years or however long he's been tormenting George for, and George is this pipsqueak, and then all of a sudden you get knocked out from this pipsqueak. There's no way you're recovering from that. Like you can challenge him, but everybody's going to be like, he still knocked you on your ass. This pipsqueak knocked you on your ass. You got that got that -1. You got that loss on you. You took that L. Just leave it alone. You don't bother him anymore. You just stop being a bully.
I've seen it with real life bullies. Like I've seen it in school with bullies that it takes the one, and then all of a sudden nobody is afraid of them anymore.
Yeah.
Like you would have to be.
I was going to say the scene that makes it believable is when he pushes the guy down and like there's a turn in his face. Like, yeah, I'm not going to let this happen anymore. So that's where it's believable for me. But still, like Biff is tough. He's a tough guy.
Yeah. Yeah. It's also high school. So it's all pointless.
Yeah. When you get out of high school, like.
Yeah. Because once George gets that confidence in him, that obviously takes him through the rest of his life. Yeah. Like that gives him the confidence to write that book and send it into the publisher and get published. Like,
so what's
he's successful then.
So what you're saying is, if you had advice for high schoolers, just walk up to your bully and knock him out, one punch style, right?
If you can do that, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. No, if I'm giving, because I waited a long time to sort of believe in myself, and I wish I would have done it earlier. And if that takes, and Phil's probably like, I bullied so many kids in high school.
No, actually, I was bullied. I was actually bullied.
This,
I was actually
absolutely
bullied.
If you're in high school, first of all, go to bed. It's up past your bedtime.
It's Friday.
But
Oh, yeah, it is Friday. You're allowed to stay up until another 10 minutes before mommy and daddy send you to bed.
But yeah, absolutely.
I don't know what you guys were doing in high school, but midnight was not the pumpkin turns back.
Yeah.
I was a good student, Mick. I was in bed by 10 o'clock.
No comment.
And that's why we beat you up.
Yeah.
I was not a bully. I got beat up too.
There were definitely days where I went to school without sleeping because we were out all night. But that's
but you're the
those
punk
are
rocker.
stories for other days. Yeah, that's where we were. We were out either playing or watching.
I live in the suburbs where nothing was around me.
If you listen to my podcast Generation Clash, you'd hear some of these stories about the 90s where I grew up. But yeah.
Generation Clash.
Now, what was I saying? Yeah, Generation Clash.
Bullies.
It's a music podcast. But yeah, the bullies. Yeah, if you are in high school now and you're getting tormented, beat the shit out of your bully. Do it. It'll make you feel better. It'll give you confidence. It'll knock them down.
I would like just to announce that is the opinion of Michael Kobe and not of the Real Boys or anybody's associated with the Real Boys.
Look, I'm just throwing one out there to back you up, Mike. I'm just saying, if you happen to put a little vegetable oil at the top of the stairs and push that bully right down from the top, I'm just saying that is a viable option. All right,
that is a Mike Kobe and Casey plot.
Whoa, not my full name. I'm the madman on this. Don't you dare.
The madman plot. That's their
I was
idea.
going to recommend getting a roll of nickels when you do
Jesus,
punch your bully out.
No, that's good. That works
I
fine.
just don't
Yes,
need
after
bruises.
late.
I've done that.
Yeah.
I've done that.
Do it.
When there's a
And
bit,
I will also say that is my opinion and my opinion only. But yeah, knock your bully down a peg. Fucking take him out.
So how do we hide the body? Is that
Oh,
the
no, we're
next
not
lesson?
killing anybody.
Oh,
We're
Yeah,
just
pop
knocking him
culture.
out.
Yeah, Justin's gonna take it too far. Of course, Country Boy took it too far.
That's all right. Hey, not everyone has access to Justin's backhoe. Or backhoe Justin. One of those.
We're lucky we have a Justin. Everybody should have a Justin.
Oh
In their
man, I wish we
entourage.
had a Justin more often because he always
Justin
has
is-
the good insights.
Justin is literally Jeremy Renner from the town. Whose car are we taking?
Yeah, he's like, what we doing?
Just like,
I'm down.
car we taking.
He's like,
What was that movie that we watched of yours?
Lawless.
Lawless?
Lawless, yeah.
It was a good
Justin
movie.
lives in a lawless town.
I just did a spit test.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Oh man, we're gonna start bootlegging any minute now.
Hell yeah.
Get this stuff
That
rolling.
movie ruled, by the way.
They did. It was great.
I think that's where we started skipping around, wasn't it? Where we
Yeah.
going out. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty
Sorry
much.
about that.
No, that's great. I actually like this. I like this format better. We don't talk so much. Like, there's a million podcasts that talk about, the movie scene to scene, but I like this because we talk about how the movie makes us feel and what we like about the movies.
There's movies that do movies by. There's podcasts that do movies by the minute.
Yeah.
I've been on two.
Thankfully,
Wow.
those are much less now.
Yeah, I've been on the Watchmen minute by my buddy and another one I can't remember.
Ugh.
I say my
You know
brain doesn't
what
work
those
like that.
podcasts are called?
Pardon?
You know what those podcasts are called? No
No.
longer with us.
Ow.
They're limited series.
Yikes. I can't imagine going through the Watchmen minute by minute. I would rather
No.
die.
No, that's wow. All right, maybe not rather death, but good heavens, it's
I don't know. I might be on agreeing with Mike on that one. It's like, yeah, like if I got on a show and they're like, "Hey, we're going to talk about the Watchmen." Okay, cool. We can talk about the Watchmen.
Yeah. Talk about the Watchmen.
We're going to talk about it minute by minute. Okay. You ever see that thing where the CEO just shoots himself in the head on camera?
Hey, man, nice shot.
Or like in Scanners, your head would just explode.
Yes.
We'd get to minute 3, and I'd be like, "Are you kidding me?"
It was a good 30 minutes, I think. The episode I was on, it was like a 30-minute episode.
30 minutes per minute of Watchmen.
Yes.
Yeah, I would rather die.
The part that I had minute by minute podcast, in other words, for your version. Ow. Oh God.
Nice. I love the violence. Well, it's late. All right. I've been up forever.
Yeah,
this
2
hours. You
this
got
is
this,
Scene
Mike.
Snobs After Dark. We can be as blue and as violent as we want.
Darn
Nick at Night style.
I was ready to do that at 2 p.m.
He rolled up as we were firing it up, and he's like, "All right, we're going to talk about fucking murder." I was like, "Not at 2 in the afternoon."
He's like, "There's kids,"
There's
and I'm
still
like,
kids on.
"All right, fine."
Like,
There's
we can
kids
do it
up.
at 3. It's cool at 3.
Yeah, you have to wait until after 7 before you start talking about murder.
Exactly. Sex is
FCC
8
rules.
because we're screwed up.
I don't care.
Well, it's not like Britain. They just got tits bouncing around everywhere over there.
Yeah, and
You
that's
got the good
I mean,
TV over there.
There's no reason. There's no reason that you can't do that. It's just bodies. Show me some.
There is.
wangs and boobs, and I'm happy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Private parts that make me all fuzzy.
Yeah. All right. We
Wait,
are.
what?
We are just about out of time. We can't.
It's very true. It's
Murder
only
happens during the day, but you can't talk about it. So we're gonna have to.
Scott Peterson.
We're gonna have to do our reels because Mick is gonna kick us off of here pretty soon.
I don't know about all that.
He may let us finish the charity if we don't plug it more. Help the MILBY'S. Donate to them. They got medical bills. The links are in the show notes and all that fun stuff in the comments all the time. We just hit a big milestone before we came on, right, Mick? We hit 6K.
6,000.
Yeah, we had $6,001 is what we're at.
Yeah, we live in a capitalist hellscape. So until we get healthcare for everyone,
I don't. I live in a very
we
good
in America and where the MILBY'S are live in a capitalist hellscape where our healthcare is provided to us by private companies for profit.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the real boys. We're going to jump into our reels.
Everyone healthcare. We're going to have to keep doing this shit.
I thought we did the tangent part already.
I'm going to say the one thing that I did say on Monday was let's get out the guillotines and go to some of these billionaires' houses, off with their heads, and get freaking healthcare for everyone.
Question.
Did we start the revolution?
I hope so.
I have a question. Just real quick. Why are we killing the billionaires? What did they do? Shouldn't we kill the politicians who fucked up the system that made the billionaires possible?
They're all dead. It's too late.
Listen here, entrepreneur. In America, those billionaires are
the reason that the politics are fucked up.
Yeah, I know, but I want to be a billionaire. That's why I'm trying to save myself.
You better stay up in Montreal.
Bill, if you become a billionaire, when the revolution happens, you may be the last up against the wall, but you're going to be up against the wall.
I'm going to make. Can I make cool?
Mike is going to be looking at you with a rifle. You're going to be up at the wall.
I am staying in Canada. I am moving further north.
You're going to be like, dude, the real boys, and he's going to be like, that's right.
Yeah, remember when I said I would kill you last? I lied.
He's like, you made me watch Boondock Saints. You're dying. Not because I'm a billionaire, but because I made him watch that movie.
I'm saving all of my Boondock Saints stuff until we get to the actual episode.
God,
so
I'm scared. All right, what reels do we got, Mike?
I'm giving this an 8.5. I really like this movie. It's a whole bunch of fun. There are very few movies that I can put on and have fun with and be happy watching, and this is definitely one of them. I love this movie. It has a bunch of stuff that for some reason poked its head out this time when I watched it. So I can't give it I can't give it a 10. I'm going to take a 1.5 off for how dumb some of this stuff was.
All right, Justin, what do you got for your reels today?
Okay, well, Justin, sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm last.
I'm gonna go with a solid 7.5. It was 6 up until about the point he almost banged his mom. And that whole scene where she was like, this tastes wrong for some reason. And he goes, yes, it does. I'm like, yep, that's some extra points in my book.
You got 1.5? That gave it the 1.5? That one?
Yeah. Where she was like, I taste incest.
It reminded him of home. What do you want?
That's so bad.
I'm so sorry, Justin. Actually, it was right there. Low-hanging fruit. Hi, I'm Phil.
Oh my god, dude.
Oh my god.
That was horrible.
It's late. I should be in bed. I should not be up this late.
Oh, man.
You're the last one. We know it's my favorite movie, so it gets 10 out of 10.
Yeah, Mike's going to give it 10. I'm going to give it 8.5. It's a better known as Target.
Hey,
Well
done. God, can I get that poster?
Yeah, you can get Mickey. I give it 8.5. This is a fun movie. Turn off your brains. You can watch the trilogy and you'll just be entertained for a good 6 hours of your life, but you won't regret it. You'll be like, yes, this was worth it. It's filling. It's like a good meal. It's not like you're eating sushi 20 minutes later, you burp and you're hungry again. No, this is a good steak and potatoes meal. So yeah, 8.5. Mathematically, it's like, what, 8? Go 8 on 10.
I think
Dylan's not here to do our math.
Yeah, I don't have a calculator up or anything, so I'm gonna say it's over an 8 though.
Yeah, it'd be about 8.25.
I believe that it's actually 10, and you're all wrong.
Yes, of course, because it's mixed movie. It's a 10.
It's mixed movie, so it's
movie.
a 10. 10 out of 10.
Obviously, yep. Congratulations, Mick.
Help the Milbys. Donate today.
Help the Milbys. Yeah, how about we pool a bunch of money together to help somebody pay their medical bills? If a lot of people put in a little bit of money, that might work, to get people's medical bills paid.
I don't know. Sounds like communism.
If only we could figure out a system where everybody could have that.
Is GoFundMe socialism?
Could be.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And it's
I'm
great.
okay with it. So wait. Everybody's about GoFundMe. Spread necks and everything. All right.
Technically, OnlyFans.
No, that's Phil. That's capitalists. That's billionaires.
Okay.
The entrepreneurs.
It's only me. I take all the money from OnlyFans.
So we've discussed that GoFundMe. Everybody uses GoFundMe if they need it, and it's socialism.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just pointing that out.
Yep.
Letting that fly.
Let's get GoFundMe to redo the healthcare system here in America.
Or you can, ask the neighbors to the north who have one that's functioning relatively well and probably could take yours.
I don't think we need to ask anybody. They know how to do it. They're just not doing it.
I agree. No one wants to wake you guys up north. It's after 9 p.m. Aren't you asleep at that point?
Yeah, we've just put the maple syrup bunnies to bed, and
that's what I figured. Yeah.
Yeah, but
they're all asleep too.
Phil, you got to remember.
Bunnies.
I love how Mike's just catching up. Maple syrup bunnies.
Maple syrup bunnies.
I was just picking words at random.
It was perfect.
But Phil, you got to remember that Canada has a universal health care because we haven't been bored enough to take you over yet.
You guys tried. I kicked you out. I want this on the record.
About this on the Real Boys. Speaking of the political boys, Phil did make fun of us for burning down the White House.
We burned down your White House twice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, maple syrup bunny.
Well,
yes!
do it again.
Hashtag maple syrup bunnies. It's a
do it
thing
again
now.
and do it again and bring your healthcare with you.
Timmy Hortons, hockey and healthcare. Yay, Canada.
Dub and an ice cap, and I'm good to go, ladies and gentlemen. I just spoke a whole bunch of Chinese words to Canadian words, and you're like, "What is he saying? What is
Well,
his
it's okay.
double?
He just hasn't caught up yet. Just give him.
Did
a
he
minute.
just call me a
Figure it
cow?
out. No, yeah, again with that. Again with the heifer.
The El Jefe, why would you call me fat? I didn't say that. I was just like, are you calling me a cow? Is that like something that happens up in Canada? Are they like,
yes. As I said, the
like,
cows
hey,
are a sacred
Canada.
animal here in Canada.
You just said maple syrup bunnies. You think that cow is somehow throwing me off? Like, I mean, like, is that out of the realm of possibility?
Justin's over there. I don't know. Justin might actually call you like a steer, like a king steer or something. I don't know.
Oh my god.
Canada equals snow Mexican.
We're hardworking people, and we live in the snow. Okay, I like it. I'm okay with that. Oh my god. Okay, I'm going to bed. Can I?
Man. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I
light
had a
out where he
fun
is.
time. Make sure you donate. Mick, you are an awesome guy, and I can't wait to talk to you after. But putting this whole thing together, and you're just an awesome dude. Casey said I was a nice guy, but you're a fucking legend, man. Putting this all together.
No, don't you deflate that ego right now.
I'm El Jefe.
He's El Jefe.
No, it's a size thing. We're trying to be nice. That's all it is.
Moo.
El Moo.
Thank
I'm
you
so
for
gonna get
having us
canceled.
on, Hefe, and thank you for letting us do this dumb show that we do, where idiots talk about movies.
Every Monday and Friday on the Scene
Every
Snobs
Monday
Network.
and Friday. Listen to a bunch of idiots talk about movies. I think I just came up with our new T-shirt.
Yeah, absolutely. Great
The real
tagline.
boys, idiots talk about movies.
Maple syrup bunnies talk about movies.
Maple syrup bunnies. We got so many good T-shirt ideas out of this episode.
If I don't get a snow Mexican shirt, I swear I don't know what I'm gonna do. That's the greatest thing ever.
Snowman with a sombrero.
Don't you have another show that needs to get on after we're done, or are
I
we
do,
just?
I do, but I'm having fun.
I mean, I could sit here. I work third shift and I'm off tonight. I could literally sit here for the next 4 hours and just talk shit.
Well, fuck it. Well, I got to play PVD, and it's a good time to piss. But we'll be back on at 1 a.m. So whoever wants to join us, feel free to jump in.
Everybody's welcome to one.
Yeah, if you have the link, you're welcome to join.
Sweet.
And then we'll talk about snow Mexicans and maple syrup bunnies.
And El Heifers.
And El Heifers. Beef, it's what's for dinner. So we do have Samantha Gasson, who was supposed to sing during
Three Geeks.
Fortunately, she could not make it at that time, but she did send a video, so we're going to play it for you now. Here comes the music, and then we'll be right back on to introduce the next show.
Appreciate it.
My name is Samantha Gaton. Tonight I'm going to be playing my original song Underwater for you. And hello to the Milby family. I hope that you guys are doing all right, and I hope that you all love this song. Thanks for having me tonight. Stand in the dark, another day, another scar. You had me outnumbered. Had me thinking I was floating, didn't know that I was drifting away. No, yeah, you put me in the water, didn't tell me you were out in the way. Crashing down, I hadn't figured it all out. I was underwater. So when I washed up on the shore with nothing left of you or yours, finally free from you. I had my sound, never afraid of speaking out till my words were taken. And I couldn't find my way, stuck in a maze with no escape. I was always changing. Oh, had me thinking I was dreaming, didn't know that I was wide awake. Yeah, you put me through the ringer, didn't tell you I was feeling the pain. So when the waves came crashing down, I hadn't figured it all out. I was underwater. So when I washed up on the shore with nothing left of you or yours, finally free from you. Had me thinking I was floating, didn't know that I was drifting away. Yeah, you put me in the water, didn't tell me you were out in the way. So when the waves came crashing down, I hadn't figured it all out. I was underwater. And when I washed up on the shore with nothing left of you or yours, finally free from you. Oh, so when the waves came crashing down, I hadn't figured it all out. I was underwater. So when I washed up on shore with nothing left of you or yours, finally free from you. Thank you so much. I hope y'all have a great night. Please go check out the GoFundMe on my Snapchat, Instagram, and Facebook stories. And I hope to see y'all soon.
we were muted, but Samantha Gaston, that was very cool.
Yeah,
That was a cool
thankfully
song.
she was not muted because she was awesome.
We were kind of dancing along in the background, and we were like, "All right, let's throw it up. Let's throw it up and just dance to it." It was fun. So we're having a good time. We got 2 hours left. Well, just under 2 hours, but we can go all night. Let's just go all night.
No.
No.
Fair
enough. Because Jason Taylor said, this 12 hours with my friends has flown by. No, it hasn't.
I mean, it really has.
No, it hasn't.
I mean, for
I'm
people who were in
exhausted.
charge, it's probably tiring.
I am exhausted.
Well, and that's why, with a thankless job you do, Mick, we do want to thank you for it because it's been fantastic helping put all this together.
It didn't drive me
doing
crazy.
it all. No, it didn't drive you nuts at all. You're already nuts. So this just kept you going on course. So this is fantastic. Had a great time hanging out with a whole bunch of people on a whole bunch of great shows. We still have a couple hours left. What's up next?
Well, I do want to play this thank you video from Nicole again, Nicole Milby. She sent this video. We played it at the beginning. I'm going to play it again. And then I'm going to put on the PVDcast with John Orlando, his show. I was a guest on it. We talked about our favorite 80s comedies.
Nice. Now, look, I don't want anyone to get concerned because just because we only have an hour and 45 minutes left in this Fund-A-Thon does not mean that it is done or you have lost or missed out on the opportunity to continue donating.
No.
We will be continuing to share this out. We will be continuing to push to help the Milbys in any way, shape, or form. So we do appreciate it. Anything y'all can do, this doesn't stop. So it doesn't stop with us. It keeps going. So let's keep proliferating the good that we've put together here and having a ball.
Yeah.
So
I'm sorry. Yeah. No, 100% right. I was just kind of agreeing. Kind of. A little.
Only
bit.
Not mildly agreeing.
Not actually agreeing. No. I was actually. It's true. He's right. 100%. I'm just
that he's not agreeing.
No, I do agree. I am agreeing. I'm just delirious. I will say this. It has been a smash. So I'm going to play Nicole's thank you message again. Then I'm going to put on PVDcast. And then we'll be back after for the closing. And we'll see who joins us. So
all lines are open.
We will talk to you guys in a little bit.
Hi, this is Nicole and Aiden. And we just want to say thank you for all the prayers and support you guys have been giving us during this time. Thanks so much.
Hey everybody, welcome to a very special edition of the PVDcast. I'm John Orlando, joined by Mick Manhattan, and we are here for the Help the Milbys Fund-A-Thon. Is that what we're calling it? I don't remember.
I'm sticking with that name.
Fund-A-Thon? Okay, there you go. There you go.
I coined that phrase, so if anybody steals it, it's like, no, this is a Mick Manhattan original.
There. Did you copyright it?
No, but I'm going to beat them up.
You know what? Funny to mention beating people up. We'll get to that in a minute. But thank you for joining us here again. It's a Fund-A-Thon to help, of course, our good friend Jason Taylor. His brother-in-law has gotten some health issues, and it's pretty severe. And it's impacting the family, his sister, and their kids, and their home life and whatnot. So we thought, and I say we, the group of the Scene Snobs, we thought that we would get together and do another fundraiser since the last one for Save Brady was very successful.
Yeah, it did really well.
Yeah, you were the organizer of that event in this one as well. So why is it so important to give back to the community, Mick?
Well, I mean, just for admiration and all the sex that comes with it. No, I mean, sorry. No, of course it's important to give back. I mean, I just, it's a general sense of helping and caring for people. And, like I can go on and on with the keywords, but like, I want to, I feel bad. I want to help. Like what's going on with, Jason is like a member, he is a member of the Scene Snobs family. And I heard this and I was like, well, family's family, you got to help. And we do this sometimes where we do the charity work and things like that. So, I jumped in. I was like, all right, I want to see what we can all do just to maybe raise some money, help out if we can, like we did with Brady, the puppy, back in March. And everybody's been really receptive, the whole time we were planning this. So of course, like you said, this is pre-recorded, and I will be hosting that night. And just so everybody knows, the GoFundMe is all over our social media, and it is in the comments below. Please just click on it and donate and share so people can put it out there. But yeah, it's just I want to, I feel like it's my duty to help, and as much as I can,
especially family.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, we are pre-recording this because yours truly, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on your point of view, I'm going to be on vacation. I'm going to look at it fortunately because it's a nice break for me. Some people might say unfortunately because there's not going to be a new episode of the PVDcast, which I thought about this. New listeners may not know that I always do take a week off in the summer. Like I take a week off because it usually coincides with my vacation to Rhode Island. And so I was just thinking, because last year there was no vacations, we just muscled on through, continuing to do weekly episodes. So, but yeah, I have a little R&R.
Yeah, that's the thing. I haven't even gotten to that point because you've been doing this for so long. Like it is a natural thing, like 2020 aside, because that was just insane. But it is a natural thing for you to take a vacation. And I'm just now at that point where I'm like, I'm going to take a vacation. It's like we have our 2-year mark coming up in October, and that will be our 100th episode.
Oh, cool.
So I was like, you know what? I'm going to take a week off.
I always take off the holidays like right around Christmas and New Year's because that's 2 weeks, and then I always take the week off in the summer. And this year was the first time that I did an episode on Thanksgiving because usually I don't drop one there either because I'm like no one's listening. But and that's also too because usually I'm out of town. But this past November 2020, I wasn't out of town. So I'm like, well, I'll go ahead and drop an episode, which I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I want to say that was Jeff Dwoskin and Gerald Glassford.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm not sure. I'd have to look that up. So Jeff, don't get mad. Don't get mad, okay?
Those are good guests to have. They really are. Jeff delivers.
Yeah, and I love hanging out and talking wrestling with Gerald. He's top notch as well. Before we jump into our topic, you had a shall we call it a rant?
Yeah, I want to talk about
PSA, whatever you want to call it.
This is something I'm calling for anybody over 18. So lately, since the movie Space Jam 2 came out, a new legacy, if you will, I have seen some people really complaining and bitching about it. I forgot. Can I curse on here or not?
Yeah, you can on the PVD on the PVDcast. You can curse all you want.
So I've seen a lot of people kind of bitching and moaning about it, and just all the posts and stuff. And I'm like, you know what, you windowless van owning pedo? No, I'm just kidding.
Wow, you're bringing the heat. Jeez,
I'm kidding. But like, if you're complaining that this movie with the Looney Tunes in them is not a good movie, then A, you haven't seen the first one because it's the same thing. And LeBron is actually a better actor than Michael Jordan was. Greatest of all time was not the best actor of all time. So I will just say this. Stop complaining. It's for kids. Don't give me that, listen, kids' movies should be for everybody and everybody should have an element to enjoy them. Not the Looney Tunes. There's 2 rules I live by in my life. There's only one rule I live by. The Looney Tunes are for children. Now, as adults, you can enjoy them too. But if you don't enjoy them, it's not for you. So shut up. The other rule is it's more in the bedroom.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. That is not for kids.
That is not for kids. No, God, no. Why would you even say that?
Well, I just meant to clarify your other rules are not for children. They are for adults.
Yeah. Nothing about me is... other than being a dad is for kids. That's it. The whole Space Jam 2, but I see it a lot with movies. Like, oh, this movie was just not, it didn't hold my attention. Because you're not 6. Go outside, rake the leaves, do something as an adult should, or put on a movie that you need to watch. But stop watching cartoons and then saying, well, it just wasn't good. No, it's not that it's not good. It's that it's not made for you.
Okay, well, how about let's dive into what about some of those other animated films? Like, for an example, DC has a variety of direct-to-DVD or direct-to-stream. I can think of a bunch, like I just watched most recently Justice League Dark.
Well, that's made for adults. Okay. I'm not saying all animated movies are made for kids.
Okay.
I'm saying kids' animated movies, and not even just animated, like The Sandlot, like, you watch that, you can enjoy it. as an adult, but it's really made for kids. And that's why like each generation still kind of digs that movie. So if like people, that's actually a poor example because that's just a really good movie. But like there are kids movies. Like if you go back and you watch, any live action like kids movies like Richie Rich or Blank Check or stuff like that, that's made for kids. You can't just be like, hey, that's stupid. It's not made for you. It's not meant to be for you, but kids love it. Kids love that adventure aspect. I'm sure parents back in the 80s were saying, man, Goonies is just stupid. But we love it because we were kids when it came out.
Or if you were in the case of my parents, I was not allowed to watch the A-Team for a while because it was too violent.
They didn't kill anybody.
I know. We are being very random here. The viewers are like, what the hell are these two? We're just, I don't know.
We're getting there.
We're getting there. We're getting into the comedy groove, so to speak. But
my point is, if you're an adult and you're sitting by yourself in your living room watching a kid's movie and you're saying, I hate this, this was bad, there's a problem. You need to get out. You need to go either watch something more adult that works for you, or just get out of the house and go meet people.
Or actually just enjoy it for what it is.
No, that's too far gone, man. You can't expect people to just enjoy stuff. Come on.
Well, I'm gonna go on record. I'm one that I have no real desire to see Space Jam 2. I don't really care. I mean, the first one was fine. It was okay. I don't hate it. I don't love it. But I don't have any desire to see Space Jam 2.
I think that's the right attitude to have, though. You have no desire to see this children's movie.
Right.
I watched it because I have children and I watched it with them.
And they liked it, right?
Yeah, they loved it. They were laughing their asses off. But if they weren't there, I would not have seen Space Jam 2. I don't care. But because I watched it with them, I enjoyed it through their eyes, laughed along with them. I appreciated the funny that they were trying to make, and who it was for.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to be able to do that with movies. I said this one time, I had a bunch of filmmakers on, indie filmmakers came on and we were talking and I was like, I don't believe that every movie is so bad it's unwatchable. And they all berated me about it. Like, oh no, there's tons of stuff out there. I was like, I'm not talking about your stuff. No, no. But with this, I was like, there's always some element. And I even proved them wrong in the conversation because they were like, yeah, well, if there's tits and ass and this and that. Yeah. I was like, yeah, exactly. But there's something in the movie you enjoy. So it is watchable for a reason. Even if it's just that reason. I was like, you can't write off every movie. There's going to be something that you can take away from it. Now, you don't have to watch it. That's another option too. Like, you don't have to, do that stuff. But like, when you slam everything and you're just like, it's unwatchable and a piece of garbage and it's bad and has no elements of good, somebody's going to have a takeaway from it. There's going to be an audience. And I feel like stop putting all the artists who make this stuff in a box and saying like, this doesn't exist. Like the Michael Jordan joke in Space Jam 2 alone was worth it for me to watch it with my kids.
Okay.
And they didn't understand it.
Okay. Does it have something to do with battling the flu?
No, I wish, right? No, you know what? I will spoil it because it's already going to be 2 weeks here and I don't care.
Go ahead.
And we're going to be playing this late in the thing anyway, so all the kids will be in bed. There's a scene where they're down, it's halftime, they're upset, and Sylvester comes in, he goes, I found Michael Jordan. And they bring him in, it's this whole thing. And it's not the Michael Jordan they were thinking of. But it's a funny turn.
Is it Michael B. Jordan?
Yes.
Maybe.
And he does it. I will ruin it. I don't care because it is what it is. Again, it's a kid's movie. Like,
and the kids are in bed anyways.
Yes, exactly.
Or they should be, even though I'm not a parent.
Or if they're watching, I don't even think they care about that scene. Michael B. Jordan comes in and then he says the quote from Friday Night Lights.
Oh, okay.
Clear minds, clear heart. It's so it was a funny moment. Like I was like, that was a good joke.
That's right. No, the kids are going, Mommy, who's this guy from The Wire?
And well, he was in Friday Night Lights, if you remember. He was
Yeah.
in the
Oh,
fourth
yeah,
season,
yeah,
he was the
No, I know.
quarterback.
Yeah.
So when he said the quote, I'm laughing because I love that show. I thought it was a great show. And I'm laughing at it. And he, my wife is like, what is that? I was like, well, it's from Friday Night Lights. But my 4-year-old seeing me laugh at that the first time we watched it, was like, why is that funny? And I was like, well, remember Michael Jordan was in the first one and they call him Michael Air Jordan. This is Michael B. Jordan. He's ruining it for everyone as he's running around. He's like, it's so funny. There's Michael B. Jordan, not Michael A. Jordan. And they have no idea what he's talking about because they haven't watched the movie yet. But yeah, no. So I mean, there's cute elements to it where the people are laughing. And it's an introduction back to the Looney Tunes, which is always good in my opinion.
Yeah. What's your favorite Looney Tunes?
Like ever?
Cartoon. Yeah.
God.
I'll throw mine out there. I have 2 favorites. Bugs Bunny, Barber of Seville.
Yeah, that's one. That was one that was rattling around up there. It's just, but that's not even great because it's funny, but it's just brilliant.
Yeah,
people don't understand the nuance to that.
Right. I didn't know it was an opera till years later. I'm like, oh, this is not just a Bugs Bunny cartoon. Let me cut your mop. Come into my shop.
It's so amazing.
Yes.
The whole thing, and to the music and the whole nine. There are some. I love Duck Season, Rabbit Season, which they reference in the movie.
Okay.
It's so famous now at this point from memes and gifs and stuff, but like it's just a great episode. There's so many to think of. I mean, anything with Wile E. Coyote and the Roadrunner is great.
I also enjoyed the one where Bugs goes to Robin Hood Times. And he's, Sheriff of Nottingham, Little John, how do you do? Pleased to meet you. Little John, Sheriff of Nottingham, how do you do? Pleased to meet you. John, Sheriff, how do you do? Pleased to meet you. And then he just walks away and he keeps shaking hands. Stop it, fool. I love that. That whole sequence is awesome.
When Bugs plays the baseball team.
Oh, yeah.
By himself.
Yeah.
That's a fantastic one too. That is one of my favorites. Absolutely. And I think it gets lost, and even as a parent today, and having grown up intensely with the Looney Tunes always on, but I don't know if my kids really watch it that much because it's not readily available. I was like, they love Space Jam, they love Space Jam 2, and they know they have a working concept of who Daffy and Bugs are and such, but not like I did. And I was like, I need to go out and get the DVDs to just start letting them watch them because these are some amazing cartoons. And yeah, I think most parents should need to get out there and reintroduce.
There you go. Well, since we've talked about top list, if you will.
Yeah.
Top list, not topless. Although in some of these movies, there's probably going to be some topless scenes. Let's not lie. Let's talk about our top 5 80s comedies when it comes to movies. All right, Mick.
Mm-hmm.
So interestingly enough, I already had this list done from another podcast that I was going to be on, but then things fell through and whatnot. But I'm willing to talk about some great 80s comedies.
Well, here's the thing. So I took out all of the ultra famous 80s comedies from the list because I was like, everybody's going to say Ghostbusters, Airplane, Caddyshack, Vacation, Back to the Future, things like that. Like they're so ultra. So I went more mid-level, which to me are just as funny as any of those, if not in some cases funnier. But they're just not as well known.
Okay.
And lower, maybe more obscure as I go along. And so I kind of, I don't know how you want. Do you want to go first? You want me to go first?
No, you go first.
All right. Are we going back and forth, or am I
Sure.
just going?
Let's go back and forth. There you go.
All right. So one of the first ones that I picked that's on the list, it's more popular now, but a lot of people don't realize it wasn't as popular growing up. It was something you sort of discovered, and that's Clue.
Oh yeah,
Clue. A lot of people look back at it now and I'll talk to them and they're just like, yeah, it's one of the greatest comedies of all time. I was like, it was a bomb. People didn't know that movie, as well. It became more popular on VHS and then DVD and word of mouth is what made that really good. People did not really like that movie, but to me, it's up there, man. The jokes are hit on every point. The cast is truly amazing, led by Tim Curry. And it's so hard to pick a great Tim Curry role, but Wadsworth might be his very best. And that's saying a lot because he has a lot of amazing characters.
Mm-hmm. Well, I went with the standard fare. My first selection, Police Academy, the original.
Oh, God.
Because as a kid, Michael Winslow was awesome because he made all the noises. Tackleberry was awesome because he had the gigantic gun and he was such a parody of Clint Eastwood that I don't know why. Like even as a kid, I was like, yeah, he's poking fun at Dirty Harry. I wasn't really Sweetum and Bobcat were not necessarily my favorite characters, but there you have. And what's her name? The blonde who had the gigantic boobs. Who?
Oh no, not Kim. That's not Kim Cattrall. That's I cannot think of her name at the moment, but she's been around forever.
Was the character's name Houlihan?
Houlihan, yes, that was her name in the movie.
In the movie, I can't remember the actress's name, but that also was presented as a young child to make you go, "Huh, I feel weird now." Anyways, so Police Academy starts off my list at number 5.
Police Academy is a good one. I'm trying to think of. Yeah, man, I might be going more than 5 because there's so many. One that I love that's on my list next that deserves a lot of credit, I think, is 3 Amigos.
Really?
I love 3 Amigos.
Okay.
I think people get lost in how smart that movie is. Because I think people get lost in the fact that it's a goofy slapstick movie. But come on, some of that stuff, like when they have the canteen and like they're all like in a sweltering sun and they're all dying and Steve Martin is like has no water left in his canteen, and then Martin Short pours and dirt comes out and hits him in the face, and then Chevy Chase's again his nuances in his faces when he takes his and he's just like, and the water is just flowing down into his mouth and they're watching him just like disheveled and upset, and it just keeps going and the scene keeps going, and then he wipes it all around his face and then throws it, and then it stays on the canteen on the ground just leaking water out. It's stuff like that people just don't understand. Like that's what makes comedy. When Steve Martin is staring when Steve Martin is talking to the
Bandito,
the singing bush.
Oh, okay.
And the bush is singing, and he's just like, "Excuse me, are you the singing bush?" They're in the middle of nowhere. It's a fucking bush singing, and like, but just the way his face reacts to it, little things like that. Like that's what makes a comedy for me.
Plus, their salute was awesome as a kid.
Yes,
let's be honest.
Oh, absolutely.
There you go.
The whole premise of that movie is just asinine, but I love it. And I picked ones that I really wanted to shine a light on.
Okay.
That people go check out.
Well, I went the other way, as I mentioned. I say my 4th pick for great comedies, National Lampoon's Vacation. I mean, it's classic.
Oh, yeah.
It's fantastic. I like Christmas Vacation better, but I felt like it didn't go on this list because, to me, it's a holiday movie.
Yeah. For me, Christmas Vacation is hands down one of the greatest comedies of all time.
Right, sure. Yeah, absolutely.
And Vacation is up there. The European Vacation was funny. My thoughts on this were, the first Vacation, he didn't have a full grasp of who Clark Griswold was. I think he went in there and people were just like, be Chevy Chase. You're the dad. And he was great in that role. I'm not taking away from him how well he did. And he established Clark Griswold as his father. And then in the second one, they were like, well, we need a zany European comedy because that's what's popular now. And it was like, now you're taking away from who Clark Griswold is as his dad, just having terrible shit happen to him the whole time. And Chevy Chase is known for his reaction, but now he's got to go on this whole adventure thing. But by Christmas Vacation, and it came back around and it wasn't a zany adventure. That's why that makes Christmas Vacation the best in that entire series. It's because he knew who Clark Griswold was by that point, who he wanted to play, and it just nails on all cylinders.
And well, and we forgot about Las Vegas Vacation.
I did not forget about it. I did forget about it, but I did not forget about it.
I forgot about it because it's a terrible movie.
You know what's funny? I was just watching that new Spiral, the Saw movie with Chris Rock. What is wrong with me? And the captain in that movie is the daughter from Vegas Vacation. Because I'm looking at her face and I'm like, who the hell is this? I know who this is. And then I looked it up and I was like, oh, she's from Vegas Vacation. Okay, I gotcha. But yeah, I just, Christmas Vacation is too easy to name when it comes to comedies, I think, because it's just amazing all the way through.
All right, what's your next one you would like to highlight?
I
hope you say Nothing But Trouble.
Nothing But Trouble is 90s.
I know. And it's not a very good movie either.
Again, there are nuances in that movie, though, that are fantastic.
Hey, Digital Underground and Tupac. That's all you need to know.
That's very fair. I will say Brewster's Millions.
Okay.
Brewster's Millions is another one that I just truly love. I might have 6 because I forgot. I marked them down on my thing, and I just realized I marked too many because there's just too many to be funny that are funny. But Brewster's Millions, which was a remake at the time, starring my favorite of all time, John Candy. And not because I thought he was the funniest. He was truly amazing. John Candy was great because John Candy could play any role. He could play the buffoon. He could play the straight man. He could play any part. And he had, and I know I use this a lot, he has the nuances that made Chevy Chase famous, made John Candy famous. Like those things, Bill Murray, like those things that a twinge in the eye or just a reaction to something, and you're rolling on the ground laughing because they just know what comedy is. They know how to handle it. Another living genius, but he was the co-star to Richard Pryor.
Right.
And Richard Pryor, of course, one of the greatest comedians of all time, was just truly fantastic in it. And if anybody doesn't know what this movie is, quick rundown. A AAA baseball player who makes nothing gets an inheritance where he has to spend $30 million in 30 days or he loses $300 million. And you put John Candy and Richard Pryor in there, and if you can't figure out why that's funny, then you're lost.
Who was in the original? Because it had a bit.
I don't think it had a huge cast, but they were well known for their time.
I was going to say I want to say Jackie Gleason, but I don't think that's right.
Oh, that was way before Jackie.
Yeah, Gleason. I was going to say that's yeah.
Yeah, that's or not way before, but he was a TV star at that time.
At that time, right? Yeah. So that's why I don't know why I keep thinking Jackie Gleason. And
which
I know
I don't want it to win. I'm sorry, I know it's your show, but honorable mention. It's not one of the best comedies of all time, but he was flawless in it. Smokey and the Bandit.
Oh yeah, yeah.
His comedy scenes in it were flawless, and people need to understand that.
I am actually looking it up real quick. Brewster's Millions.
Yeah, I liked the original, but the one that had me was what do you call it? Richard Pryor's.
Oh man, there's several Brewster's Millions, by the way.
Oh, is there? I just know of the 2.
So the one that I've looked at, the most recent one of the film would be 1945, starring George Barr McCutcheon. Let's see, who else? Helen Walker.
Yeah.
June Havoc. That sounds like a wrestling name. That's not her real name.
Now it is. Back then, that was an actor name. Yeah, so there's relatively obscure now names in that. I'm sure at the time, because that was a popular movie, I'm sure at the time they were really well known. But I want to say that was a time when, if you remember, everybody was going off to fight in World War II.
Oh yeah.
So most of the actors who didn't go, who were maybe too young or too old, kind of filled those voids in movies.
Mm-hmm.
And, they became popular. But then afterwards, when all the big names were coming back, it was kind of like,
yeah.
See you
Clark
later.
Gable, June Havoc.
Yeah. We're gonna pop old Clark in there. He'll take care of it. No, but yeah. So like, but the remake still, like, there's a scene in that movie where he bought a stamp. It was it was $1 million stamp, and he bought it. And the investor bank who stands to get the inheritance if he loses starts laughing because they read in the paper that he did it. And they get a letter, and it opens up, and it's like, hey, I hope everything, something like along the lines of like, hope everything's going well or whatever, or it's a postcard. It was a postcard, and they turn it around, or greetings from whatever. And they turn it around, and they're just like, he's bought a stamp. This idiot's sending us mail, and he mailed the postcard with the stamp.
See, I saw it, Mick, but when I was a kid, and I vaguely remember it. I just bits and pieces here and there, and very small bits. I have to rewatch it. I'm gonna have to check that one out.
I would. It's a truly great movie. And I will fight people on that one. You don't have to love it, but you got to respect it.
Oh, I mentioned fighting early on. I should throw this out there. I feel that if Tim from Funny Science Fiction Podcast continues to smite the good name of Jean-Claude Van Damme, he might wake up to a knock at the door, and there is JCVD.
Yeah, you don't besmirch JCVD. He'll show up.
He'll show
He's
up.
got time on his hands. Yeah, you don't mess around with him.
No, he's going to be at Tim's door putting his fists in broken glass.
Yeah. Can you imagine? It's just like he shows up at Tim's house, and there's like this old chest with just glue and glass, and his hands are in ropes. And he's just like, let's go.
I remember years ago in my early wrestling fandom that I found out Terry Funk had daughters, and I'm like, could you imagine going to take one of them out? Like, you show up, you knock at the door, and goddamn Terry Funk answers the door. I just run. I'd be like, shit, bye.
Even as a 6'8" man,
yeah,
just big all around. If I rolled up, what am I going to hit him with? If he's like, let's fight, what am I going to hit him with that he hasn't been A, hit with before?
True.
And B, is just fine if you hit him with it. He just looks at you like, whatever. Yeah. And you don't realize how much he had to fake getting hit by Patrick Swayze to pretend it hurt. He deserved an Oscar, a Best Actor Oscar for that.
Can I just tell you, when I first watched Roadhouse, I was pissed. I was like, Terry, don't take that shit from that pansy. Beat up Patrick Swayze. What the pile driver?
They had to get Sam Elliott for that movie to make Terry Funk look less of a man. Because only Sam Elliott can walk in and make any man in the room look like less of a man.
True. Very true. Absolutely, Kate. Absolutely point on. Absolutely. Terry Funk. I wish I could do a great Terry Funk impression, but I can't.
No, what's a Terry Funk impression? You're gonna get hit with a chair with
he has that way in which he talks.
Yeah,
you're
gonna feel bad for this one. Yeah, like he did have that drawl that was like kind of
still love and beyond the mat. This is your good knee. You should not be able to walk on it.
Jesus Christ, man, he was a mess. No, and I feel so bad for him because I love Terry Funk. He was the
Terry
best.
Funk was the best. His empty arena match with Jerry Lawler was a thing I watched as a kid over and over and over again on tape.
I just don't think people were. And it was sad because I know we're breaking off from where our point, but like I keep thinking about like when he showed up with Mick Foley back in the day, and they were in WWE when they were, and I was like, you guys just don't even know who he is.
Yeah,
no, they're not even like WWE sucks that bad that they're. It's like Terry Funk isn't a star. I was like, he's been doing this for so long,
and he was in your company in 1985.
Dude,
so I have his LJN figure, so you know who he is.
Listen, all I know is if and I don't care. I don't care who gets mad at me for saying this, but if Pat Patterson didn't want them in the bedroom, which is nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with the fact that he was a homosexual. My point being, if he didn't want them in the bedroom, they weren't stars.
That's a bold statement.
That's not that bold. You know that to be true. That's the thing. But it's the same with men who do it to women. You know,
Sure.
especially back in the day. It's like, if they didn't find you attractive, you probably didn't get which is all bullshit.
Right.
Every ounce of it. So
absolutely.
Fuck that.
All right, let's move on to my we're deviating everywhere here on the PVD cast.
That's what I do. That's what I do.
It's on the name plaque that's on your desk.
Well, you either have to go another half hour or you have to go another 15 minutes. So make your decision now.
The way things are going, we're going another half hour, probably.
Okay.
I picked Airplane as my third selection. Leslie Nielsen, Lloyd Bridges. I mean, as a kid, even though this is not politically correct by any stretch of the imagination, this movie, but when Lloyd Bridges beat up all of the Hare Krishna-like people, like as a kid, I thought that was so funny. It's not. If anybody of that particular religious sect is listening to this yeah. First of all, you're not listening to this podcast. What am I doing?
You're really not.
They're not.
You really don't care. And if you are offended by it and you're not, then you don't understand comedy.
There you go.
And you also don't understand what it's like to walk through an airport in the 80s.
Right. Dude, just watched an episode of Matlock this morning because that's what I do. I drink coffee, eat my breakfast, and watch Matlock on MTV.
You're an 80-year-old man. You are an 80-year-old man. And oh my God. I can't have to keep doing this because my hair is just too damn long.
The scene that they had was Cliff, the private investigator. He took a flight to St. Thomas. He didn't show up 2 hours in advance. He didn't have to print off his ticket. The tickets got mailed to his freaking house. I'm like, oh,
remember that? Pre 9/11, man. You could do anything you wanted. We used to go when I was a kid and watch the planes take off.
I had a girlfriend that liked to do that. We used to do that frequently, like just go up and watch the planes take off and land. And ex-girlfriend.
Yeah, my grandmother would park and as kids bring us, and it's funny to see how much you have to go through to get to those seats now.
Yeah,
just to get there, and she didn't buy a ticket. No. We just walked in and sat down and watched the planes as people were boarding stuff.
Right.
Like it's crazy.
Next week I got to get up at 3:30 in the morning so I can be at the airport by 4:30 because you got to have 90 minutes before your 6 a.m. flight.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't envy you, and I hate that shit.
Wow. All right, your third best comedy of the 80s.
I'm gonna go with the first time I saw boobs on camera on like a movie, and I was a kid, and it was on HBO, and it was Back to School.
Oh, that's a classic. That was in consideration on my list.
Yeah, that was so for that fondness of those beautiful the beautiful breasts that was shown in the beginning of the movie, the blonde when he opens up the shower and he opens it, he closes it, and then he opens it back up again. Again, those little things. And it's just a funny as hell movie. I watch it pretty regularly, or maybe every couple of years. I make sure to rewatch that movie because it's just everything about it is wrong and raunchy by today's standards, but it is funny because people don't realize like it's making fun of the stuff that they knew it was wrong. They're making fun of it.
Mm-hmm.
That's what these characters are. But yeah, I love that movie. And as a comedy goes, like it definitely should be recognized.
Well, now we're going to get to my obscure pick, and it's a favorite of mine. I'm going to go with "I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker."
Yeah, that's what kicked this off.
That's it, because I just bought it on DVD thanks to Kino Lorber, and because I like blaxploitation films. I am a fan of blaxploitation films. With that being said, I think you have to have a certain sense of humor about it. Many people that I know that have great sense of humor, we share the same type of love of comedy. There's sometimes where they were like, I don't even understand why this is funny, and because I think with blaxploitation, you got to have that certain you got to be on the same wavelength. I loved I'm Gonna Get You Sucker. Not only did they bring back some of the old time actors from that era, he OG'd. That was hilarious. I mean, just overall, it's a great film. It's funny. It pokes fun at the genre.
Yep.
Keenan Ivory Wayans is fantastic. Had a great soundtrack too. The main song, Jack of Spades by Boogie Down Productions, that was a favorite of mine. I love that song. So yeah, I'm Gonna Get You Sucker. If you haven't seen it, you need to.
And you know, a lot of it's funny to me too, because that's one of my favorites. I would have been on my list, but I knew that it was going to be on yours because this is how this kind of came to fruition. Black exploitation to white people who have never really been around black people. I'm just going to say it. Like, I grew up in a black neighborhood, so black culture, I was ingratiated in. Like, watching not just black exploitation films, but black films in general. I was talking to a buddy of mine, Gerard, who's been on Behind the Box before, and he just watched Menace to Society. He just watched Set It Off. He watched Dead Presidents. And I was like, these are some of my favorite movies of all time. How have you never seen them before? And I'm not talking to him like, how as a black man have you not seen them before? I'm talking to him as a movie fan. And he is a movie fan, not watched these movies before. And he's like, yeah, no, I'm trying to get on it and watch the black films that are popular that I missed. And I was like, dude, and I gave him a whole list. And he's like, well, kind of like, how do you know this stuff? I was like, it's the same reason I grew up loving hip hop more than anything else. I grew up in the ghetto, and I'm not saying that's exclusive to black people, but like, that's where this is birthed. Just like now I'm in Virginia and everybody's blasting country music. It's a regional thing, right? Like it is. Sure. So, black films have always been something. Like when I watch Do the Right Thing, I understand that setting because I grew up in that setting. Mm-hmm. But if I'm watching, Poltergeist, I didn't move to the suburbs until way later in life. Mm-hmm. So as a kid, I was like, I don't understand this setting. Like I don't get it. Do they build houses on Indian burial grounds? Like, I don't know that, sort of thing. So like black films in general, like the city vibe. And it's not just that, it's any type of city movie. Like, a lot of the horror movies from the 80s that take place in New York City, I'm attracted to watching, like the Chuds or Basket Case or, so many of those. I love the feel of the city. That's my roots. That's where I grew up. So going back to I'm Gonna Get You Sucker, understanding, because I've seen those black exploitation films and I understand what they're making fun of. They got Huggy Bear to come down in the pimp outfit after being in jail for so long, and then the goldfish is dead in his shoe and it breaks. Like, people don't understand why that's funny. Like, I have watched that with people who don't get it.
Yeah. Yes, same here. Like Black Dynamite. Black Dynamite's one of my favorite movies of all time. And I showed it to a bunch of people and they were like, I don't even understand why that's funny. I'm like, what? The boom mic is in the shot like Dolomite, and they don't get it.
And it's not like I'm saying like, oh man, I completely understand. Again, it's just because I've watched these movies.
Right. Right.
And I, when I watch them, especially as a kid, I wasn't watching them as like, I'm watching a black movie today.
Right.
I was watching a movie. I'm Gonna Get You Sucker. I saw on TV for the first time. And I'm like, this is hilarious because he's Shaft. And he's, I knew who they were mocking in the movie. And I loved Keenan Ivory Wayans. Like anything he did, I was all about. But, so that movie still, like when people say they haven't seen it, I'm like, really? This is amazing. And they're taking from everything, not just black exploitation movies. Mm-hmm. The diner scene. And these characters are coming. It's like Streets of Fire. It's the same as Streets of Fire, which again is another city movie that like just I love, and I'm all about the music and the what they do in it, and which consequently stars Robert Townsend is in that movie too.
Yeah,
another one of my favorites, but it's in the '90s. I would say Meteor Man. I love that movie.
All right, what about your next pick?
I don't know. I got on I'm Gonna Get You Sucker. Now I'm just kind of stuck there. Now I want to watch Original Gangsters, which is an underrated Larry Cohen movie, if there ever were one. But no, I know I got to get back on track. I will say The Burbs. The Burbs.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Which, all right, here's why I'm saying how like I didn't understand the suburbs, because like Poltergeist and stuff like that. Again, growing up in the city, the suburbs were weird to me. Most movies you saw, like Richard Pryor's Moving and other movies that took place in the suburbs, you're like, man, suburbs are weird. Like it's a weird vibe. Because in the city, everybody knows each other. You walk down the street, you know who your whole neighborhood. In the suburbs, like your whole neighborhood, but it seems like you know them through looking through the window. That's the vibe I always got from movies. But The Burbs was the first one where it really seemed like, yeah, we're turning it on its head and saying like, yeah, we are weird, and this is how weird we can get. So it's something like that was just and I thought it was like beautiful, wonderful comedy, and I still watch it like religiously to this day.
Well, and my last one is probably it is probably one of my favorite movies of the 80s, comedy or otherwise. I'm a huge mark for The Naked Gun. In fact, I'll be so bold as I feel like all three of them are good. I'm going to stick to the first one because it was the original. And if we had a laugh-o-meter, it would probably peg out the laugh-o-meter.
Yeah. That's a great choice. Movie like that for me, the Zucker films. Airplane, like the movies they made back in the day just hit on all cylinders, and Leslie Nielsen knew how to play them.
And see, that's why I think it's my favorite, because you watch Leslie Nielsen in other serious roles, and you're like, what the fuck? Like, it's just here's an example. I happened to flip on Ray Bradbury Theater the other day, a repeat. He was on an episode, and I'm like,
you need to calm down with what you're saying there, buddy.
What? You
said rape Bradbury.
No, I didn't. I said Ray Bradbury.
I'm screwing with you. Listen, it's probably going to be shown at like 10 or 11 o'clock at night. I need to make sure everybody's awake.
Okay, there you go. Everybody was startled. Like, what the fuck? Huh? Anyways,
they're going back and they're like, I can't even re-listen to
it. No, but like he played this really creepy guy on Ray Bradbury Theater. And it's like, it's still I'm like, what? This is, it is Ray Bradbury. It is Leslie Nielsen. But it's such impactful because, that was the first time I saw him. Because I think Airplane came later in my fandom.
I call him still the original Captain Kirk, because if you watch Forbidden Planet, his character in that is, you can tell Gene Roddenberry. There's no way you can't hide how much he took from Forbidden Planet. The energizing, just how the characters interact. And, you had the doctor character, you had, the captain, his right-hand man and such. Like, the whole thing could be in the Star Trek universe. And, and he's, of course, the star. Leslie Nielsen is the captain. He's the star of the movie. But he is very much the ladies' man, Captain Kirk type. So I still refer to him like, this is the guy who went down as comedy legend and had just amazing, timing and comedy. And he was also like the first Captain Kirk.
Yeah, he was a ladies' man in Forbidden Planet, and hopefully wore the full body condoms.
Oh, Jesus. My last one, before I give my last one, I wanted to give, and this is really just as a movie fan, I want to give people just some movies to go watch comedy wise. These are honorable mentions, and that's Midnight Run, Heathers, Wildcats.
Heathers was going to be on my list too, by the way, just throwing that out there. Sorry.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it was going to be, but I disqualified it.
Yeah, Weekend at Bernie's and Fletch. I would say watch those movies.
Oh, Fletch was a good one. Fletch was a good one. Yeah. Yeah. That's a good one.
On my list, Major League.
Oh, yeah.
It is a movie that I can watch over and over again, no problem. and it's just, and it's not, it doesn't star any like true comedic characters, like, or actors, I should say. But they're all great in it, and it's funny as hell.
Agreed. That would probably be on a list of top movies that have to deal with sports.
Yeah. Oh yeah, 100%.
It would certainly be up there with Slapshot, Miracle, Body Slam. Okay, maybe
Body Slam. Do not try and shoehorn that into great sports movies. You didn't even say Rocky, and you said Body Slam. I don't want to hear it. Like, you didn't even say the best wrestling movie.
Oh, that's The Wrestler by Aronofsky, hands down.
Yeah. I mean, so you didn't even say like the third best wrestling movie. Like, I didn't even give Ready to Rumble on the list above Body Slam. Come on.
Have you ever heard? Wait, there's a one that actually. Body Slam is terrible. Okay, let's just be honest.
It's terrible.
It is.
But I can understand why a wrestling fan would love it.
Oh yeah. Sure. There was one, and I was actually it was in the order for Kino Lorber, but it was back ordered. And I'm like, I'm not waiting for $7 DVD for like months. Fuck that. So I deleted it out of the cart. But have you ever heard of the wrestling movie Grunt?
No. No, I have not. Would you please proceed to tell me about this movie?
Sure, I will tell you all about it. Let me pull up the Wikipedia page, if I may. Grunt, the wrestling movie. Here we go. It was made in 1983. And oh, wait a minute. That apparently there's two movies called Grunt because I just selected one that is not the correct one.
Holy crap.
All right, Grunt, a documentary crew sets out to reveal one of the professional wrestling's most closely guarded secrets. Is former champion Mad Dog Joe DiCurso now wrestling as The Mask? First of all, that's the best name you could come up with, is The Mask. Come on. Let's see who it stars. It stars Magic Schwartz. I don't even know who that guy is. Marilyn Dodds Frank. That name sounds familiar.
Yeah, no, it doesn't.
It sounds familiar to me. Hold on. Wikipedia time. We're going to click on this one.
You have come prepared for this episode.
I know. She is best known for playing the Bag Lady in Flatliners.
The Bag Lady from Flatliners. Yes. I have no idea who that is.
Okay. She was in The 40-Year-Old Virgin as the, quote, woman who bought the television.
Jesus Christ. Dude, you are not making... You heard a name and you're like, oh, and you're probably associating it with like an aunt. You know, like maybe your aunt's named the same thing and you're just like, oh, I know that name. And it's like, you don't know that name. You don't know the Bag Lady from Flatliners, her biggest role. Get out of here. And this is, and also you named it wrong. It's not called Grunt. It's called Grunt, the wrestling movie.
Yes. But there's plenty of great wrestlers in this movie. Steve Strong, Dick Murdoch, Adrian Street, Bill Anderson. There you go. Grunt, the wrestling movie. Almost purchased it, but it was out of stock. And I said, no, I'm going to wait till it's back in stock. Kino Lorber.
You're killing me with this. I'm looking at this list and you're just like, hey, man, it's got this person. I'm like, so? I mean, I'm glad they got a paycheck. That's about as far as I go on this movie.
Who names themselves Magic Schwartz, by the way?
Well,
it's no June Havoc, but very few can be.
I mean, if you were going to be a star in the 80s, you might as well call yourself Magic and then star in Grunt.
Because the only other magic that matters was on the basketball court.
And he was grunting in the bedroom.
For a
little while.
Right. So.
But yep, that's where we went. That's where I went with it.
Yeah, that's exactly where we went. Hey, speaking of helping people out, by the way, which that was the worst transition ever, by the way. We went from Magic Johnson to this horrible, horrible transition. Anyways, it's the MILBY'S Fund-A-Thon, ladies and gentlemen. The links are in the description of this video. please help out Jason Taylor, friend of the Scene Snobs. He's on the Scene Snobs Network. He's my partner in crime for Matt Talk. Maybe we should throw a few plugs real quick because I believe you might still have a little bit of time to vote for a couple of things.
Yeah, and if I could, I have something I want to throw in after you do.
Sure, all right.
Or it's your show. If you want me to go first, I'll go first.
You know what? You go ahead first, and then I'll plug away as to how you can vote and help out the PVDcast and Matt Talk.
Yes, yeah, please. Sorry, that is very important. I do want that out there. So yes, please, everybody, please donate to the Milby, Save the Milby's, which is what we're working on for this. And John had said, the links are either in the descriptions or they're in the comments. So please, if you can, also share it out. If you can't donate, just share it out. That's a big help. I would also like to say, after this, we are going to be working on the Magic Swartz fundraiser for Growing Dicks. And so that's where we're at right now. If you can help the Milby's, and then in a month, if you can help the Magic Swartz Foundation, we'd really, truly appreciate it. Best way to do it is send some money to grunttherewrestling.com. Okay, go ahead, buddy. Sorry.
I can see it now in the newspapers. Virginia podcaster arrested for fraud.
I'm not taking any money. I'm just saying it's there. It doesn't exist.
If only we had the staff of John Oliver, just to create random, websites and GoFundMe's and whatnot in the name of comedy. If only.
Anything that can help.
Anything. In all seriousness, Matt Talk and the PVDcast have been nominated for the Columbus Podcast Awards, which means that not only are they up for their respective divisions, but they're also thrown in the Podcast of the Year. So I need your help. What you need to do is go over to columbuspodcastawards.com/nominations and vote for Matt Talk in the TV and film category. Vote for the PVDcast in the society and culture category. And then I don't care. Pick one or the other for the Podcast of the Year. I mean, I got 2 horses in the race. Hopefully I'm a winner on either one of those. Voting does end July 31st. So I would like to make the cut. They're going to take the top 4 or 5, I believe, out of each category. And that's where the final tabulation between the judges is going to happen. Man, it would be awesome to win.
Yeah.
It's an honor to be nominated. I'm being dead serious on that. I know it's very cliche, but
I voted for you, man.
Thank you.
And
when you look at the list of talented podcasters and great shows that I'm competing against, it's really, truly humbling.
It is amazing to me that I still have not been nominated for any awards in podcasting ever.
Really?
And I've had an award show. Damn it, integrity. No, I did vote for you. Of course, I'm not going to be in an Ohio award show. But,
right.
I wouldn't want to be anyway because I would lose horribly. But I'm going to say, as much as I like Matt Talk, and it is a niche thing that has made me watch Matlock again, and I hate you for it. It's still fun to have as a companion piece. As a fun podcast. You guys really work well together. But I'm going to tell everybody, go vote for PVDcast. A show that's been around for a long time and is a great interview show and just a lot of fun conversations. So for Podcast of the Year, I'm also, as we're telling you this, because this is July 30th where we're airing this, I have decided to not show this at July 30th. I'm going to show it at 2 a.m. on July 31st. So sorry you missed. No, I'm just kidding. I will now air this earlier so people have time to go and make sure that they vote.
Yeah, but make sure it's still at nighttime when the kids are in bed.
That's fair. Can't talk about Grunt and Magic Swartz and have the kids watching. Can't do it.
Or Ray Bradbury Theater. Can't do that.
Rape Bradbury Theater, yeah. I swear to God, I thought you said that. And we talked about that earlier where you were like, I thought I heard this.
Yeah,
like,
the word rate,
and I'm like,
R-A-T-E, does sound an awful lot like rape. And that's why when that person said that, I'm like, what the? Oh, you said rate.
And I did the same thing for you. You said Ray, and I'm like, did she rape? So it's a small world. But
small world, yeah. When it comes to faux pas.
No, but we appreciate you guys. Thank you for having me tonight, man. And
quite welcome, man. Thanks for coming on. Yeah. All right, with that, ladies and gentlemen, then I'm going to wrap things up. Thanks for checking out this episode. Help the Milby's. you see the links down below. Click them, share them out, whatnot. Let's help them out. Greatly appreciate it. And with that, I'm going to say I will chat at each and every one of you later. Well, I clicked the wrong button.
It's so funny. And
So, anywho,
you better send this to me and leave it in. I'm telling you now.
We're
That's
so
the end of the
live,
show,
so
everybody.
there you go.
We fucked up. That's the end of the show. I'll see you in just 3 seconds.
Yeah, there you go. All right, see you, folks.
Have to unmute ourselves. Hi, everybody. Welcome back. It was a little more than 3 seconds, but there he is.
Yay.
Yeah. Mick's still crushing. Mick Manhattan, ladies and gentlemen, doing a fantastic job. Thank you so much for John Orlando, the PVDcast. It was great to see them. You know, really way too much of that face, but I guess that's what we're stuck with. So it's what we got to deal with, you know.
Too much.
Don't worry. You look fantastic, honey. Well, it was enough of this face, though, so we retired it for the evening. The MILBY'S are at currently still standing at $6,001. We want to thank everyone who donated this evening, everyone who continues to share, and anyone who sees this later and has a future donation putting it above the $6,001. We thank you in advance.
Yep. I agree with everything the rabbit just said.
All right.
Except for one thing. Y'all need to fucking donate before 2 a.m. because I'm not being up here for no reason. I want another $16,000.
Well, see, here's the wonderful thing about math. This show can stop and time will continue on, and you can still donate during that continuation time.
Yep, and we'll still be putting out the GoFundMe, but the link will be up on the Scene Snobs for a while now. So go donate, help out the MILBY'S. Don't be dicks.
Yeah, really. I mean, that's the biggest thing.
If you're looking at your wallet and you're like, should I donate? And you're asking that question, you're a dick.
Well, no, I mean, I don't think you're that bad, but it just means you have the option. And if you have the option, it's always appreciated. Any little bit means a lot, you know?
No, I am being a dick, but I will say this.
He's just exhausted. Don't mind him.
I am exhausted. The link was shared 674 times.
See, that's pretty impressive. That's huge. Thank you all so much for that. That's massive because I'm pretty sure when I looked at it at one point, it was in the 400s when we started this process.
I don't know. I think it was less than that, honestly.
Possibly.
I will say this. We have 2 people who are a part of the show tonight in the green room. We did say when we were doing Real Boys, it was like if anybody who has the link wants to join in, feel like joining in, just let us know. So they could, be a part of like the grand finale of things. I have decided against this, and I'm going to leave them in the green room.
Instead, what we're going to do? Hey, no, you should invite them on in. We all party together. What do you think? I bet you we could have a good old time if we all just get together here and hang out for a little bit. What y'all think about that?
I'll tell you what. If everybody starts to donate even $1, I'll let you ask Matthew McConaughey a question.
Hey, that sounds like a pretty good idea. Where's Matthew McConaughey at, man?
He's under a bunny helmet right now.
That sounds pretty cool. I thought it was a madman, unless I'm just wearing his clothes for no reason. Am I right?
Well, that's technically the clothes that the madman's wearing today were Matthew McConaughey's clothes.
That's all right by me.
So, without further ado, let me not bring in Jason Taylor and George G3. Aha, I'm still lying. You're staying in the green room.
Well, that just seems unfair.
It is.
That seems a downright torture.
Oh, it's past
midnight. I can't believe how hurtful you'd be to our friends who are just hanging out there, man. They just want to come on and hang out with us. We're all just going to be here and just enjoy these last couple minutes together of togetherness. Maybe have some ideas.
It's
kick around some purpose.
Do you see the time? It says 1:19. It's after midnight. I'm evil Mick now.
Man, hey, they're still good in you. I believe in it. I'm pretty sure you just got to find it for yourself, man.
Your draw is no longer Matthew McConaughey.
I don't know where it's going.
And you're
now.
going into
I don't
like
know
this.
Where it's going.
You're like at this man. Monkeys and humans are two different things.
Say, you know.
Can't teach it in the schools.
Oh,
inherit the wind, my friend. Inherit the wind.
It's hard to keep up with that one all the time. Just maintain it. You know what I mean?
All right, we're gonna
Especially if I feel like I have to yell, George, my man, how are you doing, buddy?
Nope, too loud. Nope. Let's see what happens here. Quieter.
Hi guys.
Turn off your air conditioner, George. You maple syrup bunny.
Oh, how's it going, dudes?
Oh my God! I can't believe we're not there yet. We have 40 minutes.
Yeah.
I don't want to do it anymore. I want to go to bed.
I was going to say, my computer's been on since 1:45, just cranking it up.
Rocking strong, y'all. Rocking strong.
I want to quit. I don't want to cross the finish line.
He doesn't. He's just being whiny. Don't mind him.
I don't even know what we're going to talk about. I don't have any plans. I don't have anything.
What are you talking about? We're going to talk about all the awesome shows that have been on. Talk about if there's anything funny that anyone else has to bring up. Jason, was there anything that was brought up during all of these conversations and all these wonderful shows that tickled your fancy and made you want to carry on a conversation?
The people with the Allen thing, I was really shocked that they didn't think Allen thing should be in the top 10, obviously. But
And he's still not. You're wrong.
Yeah, I realize that.
I will say this, Jason. My favorite part of tonight was how you lost your date by talking about your date on your show.
I did not lose my date. She texted me and told me how awesome I was. Thank you very little, Mick.
In your face.
Did the 45-year-old cat lady who's catfishing you tell you how awesome you are?
You mean Casey? Yeah.
Hey! Hey! I'm not a cat lady yet.
Yet.
You have to own the cats.
He's gonna
Can't just have their hides in the back.
Oh man, I am tired, dude. This one beat me up. Like 8 hours was like good. We had too many shows.
I loved it. I thought it was fantastic.
You know, next time every show does a half hour. That's it. You get a half hour. If there's more shows and it's longer, fine. But that's it. I'm not okay.
Gosh. Isn't that so much better, guys? Wow. Man, it just feels like everything got a lot lighter.
It's okay, Mick. It's almost August. You can sleep again in August.
Exactly. August seems like a great month for things to happen.
Oh my God.
See, that's what we've done. We've learned the level of procrastination where we don't put it off for like a day. That's simpleton stuff. We're like, it's next month's issue.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
let's talk about the top 10 worst movies brought to you by George. And I mean, I get it. Martin Short sucks in most things, but in Three Amigos, he is fantastic.
I agree. I loved him in Three Amigos. That was one of my favorites. And I love Steve Martin, and Chevy Chase is a mastermind to me. So, yeah, it was perfect.
And Cable Guy. And
You know it's good when the next show afterwards continues on the conversation.
That was great.
That was great.
I'm just saying, George, you've only seen 5 minutes of it. Maybe you should revisit.
I'd rather sit in the living room with my mother-in-law for 3 hours watching Law and Order than watch the Cable Guy.
I don't know. That sounds like a party.
No, I don't even want to hear it. You watched 10 minutes. You missed some of the greatest scenes. Like, can I have a fork? Can I have a fork, please? Sure, there was no forks in medieval times. Therefore, there are no forks at medieval times. You don't have forks, but you have Pepsi? Dude, I got a lot of tables.
Yeah.
The best. The best. Oh, my God. When he Ponfars with him at medieval times, it's amazing.
Well, Ponfar was the Vulcan sex. That's not what it was.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They were sexting each other. At
No,
medieval
they
times.
didn't have Vulcan sex. They battled each other with wipers.
To be fair, George, I didn't like Cable Guy when I first saw it, and then somebody convinced me to go back and rewatch it, and I freaking fell in love, and I've loved it since.
Yeah, it took a while. It wasn't like the first time I watched it and thought it was brilliant. I just feel like there's a lot of movies out there that are way worse. Like, why wasn't The English Patient on anyone's list?
Anyone's list.
I had not seen that one.
Oh,
well, there
these,
you go.
These were the thing is the qualifications. We have to have seen these movies.
You didn't see Cable Guy at your own admission. You saw 10 minutes of it.
It was seen.
Penalty box.
It was seen.
Penalty box.
It was seen.
He watched the trailer. Where was Dune on your list, George? And
I walked by that shit, and I know there was a DVD in that case. Boom, scene.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that was fun. I'm going to do that again.
What about Excalibur? That one could be in there. One of the worst. You liked Excalibur?
I liked Excalibur.
I found a lot of people who liked Excalibur. I did not like Excalibur.
I'm not a fantasy guy, like I said. And I like that one.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Oh, did I get a message?
What about?
We are looking forward to Sundays though with our favorite military movies. We really are looking forward to this.
So yeah, so I mean, obviously, Saving Private Ryan, we can expect that.
Definitely.
Knowing you,
Bryce. Actually, my son has seen Midway. He has seen Pearl Harbor. He has seen 1917. Saving Private Ryan. I mean, this boy loves. For a 10-year-old, I've never seen a kid so interested in history movies, and especially military movies like he is. And of course, Good Morning Vietnam is also one of his favorites too.
So have you thrown out the original Midway yet?
No, I had not thrown the original Midway to him yet.
That was a good one. I loved that one growing up. That and Taps.
Yeah.
Well, what are you talking about? His number one of all time is going to be 1941.
No chance.
What are you talking about? He doesn't know any. Look at him. The worst movie is The Cable Guy. He doesn't understand. He doesn't understand the concept of what his list.
How would you put A Few Good Men in there? Or did we not count that as a military movie?
It's definitely a military movie.
It's a military movie, and yes, it'll probably be on my list. Yes.
What about Hot Shots Part 2?
No, I don't know that I put that on the list.
I tell you what, you could put out there Legionnaire.
Oh my god.
JCVD.
I've never seen that one. I have not seen that one.
Uh-oh.
I don't even know why I defended Jason. I don't even know why I just put myself out there for you. Oh.
We're over
That
here.
penalty box is squeezed quick with that button. Now
He's moving fast, y'all. I don't know. You guys. Woo.
I was going to say, now I know what Suds feels like when I boot him out of the room.
My favorite part of tonight was like 5 minutes ago when Tim tried to get in and it denied him.
Poor
So
Tim.
So clearly Facebook has extended to StreamYard and was like, you're out, you know. Or he rethought it as he was coming in, and he's like, "No, fuck these guys."
Yeah, I don't want to come into that. What kind of nightmare minefield is going on in there?
Yeah, right. Talking about maple syrup bunnies. Mike hung in for a little while. Mike from Real Boys, Kobe.
Yeah, he was chilling for a second, and then he bounced. I'm not sure.
I think he realized he was like, "Oh, this show's like an hour. I'm not hanging out."
Yeah.
I was like, "I don't blame you." There's 6 people watching. Go fucking donate.
Or keep sharing. I love that new level. This is how it's going to happen. He's going to walk in. He's like, "Hey, so I noticed you didn't make any donations the other night." Just mixed driving around, collecting physically door to door, classic Jersey style.
I don't know.
Hey, how do you like walking?
I don't know if you noticed, but you better fucking donate. You watching me?
Better donate big time.
Donate. I'm not gonna fuck around with this.
And how many shares did you say there were?
674.
Six. Shut up! I'm doing it. I'm the host. 674. I don't care if it's your sister.
Wow.
He's getting really touchy on this numbers thing, guys.
You should.
No, that's impressive. That is extremely impressive.
Shut your fucking mouth over there with your dueling aces and shit.
Did anybody see the trailer for Jackass 4? Am I the only one excited about this movie?
I laughed during the trailer. I will say that. I'm not excited for it, but when I watched the trailer, it did have me cracking up a bit.
For what?
Jackass 4.
Oh, yeah, Jackass 4. Nah, I'm good.
I know somebody who's coming in in the green room, and I was gonna let him in, but I think it would be funnier not to.
He just got a nice goodnight kiss.
I know, man.
Oh my God! Turn off your air conditioners. That's all I hear right now. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Quiet. That's how quiet it is. Listen to the difference when we turn you guys' mics off. I hear nothing.
Tim After Dark. This is the latest I've been up in forever.
It's not me because I don't have an air conditioner going, so
I was going to say, neither do I.
All right, well.
Loud PCs.
Oh, okay, so it's just George. All right, he's muted for the rest of the time.
Nice.
Like, what are you listening to?
That's what you get for not liking Three Amigos.
Apparently.
Oh, that's
Oh
legit.
man, Tim's in this too. Oh, it is the battle against George and the Three
my
Amigos.
God. How do you not like Three Amigos? Now I have a topic.
Like I said, it
George,
must have been the point of my father always making me watch it with him.
Well, exactly. Your father's a genius. And
Because your father loved you, apparently, and you didn't respect that.
Like, George, I have two questions. One, why are you so wrong all the time?
That's part of life.
Dude, the fact that, like, listen, I'm not saying the Cable Guy is like genius comedy, but
It's no Citizen Kane, huh?
It's not. I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's a bad. I think it's funny, and it's one of Jim Carrey's funnier movies. Like the Ace Venturas, I can like do without.
In older age, they suck. Yeah.
Yeah, but like I can still watch Cable Guy. It's so dark.
Cable Guy's not winning any awards anytime soon, okay? But it's
It's going to win a
good-
Snobby Award next year.
That
Boom!
still beats out funny science fiction, I guess.
Oh,
Anyway.
Why are you owing me?
Oh, no, that was just sick burn. I just respect the burn. It was mad.
We made no votes.
Nope.
None of
I
those
didn't
votes
get to
came
vote
from
for shit.
us.
You know
No,
what
I
I
know.
know? Brought my face to the party.
I knew it. When we did the Snobby Awards, I was like, how do I keep myself from looking like an ass? I was like, oh, I just won't vote for anything. And I didn't. I picked people to vote. And then, like, some people were just like, what? And I'm like, it wasn't me. Don't get mad at me. I didn't pick anything.
Like, I mean, I was all bitter that my name had wound up in Podcaster of the Year. I was like, that's bullcorn.
That's the only one I submitted, but I still didn't even vote.
Yeah. Yeah, it
Oh,
was
we got
dumb.
Kathleen sighting.
Hi,
Yeah,
Kathleen.
Half an hour left, my friends.
Yep.
We're getting there.
We're doing the darn thing.
And this half hour is called The End, or as I like to call it, George Doesn't Know Shit.
You know what I'd like to do
Because-
as part of the next 28 minutes is I want to thank Jason for letting me in your life. And I want to thank you for how awesome you are and for your amazing show. I want to thank Tim for letting me in your life, spending time and being on your awesome show. Hey, George, I got to be on your show, buddy, so we can do this thing.
We have to have you guys on for the Perfect 10.
Absolutely.
Just
Loving it, man. Loving the vibes. You guys are great. I really appreciate it.
You can schedule me for September. Wake me up when September's done.
Isn't that a dumb song?
Thanks, Green Day.
Yeah, there you go. It's that Billy Joe Arm fuck. It's that
Armstrong.
same thing.
Dick.
Wow, that got aggressive.
Very aggressive. That's what
Listen,
that's what the Perfect 10 with the Scene Snobs is going to be like. It's going to be them yelling at George for an hour and a half.
Well,
didn't you ask me?
I might watch that.
Didn't you ask me to do something on Sunday though, Jason?
Oh yeah, I was asking if you wanted to come on and judge the remake with Dune.
Ooh,
yes.
I'll do it, but I fucking hate that movie, man.
I should probably, watch the movie so I can remake it.
Just watch the trailer.
What are you guys doing up? This is the 12th hour of the show, and you're asking us what we're doing up.
We're being awesome. We've
committed. Been up. Go donate.
Actually, that means he owes what? He owes $10 for asking that question.
Yeah, you owe $135 to the MILBY'S. Pay up. Kathleen, for asking that question of Tim, you would owe $2,343 to the MILBY'S. Pay up. Any other questions?
I like how we're just throwing random dollar amounts out there.
Right.
I don't know how strong arm tactics work, but I feel like you have to be able to enforce them, bro. And I don't know if there's much of that going on. Punching me in the face is not the same. That doesn't count.
All of a sudden, he's like gone like virtual Jersey.
Yeah, right.
I do enjoy that funny.
You showed up. You owe us $400.
Welcome to the show. Now pay up.
Hey, that's a real nice car you got there. Be ashamed if something's happened to it, huh? That you donate.
Forget about it.
You know, at some point, we'll fuck you up. Oh no, Jeremy said, Mick, I found that my DVD of Odd Man Out. I haven't seen that movie in 13 years.
That's awesome.
14 years at this point. Holy shit, it was like 2006 we made that. That was like one of my second my second short film.
Yeah, he made a rom-com.
Oh yeah, that's terrible too. He doesn't have a copy of that.
I wish he did.
How much will you donate for me not to put this on YouTube? I want you to put that one on YouTube.
No.
I don't care about on that. Well, wait.
He's trying to
I'm not
blackmail
donating.
you.
I already donated.
Yeah, no, but how much? No. Yeah, that's fair.
I donated already.
We're already donated. We're donating time, Jeremy.
Ask one of the other Three Bro shows and see what they say. No, I don't. But I remember the Disney font. Yeah. All right.
Talk about funny science fiction, the nice, clean, wholesome show that talked and defended child murder today on the Scene Snobs Network.
And as a matter of fact, in the follow-up, we talked about how we were going to go get plastic lightsabers to visit a daycare. So,
great. I mean, that's what should be done.
if you're going to follow the story.
Yeah, you just want to train the kids up, right?
Seems like
teach the younglings, maybe slaughter a few.
Seems like this kid's not such a bad guy, and then all of a sudden, funny
Skywalker.
Funny science fiction. Every time you guys you have a reaction of like a dumbfounded reaction of a guest or something, you should put this photo up.
Well, I need either that or you to cut in like every 3 seconds and be like, "Hey, how's it going? Okay, bye."
Donate now.
Or when Suds turns around and tries to stretch a dumb joke, that would be perfect too.
I didn't stretch a dumb joke. I was a dumb joke. There's a difference. Wait, what?
Yeah, well, I mean, you at yoga is stretching a dumb joke.
Listen, I didn't know that El Jefe wasn't a cow, okay? That's on me. All right? There's some stupidity to tonight.
Thank you, Jason. I'll take my pity laugh.
He called me El Jefe. I don't know who watched this, but he called me El Jefe. Some? So I'm not totally stupid. Come on. I put this together. Give me some credit. That's something.
I love how slow my synapses are firing. I'm like, wait, Tim made it funny. I know it did. Just wrong face.
That's when said something. I'll get there. But when I do, ooh.
It's abacus measurements at this point. Hold on.
You ever seen the GIF of John C. Reilly with his hair is all
you
off
just
the
call me
eyeglasses?
stupid and say the word GIF?
Yeah.
Penalty box. With Mick's at the controls, we never know what will happen.
Hey guys, how you guys doing?
This is a much better conversation already.
You son of a bitch.
Yeah, no, it did get better there for a minute.
Jeremy says it just finished Escape Room, in my opinion. Really underappreciated movie. What do y'all think of it? I have not seen it, but it looked interesting.
I've never watched it.
But I like most things. So,
except for Space Jam 2.
Space Jam 2 is the best, man.
And Independence Day 2. I don't like that either.
Yeah, no, that was pretty terrible. It's definitely not a national treasure.
Who called it a national treasure? Me?
Yeah. Yes, you did.
Twice.
No, more than twice.
I've been awake. I don't even know if I actually said that.
Was it 3 times?
It was at least 3 times.
It was enough times for me to make mention of it.
I didn't say it was national
You kept saying national treasure.
You did.
No, I said national treasure, but not about Independence Day 2.
No, but about Space Jam.
Yeah, it is.
And 1 and 2.
It is.
And
It's
LeBron.
the most American
and Michael
movie.
Jordan. Yeah, you know what? Holy crap, Tim. He said that a lot the other day.
It's the most American movie ever made.
I will not disagree with that.
If you don't remember, which clearly you don't,
I'll watch it, Jeremy.
we even responded back to you with the. You keep using that word. I do not think it means what you think it means.
I know exactly what it means. And I know exactly what I meant when I said it.
Inconceivable.
I'm telling you right now, Space Jam 2, a new legacy, is fucking national treasure.
Dude, you seriously going to stop saying national treasure? You're going to ruin those movies for me by bringing it up in other contexts.
As much as I do not like
Aretha Franklin is a national treasure.
Look at that. Look at that. National treasure.
As much as I did not like that movie, I 100% agree with Mick that the Michael Jordan sequence was probably the funniest thing I've seen all year.
I didn't say that was the funniest thing.
I am saying it. You said
The whole movie is the funniest thing. That's the point. No, listen. I know.
Negatory.
He obviously pays so much attention to our show. But you guys have a show? Who has a show?
The best part about it is Bryce was actually very disappointed that Michael Air Jordan was not there. He's like, who the hell is this guy?
I think the best quote I've heard about Space Jam 2 was the director of Space Jam 1 saying that it took him 5 times to be able to watch a 2-hour movie.
Yeah, because he's jealous.
He's jealous that he has the superior movie. Yeah, understood.
Here's the director of Space Jam 1. Here's the director of Space Jam 1 meeting the director of Space Jam 2. Donate now. Listen, no, I listen. Space Jam 2, but Space Jam 2, and I agree with Casey on this. Not to the point where he's like they're just terrible. Like, they're fine for what they are. The kids loved them, and that's all that matters. And I had fun watching them with the kids. Are they good movies? No, they're Space Jam. It's space. The title is Space Jam, and we're arguing over whether it was good or bad. And we should be arguing with George on all of his choices for worst movies ever made, but we're arguing over Space Jam 1 and 2 and which one's good and which one's bad. Neither. The first one was so Michael Jordan could pay off his gambling debts.
And Charles Barkley.
And the second one was LeBron saying, I'm going to retire soon, and I need
That's horrible.
Movie industry. And Charles Barkley.
Terrible, yeah.
That's terrible.
That's terrible. That's terrible.
I forgot George had a list. I blocked it all out.
Well, I have to be careful tonight because I'm already on Facebook's watch list. So,
ooh, you got watched?
I was commenting we're starting a new podcast. That's why I have the name Pop Culture Addicts out there. Kathleen and I are starting a new show. And
what's it called?
Pop Culture Addicts. Thanks, jackass. Anyway,
I got you another plug for your name.
So anyway, but I was commenting as I went in as PCA, and I was commenting as that, and apparently I was commenting too much, and they blocked me.
Oh,
and they said I could. Yeah, I was no longer allowed to comment. And then during the bit about Smokey and the Bandit, I put in the Jackie Gleason quote, "When I get home, I'm punch your mama in the mouth." Mm-hmm. Yeah, they removed it for inciting violence.
Well, what? Yeah, that's disgusting. I can't believe you did that.
Yeah, me either. You're gonna punch someone in the mouth.
So yeah, well, apparently, so I had to go and appeal to them so that I could get my stuff back.
Well, I will say this: it's only because your page is new with the over.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Thing. Once your page is around for a little while, I'm sure they won't.
It's less than a week, so all of this is brand new. We haven't even recorded our first episode yet. We've got a couple lined up already, interviews lined up, but those are coming up soon. We'll be starting. I think our first one's the 11th of August. Sweet. So just a couple weeks out.
It's going to be radical. And no, Kathleen, it's not torture to have more you and Tim in the world. It's fantastic, and there should be more you and Tim in the world.
I don't know about that. Maybe more Kathleen, but I think we could do a little less.
Hey, why don't you just take it down about 20% there, Jason? All right.
Yeah, let's take it down about a 90% with 3 geeks podcasts, 2 geeks, and 1 hot chick. Like, calm down. All right.
I'm still not even sure how many geeks there are on that show because it seems to be a very fluid number.
It all depends on the time of day, who's been fed at when. There's a whole feeding schedules involved. Who got watered last night? It's a whole thing.
Well, clearly they ran out of people because I have to come in and judge on Sunday.
Well, it's not fair because Dan's competing against them. So I'm trying to find a judge from outside the circle.
Oh, I wonder who's going to win. The judge who judged against us when we were clearly the better team last time?
Yeah, he's biased.
Super biased. You can pay me off, though.
It's in
Pay me off. I am super flexible on that.
All you have to do is donate to the GoFundMe.
Boom.
Listen, I keep my business aside from, whatever's going on over here. If he pays me enough, I'll donate.
There you go.
Donate now. I can only find it in purple, so it's got a deal.
I mean, purple's awesome.
I got nothing to talk about, and we have 15 minutes left.
It used to be like a pleasure to stay up late. We all used to do this, but is this what staying up late is like? Because it sucks.
Yes, it is. That's exactly what it is.
What's funny is there was a time, gentlemen, when some of us worked in the industry, in the restaurant industry, and the bar wasn't even closing yet.
Yeah.
This wasn't even the end of my night yet.
No.
And now I'm sitting here like, it's a struggle. We can do it together, guys.
I mean, back in my single days when I would go out and he'd be bartending, and he'd be up till like 3 a.m. having to count the bottles, and he had watched me go home with a girl at 10.
Yeah, all the time.
Lady. And then coming back at 2 a.m. and just like, what's up, dude? That's fun.
I was going to say, I got called out as being part of the older group when I mentioned famous Allens, and I'm like, Alan Alda, and they're like, oh, it must be the older group.
That's MASH.
Like, really?
No way, bro. That's MASH.
I was shocked. I'm like, wow, I've just been slapped.
I'm surprised you like
I'm
MASH,
officially in the old man group now.
MASH is actually a good show. Are you sure that you feel okay with it?
I am a
What's on the dollar, man?
I am a mashaholic.
Let's try to come up with George's top 10 war movies.
I'm sorry, I can't watch MASH. It has a fake Hawkeye in it, and
Wait, the movie or the show?
Both.
No. That's so confusing.
Jesus Christ.
So are you more of a Trapper guy or a BJ Honeycutt fan?
I don't give a shit.
I was going to say they were both equally good.
It's kind of hard to draw a line between those two, to be honest with you.
Yeah. And they really wrote them as two separate, entities. You couldn't make it. I mean, it's even just like saying, you're looking at Frank Burns versus Winchester. I mean, they really didn't want to just have a repeat character come in.
Mm-hmm.
They wrote each of those characters specifically.
I'm just gonna say it. It's 148. MASH was terrible.
What?
It was a horrible show.
No, it wasn't.
It was the worst show on TV at the time.
It was never the worst show. It was always
Look at that.
Out of your mind and off of your rocker, man.
I'm kidding. I know
Oh my god.
He can't say that. He couldn't say it with a straight face.
Oof.
No, I couldn't keep it going. It's 140. He'll kill me.
Yeah, I might actually assault him.
Yeah.
But his radar was life goals.
I do have to say I liked Henry Blake more than I liked Potter.
Agreed. Yep. Potter was more the dad. I liked Blake as being almost like a equal doctor. He was more focused on being a doctor. Command was second,
right,
along the way. Whereas with Potter, he was career military. So
Potter was business, going to get this done. Henry Blake was aloof and easily duped into things, and that was kind of funny.
Yeah, it really was.
The weird thing when I first saw Harry Morgan come in was wait a minute, he was in another episode prior before he became Harry, before he became Potter. And I said, how the heck are you going to take somebody who you've already had in there and just completely change them like nobody was going to notice?
Listen. I gotta stop this right now. I have to stop the MASH talk with the last 10 minutes of this 12-hour marathon. We already have one dude who hosts a show called Matt Talk. I can't do this. I cannot sit here and discuss MASH for 10 minutes.
Who wants to start a podcast called the 4077th Chat?
Have fun. I'm all for it. I'll listen.
Casey, we're missing a valuable opportunity for a MASH talk.
That is true.
Oh my God.
We could MASH talk.
I can't do that now. I can't do that. I'll join in. Whatever.
And we can all call ourselves mashed potatoes.
Oh,
that's a
man, that's amazing.
Fucking penalty boxes.
Nobody
all
gets a bet. They all
penalty
earned
boxes all around.
All of you, that was amazing.
He called you guys the mashed potatoes.
Mashed taters. That's what we are, man. We're a bunch of mashed taters up in here.
This is some bullshit.
It's after 1 o'clock in the morning, and I'm just getting warmed up.
After 1 o'clock, it's almost 2 o'clock. And we're talking about
geriatric hour, ladies and gentlemen.
I do like the fact that we're quitting this at 2 o'clock because according to How I Met Your Mother, nothing good happens after 2 o'clock.
Exactly.
Nothing. You know what? I will tell you this.
That's true.
We got another $15.
We got another $15.
Thank you.
Boom.
We basically ended. Unless we get any last minute donations before the show ends. You know what? We'll go all night. We'll just go all night. No, I'm not doing that.
Well, it was nice seeing you guys. Have a good night.
Now, I'm going to slide right under here and fall asleep. You guys all
give the people what they want. Deep dive into the Andy Griffith Show. They're going to do that after Matt talk.
No.
Well, what? They're going to bring on Don Knotts, too? Well, I don't know, Andy.
Don Knotts.
Okay, we can talk about Don Knotts if we're going to talk about the movie Private Eyes with Tim Conway.
Okay, I'm in. Should we also bring up what
Prize Fighter?
George, tell us why you hate Private.
The Ghost of Mr. Chicken.
The movie Prize Fighter as well with Tim Conway, Don Knotts.
Ooh, yeah, good one.
I am 39.
Apple Dumpling Gang.
I'm 39 years old. I'm not there yet. What are we doing here? Why are we doing this?
We're living our truth.
Not this truth. Let's live another truth. Let's talk about like Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. They do that on TikTok. Yeah. I don't even know anything about it, but whatever. The green, the blue, the orange, and the red.
How about no?
That's fair. Hey, it's science fiction at the best time.
That one.
Science fiction, Tim.
But is it though?
I took Jason off because I figured he walked off to go get something to show us. So, bye.
Kathleen called our brains mashed potatoes.
I knew you were going to get
there it is.
You were going to get
He's got a morpher, y'all.
Jeremy says, like, Mick, I got a copy of Meteor Man today. Oh, my God, I love Meteor Man. I'll watch Meteor Man. Oh, that's a great movie. Great pickup.
It's fine, Jeremy. It's fine.
Yeah, I know George down there is probably like, it's no cable guy, but whatever.
Look, man, I'm still shocked by everyone's reaction over Buckaroo Banzai.
I love that movie.
It's a great movie.
I love that movie.
I have to be honest, I have never actually watched that movie.
It is worth a watch.
And
You've never seen Buckaroo Banzai? You're a host of science fiction podcast.
Calm down.
Yeah, I know. And it's one of those movies it's on my list to watch, and it keeps getting pushed down because there's other things that come out, and I keep going to make time for it, and I just never done it.
No, that's totally fair. I get that. It happens, but I would say, Tim, honestly, I think a watch, you will really enjoy it if you make it a priority.
I better be on that show when you talk.
It's worth it.
That movie is brilliant.
Well, I tell you what, Mick. How would you like to be on Pop Culture Addicts, and we'll talk about how it affected pop culture?
Boom.
Sure.
Because there's a ton of pop culture references. I do know that.
It made Peter Weller famous enough to play RoboCop, which is the greatest science fiction movie of all time.
There's an argument there. I don't disagree with Nick. I think RoboCop is fantastic. I just watched that for the first time.
I'm
Or
good.
not first time, but
Just the first one.
I like how
That's the first one.
Just
I like
the first
how
one.
Mick removes his screen because Casey disagreed.
I know, right?
Hey, I'm not above it. I'll do it. I don't care.
I'm trying to talk. I'm sitting here. Jason started talking. I'm like, yes, go fight for us. Fight for us in the penalty box.
Jason, you better fight for RoboCop.
RoboCop 2 is horrible. I remember liking it as a kid because, it's a robot with guns, but I rewatched it with my son. After we watched the first one, and man, that was a step down.
One of my favorite things that's come out because of RoboCop is the RoboCop memes.
Yeah.
Especially where he's in the rowboat and they call it RoboCop.
Yes.
RoboCop, yeah. RoboCop is in my top 10 of all time. RoboCop 2, I can stand because RoboCop 3 exists.
Yeah.
And knowing that RoboCop 3 exists, I can muscle down RoboCop 2.
So how'd you feel about the remake then?
Oh my God.
Because it was pretty good. I mean, they almost did exactly shot for shot, scene for scene, the same movie.
They did not do that at all. And I hate you for saying that.
Here's a remake.
I like the remake. That's fun. Michael.
I can't even listen to him unironically say that.
I mean, it was pretty much spot on.
Why? Why?
Michael Keaton.
Why is the question? Why?
Oh God. Oh, I'm crying.
Do I even want? No, I don't want to even inquire when. No.
Oh, about 4 years ago, George, it was fantastic. I think you'd get a big kick out of it.
Why are you doing this?
Because I liked it.
Because he's got 4 minutes left. He's throwing caution to the wind.
Like a fart in a cornfield.
Concern be damned.
I'm so tired. I really truly believe that he believes that.
I know. And I'll just keep going.
Oh my God, I hate what's happening right now.
I really
You've done one hell of a job for 12 hours. I've been
you guys have been awesome.
Logged in the whole time, and it's been an absolute blast all day to hang out.
Yeah,
I do agree with Jeremy. It is better than the Point Break.
The fact that you guys got Jack Nicholson to be on your show was just bravo.
Yeah, I'm the only one who could get Jack Nicholson. I had to be in a movie with him to get Jack Nicholson. And he remembered me.
I appreciated that the old Russian guy kept showing up. That was my favorite.
Yeah. That went sour real fast.
Which one, the Russian?
Gru. When Russian turned into Gru.
Yeah.
It's just like, what's happening here?
See, that's what we call a slideways. It didn't really go sideways on you. It just kind of slid down into it.
Slid down into it, yeah.
Russian Gru.
I look at little girls and say, girls, what are you doing? Where are you going?
I'll stuff you all in the crust.
You will all go in there. Come on. Where are we going?
That's the thing about that accent. You say little girls in that accent, and it automatically says creepy.
Mm-hmm.
You could be saying, we must protect all the little girls, and it's just creepy. It's
because you didn't quite say it right. See, it's got to be, we must protect all the little girls.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm glad I didn't speak
That's awful,
a Russian
right?
accent.
Makes it worse.
I'm glad I'm not good at a Russian accent.
Yeah, it's good Russian accent. It's hard to find, yes.
Communism.
Masca, you crazy American with your hockey.
It's better than David Harbour's accent.
Oh, no, that was French. Yeah, that was French. All right, I'll give you that.
That was more Russian. French Russian.
French Russian.
I'm gonna just start creating different countries now. I like it. Do you have a Russian accent?
Vladimir Putin. Oh my God, your Van Damme toy.
No, thank you. Please don't do that. Stop that immediately.
Please don't do that.
All right. I want everybody to say. I want everybody to say a Van Damme movie that they like, but if you can't figure out one you like, one that you are least willing to watch.
Lionheart.
Any of them. I'll watch any of them. Jason, you'll watch any of them. We have your answer. I really want the two answers right down here.
I already know Tim's answer. We've already talked about this.
I'm stalling for 1 minute and 4 seconds.
I will not end this show until I get this answer.
I'm not giving my answer until somebody else donates.
I can give
Donate.
Tim's answer if nobody else donates.
Donate.
No, it's fine. Because I don't want to be up all night. I'm tired. I'm going to bed in 45 seconds. No, it's the only Van Damme movie I can even remotely stomach is Universal Soldier.
Strong.
I'll give you that. George, you can't say the same thing.
Bloodsport was the very first one I ever saw, and I do like Bloodsport.
There you go.
So you're telling me you like cats meowing while he's fighting?
Who doesn't?
Yeah, it's hot.
They do. Listen to the thing. Whenever there's a fight, cats are meowing in the background.
You're beautiful, incredible, wonderful people.
Where did you do that with your watch?
I would like what? It's my Elcars.
It looks like Star Trek.
Yeah,
I love it. I love it.
yeah,
I equally love it. And I'm wondering.
I'm not even going to bother with that. It is now 2 a.m.
It's night
I would
time.
like to say how wonderful all of you beautiful people are. You fantastic humans. You glorious individuals who shared the time with us, who donated, who shared the information with us. You're all fantastic. And now we can all successfully say, peace out, piss off, and fuck out of here. Love y'all. And keep donating.
And not necessarily in that order.
No, whatever order you want. It's America. In whatever nation you're in. Doesn't even matter. Be free.
I've stayed up for 6 days planning this, and he gets the last word.
I did not take the last word.
No.
I was going to say he backed out like he backed out during the
No, those were perfect last words. So I'm just going to go with those. I'm going to say thank you to everybody. And appreciate everybody who donated.
Yeah, we really appreciate everybody who was able to get out here with us today. And just want to say thanks.
Hey, thanks to the both of you for all your hard work and for Casey showing off his sexy man thighs. But no,
These are
seriously.
actual cut off jeans.
Yeah, I had some old jeans that were ripped up, so they're jorted up.
Nice. But no, seriously, I know you guys put in a lot of hard work for this, and I know that Jason appreciates it, but I appreciate it as well. And I hope that people continue to keep donating and that we're able to throw some more money at the Milby family as this goes. So
Agreed.
Well done, you guys. Well done.
We'll make sure that it's noted and also acknowledged both Sunday and Monday on our shows as well.
Right.
Yeah, I'll bring it back up on Monday on Funny Science Fiction. So
everybody get the last word but me.
Yes.
Oh my God. You needy baby. All right.
No, I said you said they're good words, and I was going to leave it at that. When everybody had words,
because everyone needs.
Look, you have the ability to take us all off screen, but yet you left us on, so we kept talking. That's what we do.
Is it 1996?
It's what we're trained for. We talk when there's a microphone in front of us.
Right? It's just what we do.
I have a feeling.
I don't even need a microphone.
I'm going to let Jason get the phone.
Jason, take it away.
I want to say thank you, everybody. It's been humbling. And I bet Mick's going to be happy that I'm not going to be thanking him every day like I have been. Like every 2.5 hours, I was texting Mick, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, he's probably tired of that. That's probably why he's been awake. He's just been afraid that I'm going to text him thank you again.